Sometimes the bomb might explode without any warning. Sometimes the bomb might explode without any warning.
check. 8. 8, check. 8. Check. 8. 8. Check. Check. 8. Check. 8. Check. 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 8. Check. Check. 8. Check. 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 check, 8, check, check, 8, check, check.
things you feel. Don't think about all those things you feel. Just be glad to be here. Don't think about all those things you feel. Just be glad to be here. Don't think about all those things you feel. Just be glad to be here. It's unfortunate that when we feel us down, we can roll ourselves over 'cause we're uncomfortable. Oh, where the devil makes us sin, but we like it when we're spinning in his grin.
seeing only black and white, but you brought the color back in my eyes. I feel so lost in time, and I can't get you off my mind. I'm seeing only black and white, but you brought the color back in my eyes. since I fell apart. I did my best to walk away, but this moonlit night keeps my head lost. Now watching you from afar ain't easy. One by one you stick needles to the heart, to my heart. I know love will never make it back home. Watch us drift and grow. I'm guessing that it's best to let go, but I always miss the best part of us. Best part of us. I always miss the best part of us. The best part of us. Was it loneliness or insanity? I fucked up our possibilities. We may move on into another dream, but a youthful love is hard to redeem. I know that time will mend these scars, but how I wish I could go back to the start, to the start. I know love will never make it back home. Watch us drift and grow. I'm guessing that it's best to let go, but I know love will never make it back home. Watch us drift and grow. I'm guessing that it's best to let go, but I always miss the best part of us. The best part of us. But I always miss the best part of us. The best part of us.
bottom. Don't know if I'll make it back home. Oh, long gone. Don't know if I'll make it back home. Oh, long gone.
It's a nice mixture of people, right? And everybody still vibes in, you know what I mean? People still craving for that, you know what I mean, style of original music.
Right, listen. Time to turn on the page for the next chapter.
Found another way. Say you stay, we can make it go away. Found another face, and we'll play. We play the game again. Everything is falling into place. Everything is falling into place.
Ibiza. Bonjour, Ibiza.
First of all, why has man given such importance to pleasure? Why man throughout the world has given this extraordinary importance to pleasure? Why continue pursuing everlasting pleasure? Why has man given such importance to pleasure? Why man throughout the world has given this extraordinary importance to pleasure? Why? Continuing, pursuing, everlasting pleasure. First of all, why has man given such importance to pleasure? Why man throughout the world has given this extraordinary importance to pleasure? Why? Continue pursuing everlasting pleasure.
Good morning. Welcome. That was to wake you up. Second time we have Unbound here in Miami, and we're very excited to be here. Are you all excited? That's better. Can you guess where my accent's from? Australia? No, Texas, someone said. No, I'm not from Texas. Where? UK, very good. We understand. So if you don't understand my humor, I'm sorry. If you do, great. We're really excited with what we're doing here, of really trying to bring together the whole Latin American ecosystem, the South Florida, to really talk about how innovation and startups and grassroots all comes together. And we've got an amazing lineup for you of speakers, thought leaders. We have people from some of the leading brands looking at how they're changing, you know, from Subway, DHL. We have from the US military here talking about how innovation's going to happen. We've got delegations from Colombia. I see in our audience some of our friends from the Dominican Republic. And we've got many other representatives from various different countries and regional activities. We've also got two fantastic competitions. We've got our Claro Showcase, looking at finding some of the best startups from the region to showcase themselves to one of the main telcos in the region, and are very proud to be working with MasterCard on our Female Founders Challenge, really to empower female entrepreneurship and some many exciting things that MasterCard are doing in the whole area of innovating the fintech sector. So lots happening. Tonight we've got a great urban experience. We're going to be enjoying Wynwood, so make sure you stay throughout the whole day. We've got some great food trucks outside. Our job is sampling all of them, so you'll see me out there eating lots of good food. And I think that's really enough from me, other to say, really use the opportunity today to meet as many people as you possibly can, to meet as many of the cool startups outside, talk to people, encourage yourselves to look for opportunities for your business, look for the opportunities to listen to some of the thought leaders we have on stage, and really use this to help yourselves see how innovation can help your business and find ways to grow and develop yourself into new opportunities. I'm going to hand over to the lovely Naomi, who's our MC, moderator for the next 2 days, who will giving you some more of the ways in which you can engage with using some of the tech we've got. So download the app if you've not already. That's enough from me, and over to you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Seal.
Come on.
Thank you. So, welcome to Unbound Miami. Just a couple of ways that you can get more involved today. We do have an app where you can curate your agenda. If you search for Unbound Festivals in the App Store, then you can download that. You can start messaging people that you like the look of and setting up some meetings. We are also using Slido today so that you can better engage with the panel while they're on stage. You can pose your own questions. So if you'd like to do that, please visit sli.do and enter the hashtag Unbound Miami. And there are many points throughout the day where you'll be able to pose questions, and the moderator will ask the panel your questions. So, without further ado, our first panel kicks off on a topic that's very close to the heart of Unbound, fostering a culture of innovation. We have a panel of some heavy hitters, some innovation directors, who have been very important in embedding a culture of innovation into the major global companies. So please welcome to the stage Nicky Wolf, editor of The New Statesman, and his panel. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Hi. You'll get seated and then I'll... I've ended up with 2 microphones.
Need you to talk twice as loud.
So good morning, everyone. I've got with me Maria Hernandez, the head of innovation and digital at DHL. And I've got Rodolfo Estrada, the innovation director at Subway. And Ed Churchill, who's the head of innovation at the Joint Special Operations Command for the US Army. And Michael Entner-Gomez, the executive director at Verizon for digital strategy and transformation. So I thought we'd start by, since the topic is innovation, which is quite a wide, kind of broad area, I thought we'd sort of go around and say exactly what innovation means to each one of you guys in each one of your fields. So I guess, Michael, do you want to go first? We'll go along the line here.
Sure, I could do that. At Verizon, innovation for us is really about changing what the customer needs. I would say in the past 10, 20 years, we've always sold to our customers what they needed, and it came down to connections. We have now moved into a point where we want to help them change. And when I look at innovation, I think of it purely as change, metamorphosis of the organization, helping it become something different that can drive successful business outcomes. So we look at innovation as that mechanism which allows companies to change, grow, stretch, and really dominate their industry.
Maria, do you want to go next?
Absolutely. So over the years, I've distilled the definition of innovation to a basic formula. It's all about a business challenge. That's where it starts, and it's usually rooted in a pain point with a client or within the company. You enable that with technology to deliver customer value, and that is so powerful because you've got 3 key components that make up a really successful innovation.
Ed, you want to go next?
Sure. For the government, it's a little bit different. Some of the ways we look at it, we start with our end user, much like you. And ours is looking towards what they need to better accomplish their mission and to maintain, as a unit, strategic advantage. And we take that and come backwards from it and see sometimes the innovation for us is a complete new technology, but oftentimes it's doing jobs differently, using existing technologies in different ways, and getting to the point where we regain our competitive advantage, or if we have got it already, maintain and prepare for future fight.
Yeah.
My turn. Innovation at Subway, it's really a process that we follow from the very beginning, what we call the white space. I'm not going to go through all the steps right now, but we'll get into that in a little bit. But it's basically creating something from nothing magically. So, of course, at Subway, it's about the food and how we get to a concept that then becomes a prototype. So it's a team effort. Cross-functional team works together to develop new products or new platforms. And in my case, it's for Subway in Latin America.
So one of the things that came up in the conversations we were having previously is that you guys are all from very different industries. We've got telecommunications, we've got delivery and logistics, and we've got food, and then we've got the military. So I wonder if we could start, Ed, by you talking a little bit about the difference between innovation in the public sector and go into a little bit about what we were talking about who has ownership when a government entity innovates, like who owns that IP?
Yeah, a great question. For us, I think we have a different why at the end of the day. Ours isn't we had a bad quarter or we didn't hit our profit lines. Ours are we left somebody on the battlefield and they don't come home. And that makes our why a little bit easier to transmit across the entire organization. For us, we still have the same problem where the people who are at the operators on the ground see it, the senior leaders see it, and we have a group in the middle who may be disconnected. And so the innovation for us is to drive that understanding of the why all the way down to the lowest member and through the entire organization, so that people come to work. It's not a matter of we're coming to work to, oh, I've got these forms I've got to fill out, or hey, we have to make sure this delivery gets to the right place. But why does it matter that when you look at your efficiencies and you look at something and you're copying out of this and pasting over here, or looking at multiple emails, why does that matter to the guy who's on the ground pulling the trigger and maybe didn't get the right information in the end of the day because we weren't quick enough? And so innovation for us is a different why sometimes, but I think at the end of the day, it feeds across everybody that once you get your organization fired up about why you want to do it, it becomes pretty easy.
And I guess I'll go next to you, Mike. With something as vast a company as Verizon, how do you maintain a culture of innovation throughout the whole organization and across such a wide range of different operations? And talk a bit about what you were just saying before about the different areas in which.
It's very interesting. When you look at a company like Verizon, it's just tremendous in scope. It's one of the largest organizations out there. And trying to foster a culture of innovation within the organization can be difficult. If you look at our roots, we started as a telecommunications company. We've gotten into content, we've gotten into security. We've reached out into various different areas over the years. And you'll see the same thing happening with other telecommunications companies as well. And trying to maintain a cohesive culture of innovation is somewhat difficult within our organization. So much so that we've actually had to create specific teams, like the one that I'm on, around innovation and fostering that innovative thinking within the organization itself. We've had to implement very special processes and procedures. As we have been discussing earlier, innovation is not just about an idea, throwing an idea out there. We could all do that, and ideas are great, but you actually have to take that idea and move it across the board until it becomes the outcome that you're looking to achieve, until you've accomplished something, whether it's saving people on the battlefield or raising the price of your stock. So for us, it's a constant battle, and I will tell you internally, we have to continue working in that same vein and reminding each other that we're there to innovate, not just sell some specific widget. That's what it comes down to for us.
And how empowered have you been? And I think this is one of the things that we've all said in our pre-conversations is how you can empower not just innovation, as you say, just ideas, but a culture of innovation that goes through the entire company. Maria, how do you think you do that?
Well, one of the things that I've done throughout my career, both at DHL and on IBM and at a startup that I was at, is really about you have to unleash creativity within the employees. So provide a portal, for example, so that ideas can be collected. And as Mike said, those ideas do have to go through what I call a funnel. So you got lots of ideas, and you take them through an idea curation process, then you incubate them, develop a prototype, and then eventually if they have the, we do a feasibility study as well, just to make sure that it does have the business impact or the customer impact, or maybe it does impact the market in some way. And then that moves out to production. Some of them make it, some don't. As you all know, failing fast in the innovation space is a good thing. So encourage that. So as the ideas come in, we communicate, especially to employees, that we're open for ideas, right? So submit anything that they feel would help, whether it's a customer or internal to the company. And then from there, we take it through, but they feel heard, and I think that's part of unleashing this creativity, that all ideas are good ideas, and some make it, some don't. Even if they don't, it was still a good exercise for us to go through.
And Rodolfo, how does that kind of thing work in what's both a food business but also a diffuse kind of franchised model? Like, how do you encourage individual kind of Subway franchises to be innovative with what they're doing in terms of their recipes, but also talk a little bit about what you were saying about the supply chain management across all the different Latin American states and how difficult that can be.
Sure. So in the case of Subway, of course, it's the largest QSR company in the world when it comes to the amount of restaurants. Latin America has 4,500 restaurants in 34 countries and 4 BUs. Some of the franchisees, they're very creative, and they have ideas for us to develop. So we do foster an environment of innovation and ideas, because sometimes some of the best ideas come from the field. The franchisees and their employees are the ones that are really closer to the guests. We call the customers our guests. So we do encourage that. Now, when the ideas come to us, we do have a process that we follow. That again is like white space, thematic research, concept prototypes, and so forth. And then we do taste tests with the guests, etc. So we do foster that for the chain.
Can you give us an example of how that would work in practice? Like, what sort of talk us through one idea from one sort of local area that then can move through the whole company?
Absolutely. So one of the most creative franchisees that we have probably in the world happens to be in Puerto Rico. His name is Lyle, and he is very creative. He's been a franchisee for Subway for many years, and he even develops new equipment to be able to develop new products for our guests. So as an example, we have a product that we call a Sauté Station, and the name has changed a little bit. The latest name is Food Theater Station, but basically imagine going to a hotel and ask for an omelette, and they make that in front of you. So at Subway, you have all the ingredients already available. So he's creating different platforms that can be used in that food theater station. So one of them is breakfast. Another one is sauté subs, to be able to get your subs with warm ingredients. And then the latest one is it's a pasta that is being tested in Puerto Rico as well. So that's a pretty good example that I can share with you guys.
Great, thanks. So Maria, coming back to you now, I sort of look around this room, and it's sort of a very diverse crowd. But the technology industry as a whole has a representation of women problem. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. How do you think, and I guess the question for all of you, but as a woman working in this field, how can the industry, all of these industries, be more inclusive of women, more encouraging to include women in that culture of innovation that's so needed?
Well, I've been one of the few pioneers, so I'm looking for others to join. But really have been honored to have had this opportunity to be in technology, to work for some amazing companies. And when it comes to innovation, and especially in tech, it's all about being heard, finding your voice, because a lot of the times what we end up doing as innovators is asking the why question, right? And I think Ed mentioned that earlier. We're asking, why is it taking so long for us to do this? Why are we not in the market? The question is why? And you have to be willing to kind of have the courage to do that in a meeting, or if you're in a product development group. If I had the opportunity to be at IBM Research, so even with scientists who have been at their, just at their work for many, many years, really asking, so what are we gonna do with this in the market? And you've been working on it for 10 years. I mean, so that, I think that is definitely something that, as innovators, whether you're a woman or a man, I think those are key. It's a key criteria. But certainly for women, sometimes for us it's a little difficult to find our voice, so I encourage our male allies and all of the women to really support us in doing that.
And sort of that same question to you guys, how in other industries, and I guess, would you say that the military is still quite a male-dominated culture in that kind of way, and how can that be changed? And also, I guess, the sort of food and telecommunications as well, like how do you encourage more innovation by women?
Well, for us, it's a little bit different. It was funny. Maria called us an oxymoron because the government trying to innovate, the two is the biggest possible bureaucracy you can think of, trying to move rapidly. JSOC is a little different. Where and I'll say this with the understanding that 1,000 or a few thousand seems like a big number, but a few thousand people can move pretty quickly if you understand
just explain briefly, I guess, what JSOC is.
Okay. Yeah. Fair statement. The JSOC is the Joint Special Operations Command. We fit underneath United States Special Operations Command, and we are tasked with the no-fail missions. So if there's a no-fail hard mission, we get it. One of the things that, to Maria, my immediate supervisor is a female and has been an operator for years and years and years. There are several other people in our team that are females, and we really value that type of feedback, because one of the things, as an alpha male, and if some people you just get going and you think you know what you're talking about, and it takes somebody else to go, well, hold on a second, what about? And that kind of input is exactly right. I used to have a nice set of hair like he does, but I don't anymore because I've sat in that meeting and put my hand up with a couple of stars with a couple of generals and go, why do we want to do that? And after getting flamed, and then we have the rest of that conversation, that why becomes hugely important. And I'll tell you, Lieutenant Colonel Salisbury, my immediate boss, is excellent at that, bringing that female ability to come in. And we don't care that you're a female. We care that you have the talent, and that's how we work in JSOC.
So we've got a few questions coming in through the Slido app. So we'll go for, I guess, the middle one first. So where organizationally, let's go to you with this question, where has been the best location to place the innovation part of the organization? Like whereabouts in the corporate structure or in the bureaucratic structure should that fit?
We had that discussion a little bit earlier. If you find your innovation team inside of IT, it can be a challenge. There are some benefits. You had mentioned some of those earlier. In my particular organization, we fall somewhere between sales and operations. We're a little bit outside, so that we're actually able to bring in resources from different parts of the company. And sometimes we bring in folks from outside the company as well. If we're working through ideation in a specific industry, we'll bring in industry players from other companies, which is something very different for Verizon. We've generally been a more closed ecosystem in the past. And so living inside of IT, for example, could be a challenge. If you're trying to do innovation internally within your organization and your IT people say, well, we can't do that. We don't have the capability to do that. It could be a challenge. I have been working quite often having this conversation with my customers around the fact that infrastructure doesn't need to be built, it can be consumed. And that could be a challenge for an IT organization as well. So depending on where you are, you could have different impacts. For me and my organization where I am, it's not so much of a challenge. For these folks that are doing innovation internally within their organization, I think it could be more of a challenge. Maria had mentioned some of that earlier.
Yeah, and I guess very quickly, if we go around as part of this question and say, which part of the organization do each of you directly report to?
I would say I am most closely aligned with the sales organization because I'm outward facing, working with our customers.
Maria?
And I'm in IT, but we're very closely aligned to the business.
Ed?
We're with the acquisition side more so because we cut across all of the tiers and all of our directorates to include IT and everything else. So really for us to line up against the finance made the most sense.
So we report to the marketing team because we need to be on the front end of the business. So we really innovate. We're the face that we innovate products for our guests. So marketing.
And I guess we can wrap those two questions together because I think they're two sides of the same coin, those other two. So how do you implement innovation? And are you doing it through tools and training? And also, what's the biggest mistake in trying to implement this kind of thing that these kind of organizations do? I guess, Maria, if you want to go first with that one.
I think for the biggest mistake, and this goes back to our prior question, where does innovation reside? Innovation to me is everybody's business. I know a lot of companies seed innovation teams around, and that's great, but at the end of the day, those teams have to be driving this groundswell, and it has to come bottoms up and tops down. So I would say, just having an innovation team, in one place kind of locked up, just thinking of ideas and not taking those ideas out into the business or into customers, that's a big mistake.
Is it about surfacing ideas from the bottom levels and making sure that there's a way for them to get to the top levels?
I'd like to say that for us, the biggest mistake we had is that, and it is exactly what Maria was saying, bottom up, is we get people who have really great ideas, and we look at trying to vet through these ideas. So for us, about 100 ideas will get to about 10 ideas that we will pursue, and then after we go through our process, we'll get maybe 2 or 3 that actually work all the way through and work out. One of the biggest mistakes we had initially was that we were not giving feedback. So we looked at it as what is the consumer, so for us, the operator's validation, is it important to them? 2, is it technically possible? Like everybody would like to have cold fusion, but it's just not going to happen today. And 3, was it financially possible? Can we do it, and can we not only buy that widget or whatever it was, can we sustain it? What we weren't doing is we weren't getting, after we went through that first set of filters, we weren't giving the feedback and saying, hey, look, that was a good idea, cold fusion just isn't ready yet. I don't know how many times a day I have people walk into my office and go, hey, Ed, I was just watching Prometheus on TV, and they had this really cool drone, we want to buy that. Okay, that doesn't exist, all right? Just because Hollywood made it doesn't mean it's ready. So we didn't do a really good job at giving our feedback, and we've changed that. We make sure that as ideas come in from everywhere, that we make that effort to give it back, because if our people aren't hearing why they weren't selected, why their ideas weren't selected, they'll stop giving us our ideas. So that was our biggest mistake. And also, one of the tools we've implemented is making sure that as we go through that process, you get the feedback why, hey, Prometheus is cool. We're just not there yet.
So you mentioned cold fusion there as a technology that's been just over the horizon for a long time and will presumably be revolutionary when it arrives, but as you say, it's sort of not here anytime soon. But what are the technologies that are now arriving, these kind of new innovations that might shake up everything about what you guys do? I mean, is it blockchain in terms of supply chain management, Internet of Things? Is it artificial intelligence and machine learning in that kind of way? I guess, if we can do another go round, but just very quickly, what's the new thing that's going to be huge in your particular industry?
Blockchain is huge right now. The challenge with blockchain is that most people don't understand how to implement it at a practical level, and some organizations just don't want to take a risk there. I'm working with one of the largest healthcare organizations in Florida, and there's an opportunity around patient records management. That is a perfect use case for blockchain. There's even a reward out there right now of $1 million for the organization that can take that forward, and it seems that nobody's taken the challenge. When you start pairing that with the other technologies, like IoT and some of the social media aspects and things like that, you really have a way to disrupt an entire market and change the way you go to market with your business. It just seems that a lot of organizations at this point aren't necessarily ready to take that leap into the technology. I don't know if it's because of the cost associated with it or that they don't feel comfortable that there's a bank of knowledge yet around those different technologies.
Maria, would you say that's the same in your experience?
For us right now, I mean, your typical, IoT, AI, AR, digital assistants, and the way that I and the team kind of build a portfolio of these emerging technologies is we have some that are potentially going to disrupt the market or the way we do business, and some that are just more process automation, which will benefit from these technologies. So I think that's also the trick to innovation, that as much, technology is going to come just, 100 miles an hour, right? So just absorbing that and really understanding where you're going to apply it, because we don't have the luxury usually to just go all disruptive. And there's a lot of risk, obviously, a lot of reward, but there's a lot of risk when you're trying, a lot of bleeding edge technologies that, you're not going to get the return. And being in a corporate environment, as much as we want to do innovation, we also have to, measure innovation. So there's that part of it. very much around the success criteria, the ROI for each of the things that we do and why we do it.
Ed, did you say that's right?
For us, it's going to be, I think what we're looking at right now is actually some of the really high-end technologies towards automation, where we could have a situation where you have an operator in an area that has the appropriate sensors. So, because we're Army, instead of calling it the Internet of Things, we call it the battlefield of things. So bot for us, we want to look at how do we integrate all that information and then have decisions being made that are capable of answering the immediate needs. So if somebody is in a fight right now, I can tell you how many rounds he's firing by a simple accelerometer on his weapon that's giving that feedback, and I know if that's a sustained rate of fire, and I know what he has left on him because I've been watching that, and I can have a drone just automatically pick up and drop off more ammunition with that one guy. That, you know what, if it gets shot out of the sky, it's not like a helicopter got shot out of the sky. And, then likewise, if somebody gets hit, their biosensors would automatically sense what level it is. The suit would take the appropriate action to put direct pressure and stuff like that. So that's the type of bleeding edge we see. So it's a lot of sensor fusion with the bots, having the right feedback to come back so that you're not pulling all of that data out, because otherwise people like Mike would love me because I'd buy all his bandwidth.
We love you. Yeah.
And then how do you get that automated sense that a machine is taking an action without having people fear that I'm creating Skynet at the same time?
You're not, are you? Are you? I mean, is
No,
that...
we're not creating Skynet. I've seen that. I don't want to be John Connor.
What can be the downsides of some of these innovations? I mean, so we've got questions here about how to practice it effectively, how to incorporate innovation, and how you measure its success. So I guess taking that question, but also the flip side to it is, how do you measure the failure of innovation as well? So I guess, Rodolfo, do you want to talk about it?
So when it comes to the actual innovation process, like I mentioned, at Subway, we do follow steps that are very set in stone, the steps themselves. So we start with what we call the white space. Basically, that's the ethnography that studies the behavior of humans. So we do a study that way, and then once we learn, what people want when it comes to food and Subway, then we take that into a thematic approach. And themes could be, for example, could be Brazilian steakhouses, for example, could be plant-based proteins. Those could be like potential themes, and then we develop concepts under those themes. Those concepts are evaluated online by different, again, guests online, and then the concept that passes that step, then we bring those to life. We develop prototypes, and that's the part where we bring the suppliers from different places. Could be a bakery, could be a protein, could be veggies, etc. And we develop the actual prototypes. Then we put that in front of customers through taste tests, focus groups in different parts of different countries, in my case, in Latin America. And after that, we do a market test, and the market test gets all the full advertising, it gets all the merchandising and external communication, like if it was going to be a system-wide approach. And when it passes all those phases, then at the end, we do a system-wide launch. Now, the failures, basically, a lot of even the thematic and the concept, they fail just because the guests, they don't want to see that at Subway. So that is captured through the filter, the failures as well.
How else do you measure success or failure of innovation?
We actually will start out with metrics. We're looking to achieve very specific metrics working with a customer. So we will identify that up front, and then we're going to work towards that. If we can't identify that something has actually occurred that is beneficial, that provides a positive outcome, we need to fail it quickly and start over again. So we will use various levels of metrics, but they're usually around people, process, and technology, those same pillars. And we will ask ourselves, did we answer the question we started out with? We usually start with a bold question. For example, if we were working with somebody in the oil industry, what happens tomorrow if oil is no longer needed? That's a very serious question. You'd be surprised how many oil industry execs will say that's never going to happen. But we can see that we're moving towards something different. So we start, when we work through any type of new innovation, we want to see that there's actually a tangible effect coming out of it. And so we do state it up front and move towards that.
Maria, is that the same for you? Do you sort of start with the target, it's sort of goal-oriented from the beginning?
Yes, very early on we define that also with the business. And I mean, we measure everything, you know, productivity savings, you know, reduction in customer service calls. So there's, depending on the project or the idea that's being evaluated, then the success criteria varies.
What about the fact that you guys exist in all of your organizations? Should and how widely spread through the industry is having an innovation department? I mean, how should this be something that every company has, even sort of from the small startups, or is it a luxury that only big organizations can have?
I would say, and it kind of talks about, one of your questions talk about that, it needs to be a part of your daily conversation. You need to be taking a hard look at what you're doing today and if that is a viable and sustainable process. Because as you go forward, you may find that, you know, this for us, this rifle has been a mainstay for us forever. It'll be good. It'll never go away. Like that oil will never go away. But when you start looking at it, and if you're not paying attention, the guy who comes out with a directed energy weapon, who does create the lightsaber or does create the laser gun, and we're still plinking with a 5.56, you're in trouble. So it needs to be part of your daily. And the way we can tell that we're doing the right thing and we're cutting across the right people is when we show up. Don't judge me. We're huge Star Trek fans. I can always tell we're doing all right if I show up and they have like an R2-D2 picture on their slide somewhere or something like that. I know we're getting to them. But that's how we make sure daily that we're getting out to people and that they are paying attention to what they need to be paying attention to.
So we've got 1.5 minutes left, so I thought I'd just go around one by one and ask, what's the next big innovation in your field that you sort of predict coming?
In my field, it's definitely 5G wireless. 5G wireless is going to change the way we do business every day. And I've actually written an article about it. It's going to change the way we work and the way we live. I think it'll probably push people to beyond the suburbs, beyond the cities, into more of a telecommuting type mode. And I think that the 5G technology itself is going to drive a lot of innovative new products that are coming down the pipe. And we see that in our innovation centers now with companies that we're working with around incubation.
Maria?
I would say for the logistics business, it's all around IoT. And even though IoT has been around for a few years, it's really the application of that to a company that has 220, does business in 220 countries. So I think the application of IoT to a business where you're trying to get a package from point A to point B is going to be, disruptive in the future.
Ed?
For us, it's going to be that ability we're not going to call it IoT, we're going to call it bots, battlefield of things, but it's going to be that idea of being able to fuse that information in a way that we are that we're able to apply AI to it so that we're no longer having to observe, detect, decide, and act, but we get into a predict and act phase so that we're actually moving faster than the enemy. But that is where we see AI becoming hugely important to us.
And Rodolfo?
I will say that in the food industry, specifically on QSR, I think that to read, the mind of the guest, the consumer, I think that's really important. I was in Costa Rica about 2 months ago, and we met with the company that manages the digital menu boards. And they were explaining to us that the technology today exists that if you have a loyalty card today, and you go to a Subway in Costa Rica, you have the option that could change the menu, that could change what you see. So the actual menu, the digital menu could be geared towards the guest that is buying the product at that time. So it's about the communication. I think that's going to be coming more into the whole industry.
And that's all the time we have. Please give a big hand to all of our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure we've all heard for the first time about a battlefield of things, so we can add that one to the vocabulary. So I'd like to thank you all very much for being on stage. Right, So we're coming on to our next presentation. We're about to hear from a wonderful entrepreneur slash scientist on neurology, on the perception, and a lot more interesting facts talking about how our brain and technology can come together. One thing I'd like to also share with you as well is to make sure that you are using all of the various social media hashtags. If any of you here using Instagram, yes, come on, let's get you all posting, tweeting, and all the rest. That's enough from me. It gives me great pleasure to hand over to Bo. He's just finishing getting mic'd up. So, are you ready, Bo? No? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give Bo a big round of applause.
Clicker.
I'm sure there's a joke. Bo's originally Irish, and I'm sure there's a joke, a Welshman, an Irishman, and an Englishman together.
Hello. How are you? All right.
Another round of applause.
So I have 15 minutes to tell you how the brain works, all right? And how you can see differently, because everyone hears about trying to see differently, right? And innovation. There are two sides to innovation. You have efficiency and you have creativity, and everything is focused on efficiency. So today I'm going to focus on creativity. And underlying creativity is perception, right? Perception underpins everything it is to be human, not just what we see, but what we know, what we believe, the people we fall in love with, the clothes we wear. Everything begins with perception. So to understand a perception is to really understand what it is to be human. And I have one aim in the next 15 minutes, which is I want you to know less at the end than you think you know now, all right? And I always succeed, right? Because nothing interesting begins with knowing. It begins with not knowing. And I want you to not know at the deepest level, all right? So how many of you, when you woke up this morning, thought you saw the world as it really is? One. What are the rest of you seeing? How did you get here? Did you follow him? Right? If you're not seeing the world as it really is, what are you seeing? I think you all think you see the world as the way it is. How many of you believe in illusions, that illusions exist? Yes? If you believe in illusions, then the definition of illusion is to see the world differently from the way it really is. So if you believe in illusions, you think you see the world accurately most of the time. It's just that sometimes you get it wrong, right? So let's see how good you are at seeing the world accurately, right? Light intensity, it doesn't get any easier than that. Even jellyfish see light intensity, and they don't even have a brain. So surely people at Unbound can see the world of light accurately. And if that's true, then things that are the same should always look the same. And these two dots are the same, and they look the same. Agreed? But what happens if we don't change those dots? We just change what surrounds them. Do they still look the same? No. The one on the left should look lighter than the one on the right. Yes? If not, see me later. Right? This is the most basic illusion that your brain sees, and we don't understand how it works. But what it demonstrates is at the most fundamental level, context is everything. Your brain did not evolve to see absolutes. It evolved to find relationships. And this is true at the most basic level. But to understand why context is everything is to understand what it is to be human. And that's what we're going to touch on. And we're going to touch on the role of technology in exactly this process. And instead of telling you, I want to show you. So I want you to hold up your finger to me. This is why context is important. Hold up your finger and line it up to me. Okay? And I want you to move it towards you and away to you until your finger and I are the same size. Okay? Line it up to me. Okay, do you have that? You have it? Yes? Okay, we're not the same size. Right? But as far as your brain is concerned, the only information your brain gets from the visual world comes from your eyes. And at that point, your finger and I were the same size. Right? So this makes a fundamental point about your brain, which is that data is meaningless. All data is pointless. How many of you working on big data? Right? Data is pointless, which makes you essential. Because data at the most basic level of what your brain is doing could literally mean anything. It could be something large and far away or small and up close, something loud and far away or quiet and up close. And your brain has no way of knowing from the data itself. It doesn't come with instructions. So your brain has to use something else to see usefully. And what is the other piece of data your brain has access to? What else does it have access to? History, right? The functional structure of your brain is literally a physical manifestation of your past interactions with the world. Your brain did not evolve to make meaning by passively receiving content. Your brain makes meaning by physically engaging with the world, right? So when you open your eyes, how does your brain see? It sees by continually redefining your normality. Your brain evolved to evolve. It's adapted to adapt. And I'll give you a quick example of how quickly your brain can adapt. I want you to first notice that these two desert scenes are the same. One is just a flipping of the other. I want you to stare at the dot between the red and the green, okay? Don't look anywhere else. We're going to do it for about 30 seconds. Just stare at the dot between the red and the green. And while you're doing this, I'm going to tell you what's happening inside your head. Your brain is learning. It's learning that the left side of its visual field is under green light and the right side is under red light. That's becoming its new normal, which means everything you see after this will be a function of that normality. You're also getting very sleepy, right? Keep looking. Don't look anywhere else. When I tell you to, I'm going to ask you to look at the dot between the desert scenes, but not yet. This is a killer for a 15-minute talk. Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look there. Do they still look the same? The one on the left should look reddish. The one on the right should look greenish. Yes? Except for 7% of the men who are colorblind. You probably didn't know that. You confuse red and green. There you go. Okay? And now as you look around, your brain is again redefining normality. And we're just talking about color. So imagine what's true in other aspects of your brain. So what your brain evolved to see is not the world. We're forever separate from the world. Nor does it see data, because data is pointless in of itself. It doesn't tell you what to do. Your brain evolved to see a meaning that was useful to see in the past. And what was once useful may no longer be useful, which is why your brain evolved to adapt and continually redefine normality. So what we see, what we experience, is literally the history of what we perceived before. And I'm going to give you an example of that just here. I'm going to give you a new history, and as a consequence, you're going to hear something that you've never heard before, and you're never going to hear it anything differently from what you're just going to hear. So first, notice that you don't hear anything interesting in this sound stream. Come a bit louder. Agreed? Don't hear anything interesting. Try reading along. Louder. Can you hear it? Yes? Are you getting better at hearing it? Yes? Notice you're getting better at hearing something that doesn't actually exist. You're becoming delusional. Right? You're hearing the history of what you heard before based on my suggestion. And that's everything that we do. So what is that sound? It's this played backwards.
Another one busts the dust. Another one busts the dust. Ow!
And what's more, what does history give you? It gives you your biases and assumptions. Every time you open your eyes, open your ears, you touch through your bias and assumptions. It's not sometimes, it's all the time. And these assumptions keep us alive. Every time I take a step, I have hundreds of assumptions that the floor is not going to give away, my legs aren't going to give away, right? But they also constrain what we can experience. What's more, they don't just stay in our heads, they get projected out into the world, right? So this screen is not blue. The color blue couldn't be closer to you. It's literally inside your head, projected outward. Right? If a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? No. It creates energy. The tree exists, but the sound is a construct of your brain. So too is the blue. You're literally projecting your assumptions onto the world. And this is true for more complex perceptions. So we have two triangles in a circle. They don't mean anything until I put them into motion. And now you can project a meaning onto them. You hate one of the triangles, right? You're feeling bad for the other one. You're worried for the circle. This is like a horror film. This is Halloween. And we're going to stop it there. And you're all wondering, what happens to the circle? None of which exists, right? It's all a construct of your brain. And what's true for color and form or more complex perceptions is also true for other people. While we can measure their what and their where, we can never measure their why. In the same way we have no access to a surface, we have no access to another person's head. Every perception of another person, every personality you perceive, is literally inside you, projected outwards. It can't be anything else. Right? Every personality is yours, projected onto another person. You project the meaning onto them based on your history of experience, based on your biases, your assumptions. And when you connect with someone, it's because your projected meaning of them happens to coincide with their projected meaning of themselves. Everything I'm saying to you right now is literally meaningless. You're the one constructing the meaning from it. Now, here's an example, a more playful example. Now, in Britain, normally I have to explain this game, but here we have, right, the center and the quarterback are going to change their behavior, and their meaning is going to change according to the defense. See what happens. Right? We can do that once. Which means when it comes to perception, which underpins everything it is to be human, we are just like this frog. And I don't mean we're metaphorically like this frog. We are literally like this frog. This is virtual reality for a frog. Right? It's getting information and generating a behavior that was useful in the past. And doing quite well. We are so like that frog in so many ways, right? So if everything you're doing is a reflex grounded in your history, and not just your history, by the way, the history of your family, the history of your culture, your evolutionary history. In fact, most of your life happened without you even there. How is it possible to ever see differently? Well, the answer is quite basic. Question your assumptions. Because if your assumptions, your biases constrain the next most likely possible, because your brain never makes big jumps, it only steps to the next most likely possible, then if you change your assumptions, you'll change your perceptions by questioning what you think to be true already. Right? And I'm going to show you a fundamental example just in motion. Here we have a wireframe diamond, and you come into the world with the assumption that you look down onto that surface. So when I spin it, you see it spinning from left to right. I want you to question that assumption that you're looking down onto it. I want you to imagine that you're looking up at that central plane. Sometimes it helps to blur your eyes, blink, and it will go suddenly in the opposite direction. So blur your eyes, blink. Try to imagine you're looking out of it. How many can get it to flip? Yeah, quite a few. And every time you blink, it'll go in the opposite direction. Right? And we're just talking about motion. Imagine what's possible in other aspects of your perceptual life. Quick question, which direction is it actually rotating? How many people say to the left? How many people say to the right? How many say, I don't care? Right? What if I tell you there's no motion on the screen at all? Nothing's moving. Would you believe me? Nothing is moving. Those lines are not moving. It's a construct of your brain. You're looking at an animation. An animation is a series of still images that are slightly different from each other. You're seeing the meaning of the change, not the change. And then flipping it from one direction to the other depending on how you think about it. Right? So one of the fundamental problems with seeing differently is that not only do we think we have an objective view of the world, but once you accept that you have assumptions, we often don't know what they are. Here's an example.
So there's nothing Barack Obama could do to prove that he was born here?
If there was maybe witnesses that were attendants at his birth.
Like his mother? Would you listen to his mother?
No. She has motivation to lie.
So you don't trust Donald Trump's birth certificate either.
Yeah, because he's been here forever.
Well, how do you know? But what's your proof?
Well, his parents and...
But no, but they're biased. I'm talking about like people who could be in the room.
Why would they be biased?
Well, like, I'm just using your logic against you.
Not knowing our assumptions has serious consequences, right? And we laugh, but we are no different. You go to Britain and you still have a hot tap on the left and a cold tap on the right. Why? Because historically, you had hot water in a big bathtub in the loft, so you get mouse crap in there and dust. So it was dangerous to drink hot water from the hot water taps, so they separated them. But we now have sealed tanks, and yet we still have the taps this way, right? So hence the power of diversity, because the best person to reveal your own biases to you is usually not you. It's usually someone else, usually from a different background, right? And this then comes into the role of tech. So there are two aspects to tech, two qualities to tech that I want to suggest. The first one is useful tech. The other one is transformational tech. What is useful tech? Useful tech simplifies, makes the world easier for us. It gives us answers. It decreases uncertainty. An example is Uber. Uber's successful not because they enable us to get a taxi earlier or faster. It's because they tell you when the taxi is going to arrive, right? And that decreases stress. AI helps you come up with answers, right? And this is really important because your brain hates not knowing, because to not know was to die during evolution, which is why we love closure. And here's an example of the power of closure in the context of music. We ramp up to uncertainty, and then the music drops. Watch what happens to their body when the music drops. Right? Your brain loves closure, and not just our brains. Look at this. I love the guy on the left. Right? But then we have transformational tech. And I'll finish on transformational tech. Okay? What is transformational tech? It enables you to see what you couldn't see before. It makes the invisible visible. It complexifies. It increases your biases, increases your assumptions by asking questions. And we know from complex systems theory, the most successful solutions exist in a complex search space, not in a simple search space. So think of technologies that make the invisible visible, like the sail of a boat, that enabled us to see cultures that we could never see before, landscapes that we could never see before, right? Or telescopes, microscopes, right? They complexify our experience. They enable us to ask questions that we never thought to ask before. They don't give us answers, they give us questions. And that's what we try to do in my lab of misfits, right? Where we create technologies that actually help us to ask questions, not come up with solutions. It helps us create doubt and celebrate doubt. And AR, augmented reality, is one example of that. Enables you to see something in the world that you could never see before. So who cares? Well, the first one is transformation begins with great questions, not with great problems, right? With design thinking, they start with a problem and they come up with a solution. The solution might be great, but if the problem's no good, who cares? You want to find a great question, and finding great questions is hard. And this is what happens when you ask a great question, right? You add a little bit of energy, and the whole thing gives way, right? That's the power of a good question, right? And you're all wondering whether or not he survives, right? He does. And the process of design then, and science, is to then iterate to better questions, right? And finally, don't shift. If your aim is to go from A to B, the first step is to go from A to not A, to let go of your assumptions and biases, to let go of those meanings, to step into uncertainty, and then to complexify, not to shift. So don't shift, expand, and create the ecology that enables others to ask questions. So enter conflict not with certainty, not with an answer. Enter conflict with a question. Enter conflict with doubt. And only then do you have the possibility of learning. So thank you very much. I hope that was useful.
Thank you very much, Bo Lotto of the Lab of Misfits. I don't even know what's real anymore.
Do you now know less than you know before? All right, brilliant.
Thank you very much. Next up, we are moving on to another panel. So please dig out Slido, head to sli.do, and enter hashtag Unbound Miami, and you'll be able to pose your own questions to the panel. So from mom and pop shop to e-commerce conglomerate, from developing markets, innovation is the key to business growth. We have a panel of heavy hitters and local experts to discuss. So please welcome to the stage moderator Lauren Brown of Quartz, all the way from New York. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, Jake.
Hello? Okay, that's better. I thought you guys were going to leave me up here by myself. Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, so let's go around and I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves. And also, since the first panel was on innovation and touched on a lot of what we were going to talk about, I'm going to switch it up and ask you guys almost completely different questions. So if you want to get started, Jake, maybe you can just tell us a little bit about what you do for BuzzFeed and how it relates to innovation.
Sure. My name is Jake. I head our partner innovation division. So we handle some of the innovation that happens internally, especially around commerce. And then we offer that as a service as well to our brand partners. So increasingly they come to us. They say, we understand our current customers. We don't understand the customers that we want to reach. And we help them develop insights and systems and products to meet with those needs.
Hi, I'm Fred. I'm with Coty. We're the third largest beauty company in the world. Own about 77 brands, many of which you guys know, from fragrances like Gucci, Burberry, Marc Jacobs, to Clairol, Sally Hansen, CoverGirl. Myself and my team, who are here today, we're responsible for bringing emerging tech, new digital platforms, in a consumer-facing manner to the market. So very much what all of our customers touch, see, and feel, and things they engage with to learn about products, to learn how to apply them, and so on. That is our sole focus.
Great. I'm hoping this works.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yes, better.
So my name's Connie. I'm head of marketing for digital services for Siemens Energy. It's now called Siemens Gas and Power. And in the energy sector, we've had more change in the last 5 years than in the previous century. So, you know, the introduction of renewable sources of energy, people are generating their own energy and selling it back to the grid. So there's all sorts of things going on where a lot of our customers, who are often power generators, are really struggling to keep up with all of this. And innovation plays a big part in especially digital innovation and how they can do that.
Morning, folks. So my name is Raul Moes. I am the Miami Program Director for Knight Foundation. We are an endowed foundation that funds at the intersection of journalism, the arts, and certain communities where our founders once had newspapers. And so that funding takes the shape of social investments, and it's really kind of addressing the question of how do we bring informed and engaged communities to the forefront. We believe that's really essential to a healthy democracy. And on the outside, you might say a foundation, charity, they just give away money. We actually don't view ourselves as the typical philanthropy or philanthropic player. We calculate ROI in different ways. We look to engage audiences in different ways. And we look for sustainability and new products in different ways. So I think that's the tile here.
Yeah, that's great. So I think that we talk about innovation a lot as kind of this mystical unicorn, and some companies have it and some people have it in their title. But I want to kind of bring it back down to earth and Maybe we'll start with you, Raul. What do you do on a daily basis to cultivate a practice of innovation? And maybe that's creativity, maybe that's, you know, being savvy in your industry, but however you imagine that, what does that look like on a daily basis?
So I think personally for me, it's been somewhat of a journey getting here, but it's this notion of really making myself uncomfortable. And so I think I'm a creature of habit, we all are, but I really kind of retreat back to my habits, into my comfort zones, into what I know best. And I notice that if I do a week's worth of effort, of work, that's comfortable, I'm really worse off for it. And so I'll plan my next couple of weeks with meetings or interactions or experiences that are really outside of my comfort zone, and that in no way, shape, or form have anything to do with kind of what on paper, in theory, I should be doing. And then what I find is that after that, I'm looking at my challenges and my opportunities through different lenses entirely. I'm just better at what I'm doing. And so for me, it's very much taking myself outside of my comfort zone, outside of the space that you normally would think we'd be in, or I would be in, into the most awkward situations potentially. But that tends to round me out and really kind of elevate what it is that we're seeing.
Anyone else? Connie?
I think that there's a couple things. The first is, and the other panel talked about, you know, a culture of experimentation and failing fast, engendering a culture of curiosity, and also, especially my company's been around since 1847, so they've had to reinvent themselves a few times, and starting with not, especially in a B2B business, not what are we selling or how. I heard some of the other panelists in the previous panel talking about how is this going to go in the market, but what is the raw customer need that we need to meet unconstrained by the current business model, and that often will sort of help unlock that innovative tendency or skill.
So what do you do to think about raw customer need, and how do you kind of pare back all of the kind of bottom line and revenue and marketing to get
you talk to a lot of customers, and that's where design thinking helps to come in. You also ask why a lot of everybody, including executives. Why are we doing that? You know, why would we keep doing that? And you cultivate what we call killers in the organization to guard against organizational bias. So people who come into a project for the express purpose of not tearing it down, but trying to see things always from the customer's point of view, and that.
Great. Jake?
Sure. So one of the things that was actually talked about by the last gentleman who had the stage was data, and how data is historic. And at BuzzFeed, we have a huge data set. You probably don't realize that we have about 9 billion interactions per month. We drive hundreds of millions in sales. And that creates a data stack that's so large you could find anything you want in it on any given day. The one thing that you can't find is an answer. And so we really focus on insights, on understanding, you know, what's going on, what are the emerging trends, what could they mean, and then figuring out how to apply those either to our customers or to ourselves. And that's where a lot of our day is spent, when we're not actually heads down sort of working on the task at hand.
So what does that look like in practice, right? You come up with lots of kind of crazy solutions for brands.
Yep.
And, you know, I'm sure you can sit and pour through data, but on, you know, a daily basis, what do you kind of do to stay ahead of the curve?
Sure. Well, so we have a fantastic insights team without whom I don't think we could do a lot of what we do. But we see our audience not as one audience. Millennials aren't one group. They're a collection of thousands and thousands of micro groups and different interests and competing needs and wants. And so finding the signal and understanding what is the signal is their job, and I don't know how they do it, but they bring it to us in really exciting ways, either based on questions that we ask or trends that they're seeing. And often it's the smallest ones that are the most exciting, not the largest. Because if things are really loud and really provable, then they tend to fall closer to what we'd call best practice, which means probably everybody knows about them. They're probably the things that are driving last year's, sales and trends versus next year's, which is what we're most interested in.
You hire the right people.
We hire great people. We hire great people. We listen to them. Yeah.
Yeah, Raul said something interesting about being uncomfortable. I think what our group has to do, and I think any innovation group has to do in a company, is it's a few different aspects. I think the first thing is you have to serve as connectors to the rest of your company for what is going out in the market from a tech perspective, from a emerging platforms perspective. So part of it is taking the excitement we have and spreading that through the organization, and honestly making people uncomfortable. Not in a way where they run away, but in a way where people get excited about the things that we do and they realize it's okay to branch out of their sort of perimeter and their field of view. I think the second thing is we approach, we're essentially explorers, right? And we approach it from two different angles, which is, like you said, it's what is the consumer need that we're trying to fill. And I think, for our industry, it's a lot of problems that are not new. We haven't created new problems, we've created new tools to address them. So a lot of what we hear is it is becoming more challenging because there's a lot of proliferation in the market, both of technology, of brands. Shelf space is at a premium now. So we do have new challenges that face the old problems, which is finding out what's right for somebody, being educated enough around that product or that sector to understand exactly how it applies to them. And then the third thing is making sure they get the best use out of the product. And that's going to be a combination of not just applying it to your face or to your nails or whatever it is, but it's the services around those products. The flip side is going out there proactively and looking at what's on the market. I mean, I think venues like this where we get to meet new people, going out, talking to people that are developing new and interesting technology. And it's a bit of a matchmaking process, because if we come strictly from no one's going to say we need an AI engine that does X, Y, and Z in this particular period of time, because that's taking a very tactical approach to something, which may be right, but really what it comes down to is we've seen something that can achieve this, and we have to look forward, not just 3-6 months, we have to look forward a year or two and say, when this reaches maturity, this is going to solve a lot of problems that we have in the back of our head. So sometimes it's really about looking at something, trying to frame it in a context of what we're trying to solve, and then bring those things together. So on one hand, we are constantly tuned in to the organizational needs, specifically through the eyes of the consumer. On the other hand, we're constantly digging up rocks or going places and looking for things that are new and interesting and trying to figure out how to connect those things together.
That's great. So that really leads me to my next question. Up here we have media and energy and retail. And I would argue that right now the world and the business world is smaller, right? We're more connected. And I would say that businesses today win by collaborating rather than competing, and also looking across industries rather than staying in their narrow vertical. So Connie, if you want to start, who are you looking at outside of your industry as a leader in innovation and a company or an industry that kind of helps shape and inform where you're moving?
Well, I think there's lots of different examples, and often, we talk about people like Amazon, or, companies like Amazon and Google, and who seem to just have such a beat. I remember Jeff Bezos once saying that 3 things that his customers will always want, is a great price, frictionless buying experience, and fast delivery. And so all of the innovation that they focus on centers on those 3 key needs, so that that need never changes, but the product does. So we use a lot of that kind of thinking in our own mantra. What is that need that will never change, but our products may to meet that need?
Raul, do you?
Yeah, so I think that there's a really interesting kind of trend happening when it comes to digital transformation and legacy businesses that is fairly binary, right? I think you have these groups that have picked it up and said this is really important to go beyond. There's a publicly traded kind of HVAC company here in Miami called Watsco, largest kind of wholesale distributor of HVAC parts. Not particularly sexy, if you would, right on the surface, just a lot of steel and other things. Watsco, years ago, realized that their industry was very kind of stagnant, and they were in a position to either lead or completely become obsolete within 10 years if they didn't touch the model. And the model was working great at that moment, so there was really no fire to do that. And what they've done is that they've gone out and they've actually started acquiring or building their own kind of ventures from within in a really organic, authentic way that is probably at some point in the coming decade or so going to displace their core business right now. And those ventures that they're building somewhat tangentially relate to this in some ways. To Connie's point, they kind of augment what they're doing right now, and some don't. Some are really kind of random mashups that are much more consumer-centric and less on the wholesale side. And so I think that it's a fairly binary kind of thing that we've seen. I think you're seeing more companies say, all right, we really need to rethink how we work with others, whether it's working with others under the umbrella of the company, right? That we're just actually enabling different teams to compete against one another in some ways, or we're actually reaching out across industries completely and bringing other partners to the table.
Great. How about you guys?
I would say there's a lot more to be learned out of your category than in. I think very often the snag corporations get in is it becomes very incestuous. We look at what our direct competitors are doing like that, right? That's not always the answer because we all live in the same bubble. Break out a little bit, right? So when I think about what categories interest me, and I would say broadly above companies, is looking at things in diagnostics, medical. I mean, some people would say medical and pharma doesn't seem so hip, but there's amazing amounts of advanced technology coming out there, and you say, okay, how does that apply to beauty? Well, we touch parts of people's bodies that things like, topicals do and other things. So when we think about, okay, what are people doing in the skin diagnostic space? How are they looking at their overall health and how that manifests itself from an aesthetic standpoint? Those things apply to us because we're not cosmeceutical, so to say, but we kind of, some of our products verge on this, but I think what we look at is, for instance, in movements where there's a big push to create organic or all natural makeup or to create formulations for hair color that are chemical free. These things are happening for a reason. It's not just trend. It's because people are becoming more conscious of themselves. And I think this started, I'd probably say about 6-7 years ago with what they called sort of the, self-awareness or the quantified self. And it's continued now in a lot of different ways. So I'm really interested in what happens in the diagnostic community. I always look to fashion and apparel. I like things that are either closely tethered or proximate to people or closely tethered to culture. I think those two things are definitely relevant to us. And I'm also interested in what a lot of device and hardware manufacturers are doing. When you look at the Samsungs of the world, everybody knows them as phone or device makers, but it's interesting because if you think about it, each one of us has a phone in our pocket, glued to our butt, that never leaves, right? Who has more insight than a company that's making phones that sit in people's pockets? So we think about how they're advancing things and how they're creating new services around the device and bringing partners into the fold. That's really interesting for us. So
I think that's right on point, and Fred touches on this idea of kind of what we're seeing is kind of individualized customization, so going away from mass customization to individualized, personalized products. And I think that's a different way of branching out beyond your vertical. It's that you sometimes need to reach out to folks that have a different skill set, right? And so how does maybe a cosmetics player or anybody really at the table, how do they think about breaking down millennials between, it's not just a kind of an age demographic kind of bucket, it's actually really, really personalized. So if that's not something internally that you've got, then reaching out beyond sector agnostic, almost thinking of it as a skill set, who can help break down and kind of tap into that individualization trend?
So BuzzFeed has always sort of excelled and been built on helping people build identity and conversation around that identity. And one of my favorite examples is about 2 years ago when Facebook video started to take off. We really wanted to win at it, and we did a lot of experimentation to figure out what are the new conventions that we could start that would really be explosive on this platform. From that, the Tasty brand was born, all of those top-down cooking videos, right? So 24 months later, we had 94 million followers. That's more than Justin Bieber and Beyonce put together. And one of the ways that happened was we started using those videos not just as a mechanism to getting eyeballs, but as a way to facilitate conversation. So starting about 12 months ago, 9 in 10 Tasty comments involve tagging a friend, right? People are using this content as a way to say, this is important to me, I wanted to share this with you, and drive their personal connections forward that way. in terms of what's exciting and next for us with all of that, it's really interconnected retail. It's how to take that conversation and that experience from being something that happens digitally, where people are sharing and talking amongst themselves, to something that crosses over from URL to IRL, whether that's products or, in the case of Tasty, they're actually cooking these things at home, they're changing their behaviors, they're changing their buying patterns. All of that type of stuff is really the frontier and is what's exciting us these days.
Great, thanks. So we're getting some questions from people tweeting, and Edmundo has a question for Raul that I actually have for all of you, which is, how do you measure success? What do your KPIs look like, and kind of how has that changed over time?
Sure. I think I'm going to answer the inverse of is how do we deal with failure? And that is to say that the power dynamics in our world are such that very few of our grantees, or even kind of when we invest, we've taken some dollars out of our endowment into a venture fund, so some of our portfolio companies, the power dynamics in that relationship are that no one ever really just wants to come to you and say, hey, that $1 million you gave us for that whatever program, we didn't hit any of the KPIs that we had set out in the grant agreement, right? Like, no one ever just comes out and says that. And so I think what we are trying to do more and more of is celebrate honest failure, right? If you took the $1 million and ran, we got a problem, right? That's common sense. But if we learn something, if there's a really honest attempt at moving the ball forward in some way, shape, or form, then that's good. That's part of the cost of admission here, right? We got to be cool with it and be all right. I think to the question of success, each of our teams would look at it differently. We have a very strong journalism program that's doing a lot of work around digital kind of media and digital today. And so can we bring on new audiences? How do you retain those audiences? How does that work reflect the actual kind of spirit of the community? A lot of things that are quantifiable and a lot of things that are qualitative. And so we take a really kind of broad and expansive definition of our success. If it points us to informed and engaged communities, then we consider that a win. And if it doesn't, we're happy that we learned something that didn't work, that didn't get us to an informed and engaged community, right? I would venture to say that what we're seeing today in some of our funding work around social media is that not all social media makes us more connected, right? It actually increases in many ways the divisions that we have amongst us. And we're good with then elevating that and saying, hey, it wasn't a success, but we understood now what doesn't work and what shouldn't be replicated.
I mean, I think you said, what I like is you said that the approaches are, there's quantifiable things, qualitative things. I think that's absolutely true. I think where companies very often stumble on their innovation approach is twofold. It's, number one, looking at it very narrowly as, okay, this thing must be like these things. So what happens is we go in, we look at a new piece of technology, and we say, okay, this needs to level up the same way that we would do search engine marketing or we do traditional display advertising. It just doesn't work that way, right? In innovation, we very often, as all you guys agree, I'm sure, we're working ahead of or along with the curve of adoption. So what needs to happen is your KPIs, whatever they are, need to be commensurate with both the adoption of the technology as well as the maturity of it. Otherwise, what you're trying to do is measure something that is not mature yet, and you don't have a lot of precedent for against things that you do. And this is very often why people look at it and say, oh, well, this is a failure. It's an absolute failure. We didn't sell 50,000 widgets or whatever it is that you sell. I think a lot of industries are guilty of that. CPG is very guilty of that as well, as it's very much a point A to point B. So a lot of the qualitative stuff in between is very often overlooked. And I think that the way we like to approach it is say, okay, let's not look at KPIs as an absolute, immutable thing. KPIs need to grow. They need to be phased. They need to be commensurate with the current state of the technology in the market. What that means is you may initially be measuring on a small scale with a modest data set. What is purchase intent? What is the likelihood that these consumers will adopt this technology as part of everyday life? What is the likelihood that they will look at this technology as something that plays into purchasing behavior? Some consumers sometimes don't want to buy things from certain places because they probably feel like they're being over-marketed to. So we find sometimes that our approach will be different. And so that's the first thing I think is to be realistic about what we're measuring at different points and to gradually build that as you have more data to work with. I mean, I'm sure as you know from an insights perspective, it's very difficult to say, Okay, we don't have any data to work with, but we're just going to go, pedal to the metal on this, and if we don't sell 100,000 units, then it's an absolute fail. That's the worst way to do innovation. You will inevitably fail that way. What you should say is, let's take it step at a time. Let's look at what the behavior looks like from the consumer side. Let's test it. Let's do limited market release. Let's see what affinity looks like. If you can prove with a modest data set that there's about 25 to 30% increase in purchase intent, it's very easy to then take that data and scale that approach more carefully and reduce the risk over time. I think the other facet that is self-defeating is a fear of failure. And it's, Raul, I think you mentioned this as well, is we learn as much from failure as we do from success. What we have to do is be prepared for that. And in corporate life and in a lot of companies, people are not prepared for failure. They're like, we can't fail, all eyes on this. I'm like, if you go into it with that way, you're gonna be scared, you're gonna slip on the ice, hit your head, go home. And you have to be prepared to take those risks. Now, I'm not saying you take a ton of money and throw it into the fireplace. I'm saying be measured, be to a degree pragmatic about how you go out to the market, but also understand that you will fail. And failure doesn't always, it's not binary. It's always like, it's not always yes or no. Sometimes what failure is 45% of the mark. What was the 55% that we didn't do so good at? That's an agile approach. Let's iterate on it. Let's build it. Let's take the data we have and understand why something didn't perform to 100%, and let's change that, and let's go out again, and let's test the damn thing until it works for us. And we have the right data then to make more concise investments as well as assign more commercial KPIs.
I agree with what Fred said.
Thank you.
Always, that's just baseline. Let's sell 100,000 units or 100 million is a surefire way to sort of get nowhere. It's very easy to measure that you didn't get there. The way then that we do measure success, especially with the partners that I work with, is we want to look closer. So we want to say in 5 months or 6 months, how would we know that we are en route to changing the business? And what we come up with are KPIs that are more directional, still just as measurable, but but more impactful on a timeline that can be incremental towards those big sort of industry shifting goals that we're looking for. Examples might be like one client who we work with a lot is one of the largest lawn care manufacturers on earth. They find that millennials aren't engaging with lawns the way that their parents were, all this type of stuff. And
Millennials
so,
don't own homes.
What is it?
Millennials don't own homes.
Millennials don't own homes. It's not true. Let me just start with millennials is just like millennials XYZ is a recipe for lies and untruths. It's like earth shaking to me. I go to work and I'll hear from our clients, well, millennials, they're not getting married. They're all poor. You might be shocked to hear that millennials' first homes are larger than their parents' first homes were. They've waited longer to get that first home, but they're more prepared when they get there, and they're buying a first home that they think they're going to stay in longer. I don't know. You shook where I was going because the assumptions that get made about this audience are so broad. I know you were joking, of course.
Perhaps assumptions about all audiences are wrong.
Yeah.
Like not baby boomers and it's not just millennials that people generalize about, right?
Well, because generations aren't a real thing, right? They're construction.
Yeah, and I'm sure if we go back 40 years, right, people were going like, oh, these hippies, like what's that about? But at the end of the day, what everybody's saying is just, we need new customers. We need customer growth. And we're really good at servicing the customers that we've been servicing. We're really hard at connecting with the next customer.
And it's almost less about understanding the millennial and more about understanding the world they live in. There was a story this morning from New York Mag about 12 millennials on why they won't vote. And the kind of buried lead is that they don't know how to mail things. Right? I mean, look, we're in a different world. But lightning round question, last question. what is going to be the biggest innovation to disrupt our lives that no one's talking about, right? We talk about self-driving cars and AI and robotics. What are we missing?
From my perspective, I think it's batteries. So battery, if you think about the fact that we can harness energy from the sun and the wind at the moment, but we don't do a great job of storing that excess. So there's a lot of battery technology now, but IBM releases a report called 5 and 5, the next 5 things in the 5 years, and there's technology now where a battery can charge from the air, so it won't need lithium inside of it. And if we can do that, I think it's just going to change everything.
Wow. Earl.
I think so many folks are kind of tied up with like the buzzwords, and I think at the end of the day, the buzzwords mean nothing because they mean everything, right? I think I'd go back to kind of what I said earlier about individualized customization across the board, from the way my sneakers kind of fit and how they look and all that kind of stuff, to when I go to the doctor, I'm not going to get a probiotic. I'm going to get a probiotic that addresses whatever deficiencies my microbiome has in my gut, right? Like, I think medicine, everything really is going to be so much more tailored to the moment, the place, the context, and that coupled with a decrease in price should mean that we see a very different landscape on a lot of different sectors.
Fred, go, quick.
I mean, at the risk of sounding trite and buzzwords, I think the proliferation of AI, it's something everybody's talking about, but I think very few people understand. And I think that's because we understand AI from a superficial marketing perspective very often, or what we see in a consumer-facing manner. But as computer vision increases, and I speak subjectively, that's going to change a tremendous amount because it is the backbone for everything from AR and face analysis and diagnostic to self-driving cars to everything in the workplace as well. And I would also say that segmentation is eventually going to dissolve. Whether that sounds controversial or ignorant, take your pick. But we're talking a lot about millennials, Gen Z, Gen X. So I don't think that's going to matter anymore because we're making the assumption that we could still put people into buckets. What's going to change is when we can't do that anymore because the consumer expectation is going to go leaps and bounds. So everything that we do has to be designed for that individual, down to the irregularity of one cheekbone, down to the probiotic side, down to everything. So I think AI is talked about a lot, but I think we've just scratched the surface. And the real exciting stuff is what's cooking in the various academic areas and research areas. The MIT and Carnegie Mellon. Those are the places where the cool stuff is boiling up. And by the time it makes it to us, that's I think where we're going to see things really just kind of kick into gear.
Let's end with you.
All of those answers make a lot of sense. I think the thing that is most exciting to me is just around experience. I think all of these things that people are interacting with become commoditized when we know that we can sort of race to the bottom, that everything is available to us. And so I get most excited looking at how experience and emotion can be infused into every part of a sales funnel and an interaction.
Great. Okay, so look out for BuzzFeed to make you laugh, cry, feel lots of things. Thanks so much for all of our panelists and their great insights about innovation.
Yay. Pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much to our panel. Hopefully, if you have any questions, the guys will stick around for a little while. So do try your best to grab them. Thank you very much. So MasterCard is possibly sometimes seen as a traditional company, but it's deeply invested in innovation. It's a key supporter of Unbound Miami. This afternoon, they will be hosting the Female Founders Challenge, where they've selected some of the most promising startups from around the world to come and pitch to be crowned the most promising female founder. Here with a keynote on innovating at the intersection of suits and sweatshirts, please put your hands together for Sabrina Tarani, Director of Partnerships at MasterCard Start Path Program. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Sabrina Tarani, and I am the Director of Partnerships at MasterCard. I'm on our venture team, where we look after startup engagement, so really helping startups from all over the world plug into MasterCard's technology for a chance to have their ideas scaled and to work with us on a global level. And we do it all equity-free. So I'm here today to talk to you about something that's really exciting to us, and it's the power of collaboration between companies of all sizes. So if I could just get my slides. So we all kind of know this narrative now. We've got the guys in suits who are, from the MasterCards of the world, really corporate, holding on to traditional business models and methods. And then we've got the guys in hoodies who are just focused on disintermediating every old regime. I've personally sat on both sides, and I'm here to tell you that I really believe that innovation is going to come from the intersection of these ideologies. That when the old and the new can partner, the legacy and the agile come together and truly partner, amazing things can happen. I'm also standing here as a precursor to a session that we're having later this afternoon, which we just heard about, the Female Founders Pitch Competition, because I've learned that it's not just about collaboration and partnership, but it's about enabling diverse founding teams, and it's really important to MasterCard to make sure that we're enabling gender-balanced teams. So just to take a look at kind of where we are today, so technology has taken over every single industry. If you look at about, over 10 years ago, only 1 out of the top 5 publicly traded companies was considered a technology company. This was, of course, Microsoft. But if you fast forward to today, 2016 and 2018, all 5 are considered tech companies. This is really exciting, but something that we should know is not going to change again in the future. And this is driving proliferation of devices and technologies like we've never seen before. So we have smart TVs and smart homes and smart cars and Fitbits and smart mirrors and retail locations. We're expected to have 50 billion connected devices by 2020, and this is driving advancement of technologies like we've never seen before. Adoption of these technologies is also faster than we've ever seen. So if you look at Facebook, for example, in their first 4 years from launch, day 1 to first 4 years in, they earned about 140 million accounts, which was astonishing viral growth by any account. But if you look at that same time period, the first 4 years since launch for WhatsApp, they got over 400 million users. This is changing every industry, and is true of many different types of tech. So if you look at my industry, financial technologies, where we've generally lagged consumer tech adoption, Venmo has 10 million monthly active users. Coinbase has 20 million, and Ant Financial is the 10th most valuable financial services firm in the world. So why do we still talk about founders like garage tech founders? This is hardly what entrepreneurship looks like today. Founders are more resourced than ever before. They have co-working spaces. Technology and hosting costs are lower than they've ever been before. And there's a massive emerging workforce that's more eager to work at a Series A startup than at a bank. So how in this world can companies compete? How can the traditional corporate players like MasterCard continue to innovate and make sure that we're on top of the new innovations that are coming to market? In a recent report by CB Insights, they found that 51% of executives still prefer to build technologies in-house rather than partner or buy with new incumbents, which makes them 3 times more likely to build than buy. The problem is most are terribly slow at it. In that same report, we found out that from an idea to a commercialized idea in market for a corporate, it takes between 12 and 24 months to get there. So innovation has to be accelerated. A new model of open innovation has to be created for companies. Corporate executives know that this is a problem. They want to partner with startups and with other players in the market, but they realize that there's challenges to this. There's challenges to diligence these companies, to onboard them with vendor processes that exist at large corporations, and then to make sure that these engagements work. But when it does work, it can be really powerful. So Lego Ideas, for instance, is one of the largest crowdsourcing platforms in the world. They have over 1 million users co-creating products with them today. One of my personal favorites, Johnny Walker Whiskey and Gleneagles Hotels came together because they figured out that people buy experiences, not products. And MasterCard and GM last year working together to build the connected car experience. So maybe sitting in this room of all of you amazing innovators, I'm probably preaching to the choir. You all know that partnership is important. The point that I'm trying to make is that it's not always easy. It's full of friction, especially with 2 very different types of companies, and it takes a calculated approach to be successful. So that's really why my team exists. At MasterCard, we were convinced that working with new entrants was critical to help us build the future of commerce. We know we can't do it alone. So we created my team, the StartPath team, which is a platform that's enabled us to work with over 180 startups over the last 5 years and stand up dozens and dozens of commercial pilots, programs, products all over the world. But when we break it down, we think that the equation for success is actually kind of simple. So we scour the globe, first to find the absolute best later stage fintech startups that we can, and we bring them into our program where we give them really open access to all of our infrastructure and resources. We want them to be successful in working with us, and we do everything in our power to make sure that they are. Then, as a global network, we're very well plugged into all the banks, merchants, retailers, governments, digital players that MasterCard works with on a day-to-day basis. And they're coming to us with pain points. They're telling us specific areas of innovation that they're hoping to partner with, but that they can't build themselves. And so what we do is we have this matchmaking process where we pair startups that we know are solving specific challenges and pain points with the corporates that we're working with as well, and we're seeing really amazing, powerful things happen. One example of this is a portfolio company that we have today called Define Crowd. Daniela from Define Crowd, she's this female-founded CEO. Define Crowd is a data platform that helps companies collect and structure training data for their AI and machine learning applications. Can't pretend to do her pitch justice on stage, but really an incredible company. We were hearing from our corporate partners all over the world that conversational commerce was something that they thought was going to be the future, but they didn't have the capabilities or the expertise to build conversational commerce tools in-house. And so we found Daniela, we brought her into our platform, we paired her with our R&D team, and with MasterCard, she's now built a chatbot and voice solution that we can scale to banks all over the world. So this mostly worked because of 3 things. When we think about driving pilots with companies, there's 3 key things that I hope everybody in this room can keep in mind as they consider their own types of collaborations. The first is desirability. Do people actually want this? We see about 1,600 applications for startups every single year, and I'm humbled every single day by the amazing applications and founders and tech that we're seeing, but I don't think there's a market for this. And so if there's not a market for potato messaging platforms, there might not be a market for every single AI application. It needs to be meaningful and have real purpose for your company. The next is feasibility. Will this work, and will this work at scale? So back to that initial narrative that I opened up with, corporates tend to be extremely risk averse. They go to market when they have fully tested solutions that they can scale to all their customers on day one. Startups, on the other hand, fail fast, innovate on the fly. But for the advice to startups is you have to imbue a level of confidence to the corporate that you choose to work with, that you're going to be able to stand up a solution that won't break and will be able to scale to all of their customers. And then finally, commerciality. So will this make money for everybody in the equation? Startups are always at a risk when they're working with large corporates that they're going to expend development resources, their time, their people, to standing up pilots that might never actually come to fruition. Corporates have budgets for this type of thing, so there just needs to be an economic equation that works for everybody. And so at MasterCard, again, we truly do believe that collaboration can only take us so far, but we need to empower gender-balanced companies around the world. We find that gender-balanced companies actually outperform those with less diverse founding teams. So that's why we're hosting the Female Founder Pitch Competition later today. We're going to have several female founders up here with us to pitch their ideas for a chance at the Start Path program to have their technology scaled to our customers and partners around the world. So I'll leave you with just a few thoughts. Everybody knows how this narrative ends with Blockbuster. To the corporates in the room, I'm convinced that innovation is going to change more in the next 5 years than it has in the last 50, and you need to watch out for the traps. Partnering with startups is really one of the only ways forward. And for the startups in the room, it's not always going to be about disintermediating the big guys. They're new customer sets that you might not have ever imagined. They can bring you thousands of customers on day one. You just need to be patient and be prepared when you're thinking about working with corporates. So thank you all so much for your time, and I really hope to see you all back here later this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. And Sabrina will be back later this afternoon, as you heard, for the Female Founders Challenge right here. Next up, we have the first of our In an Elevator sessions. We invite some of the most renowned founders and most interesting people in innovation to the stage to tell us about their journey. From the Bogota Post, we have Arjun, who is chairing these sessions over the next 2 days. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage our first interviewee, Jen Sander, who is Head of Innovation at Burning Man, which hopefully one or two of you have heard of. Please put your hands together and welcome them to the stage. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's working, I
Everyone
think.
can hear me. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. My name is Arjun Harindranath from latam.tech, and we're here today with Jen Sander, Head of Global Innovation at Burning Man. And we all know about Burning Man. I'm assuming you flew in here on your private jet from Burning Man HQ as well.
Yeah, right. I wish.
But I understand you wanted to ask a question, first of all, from the audience itself.
Yeah, so how many of you guys have actually been to Burning Man here before? Okay, awesome. That's about 10 or so of you. And how many of you have heard of Burning Man? Woohoo! Great. There's actually a local burn here in Miami. Has anyone been to Love Burn? Okay, great. A few of you guys have been. Have you been to Burning Man?
Never been. I used to live in Berlin, and Berlin's the kind of city where the underground culture is very much on display. It's not hidden, and it's very much out in front. And I always assume that Burning Man has that kind of philosophy as well, where the underground is very much on display.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, Burning Man was created by the underground people and artists and conveners. Berlin and Burning Man have a lot of commonalities, I think. I think that's probably why you made that sort of assumption. Both are centers of non-commercial art in a lot of ways. They're places where people are pushing the envelope in participatory art and larger scale art. And in Berlin, people are very much activating spaces and doing rejuvenation projects and kind of looking at the city as a blank canvas in a lot of ways that is very similar to the kind of culture that initially galvanized Burning Man culture.
Could you tell us a little bit about the evolution? And we know about Burning Man as this city that sort of props up in the desert.
Right.
And it started off as this very sort of independent movement, and now it's a non-profit organization. Well, could you tell us a little bit about how that change occurred?
Yeah, I mean, so Burning Man is a change organization. If things start to look the same for a period of time, then we know we're in trouble. It's a long history of change, actually. So Burning Man started in 1986, and as I said earlier, was very much galvanized by sort of artists and creatives and a little bit of an anti-establishment sort of movement. And eventually, by the late 80s, early 90s, people started to kind of crave order. You know, so the Department of Public Works emerged, the volunteer department, and the Department of Mutant Vehicles for our art cars, and the Rangers who, you know, safely guided people back to the city. We decided that we wanted order. We naturally and organically started to crave order. So Burning Man, in fact, started to look at real cities and started to imagine what they would want in their home for that 1 week, taking the best of real cities and real models into the design. And today, we are a nonprofit, and this is largely because we were capped. We were not able to get any larger in Black Rock City in Nevada. And as a result of that, the founders thought to themselves, you know, we should really look at the rest of the world and the rest of the offshoots and cultural emergent behavior that's coming from Burning Man and become a nonprofit so we can support and nurture the growth of those things as well.
How did you get into Burning Man to start off with? Did you get a chance to go there originally and have some sort of transformative experience?
Well, yes. I mean, for me, it was very transformative. I didn't tell you this before, but I actually hitchhiked to Burning Man my first time. But no, I was living in the UK, and I was a part of an early stage incubator and I was working with TEDx, running TEDx London, and had started experimenting with bringing different startups together during an event situation and trying to encourage them to collaborate and create a larger impact. And I became very disheartened with the lack of collaboration that would happen in the conventional kind of conference world or temporary event kind of networking thing. And at the same time, a friend of mine convinced me to come to Burning Man and invited me to a pop-up incubator in the heart of Burning Man. It was a camp called Ideate. And so we were a bunch of people who self-organized at Burning Man for things that were meant for the real world. And so we were prototyping things for the real world at Burning Man, and all of that just coincided in a way where I sort of, realized that I had a network and a community of people who were more focused on the ideas around building and creating and doing more than storytelling, and that, I would love to spend more time helping to solve the problems of the Burning Man community, which were, how can we connect these different groups? How can we help them create a larger impact as a result of what they're doing versus the kind of TED mentality, which is more just sharing ideas but no route to engagement?
If you were to put your finger on it, what does innovation at Burning Man look like? What's an innovation city at Burning Man?
So the whole thing is an idea, right? The whole thing is an experiment, and it's largely run by artists. It's an artist city. And so everything from how the city is designed, where we have our civic institutions at the heart of the city, and the actual city itself is designed to push you to be curious, to explore, to play. The city is designed in a radial manner whereby it's almost like a clock. So at 6 o'clock is the man, and the temple is behind it, and the city is from 3 to 9. So basically, it's like a benchmark of the time, but it's also pushing you to explore and get lost. So it's kind of got this dynamic kind of design that encourages one to push themselves beyond the comforts of the unknown. And so that, combined with the art, which, artists for a long time have been the ones who visually conceptualize their ideas in ways that other people can interact with them. They prototype and they share their thoughts and visions of the future. So Burning Man being this art state and also a prototype city where other people are prototyping and designing temporary structures within this sort of awe-inspiring kind of framework really, really encourages innovative outcomes, right? It's basically a petri dish.
And you've talked earlier, I had a chance to see one of your talks, TEDx talks, and you mentioned this concept of play, this idea of free-form storytelling. How does that sort of play out in Burning Man philosophy?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So play is a fundamental element of innovation that I firmly believe in, and I think it has to do with nonlinear learning. It has to do with learning through being resourceful and, touching things, learning through exploration and curiosity. And we have principles at Burning Man that focus on participation. And so it's really about getting your hands dirty and creating space for the unknown. So as it relates to storytelling, I'm not so sure, but I think that the element of play that is really, really important within Burning Man is really stepping into the unknown and having the permission to enter into a space for a week where you can step outside of the way society normally operates.
Just had a mic change.
Yes.
Is that clearer? All right. I'm interested in exploring this idea of play a little bit further because you also want to talk about collaboration.
Right.
Is there this sort of internal conflict between the idea of anything goes and the fact that we all have to work together?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that there's a permission engine for play, so you're stepping into Burning Man, you're allowed to kind of do things you wouldn't normally do. And the permission engine is also exemplified by our principles. And this idea of radical self-reliance, where you have to, build your shelter, bring everything you need, you can't buy anything, take your garbage out with you, combined with the principle of collective effort, whereby, participation I mentioned, and, getting involved, experimenting, helping out with a large project that maybe you've never even thought you were capable of, supporting previously. That kind of dynamic kind of push and pull of the different opposite sides of being, they definitely encourage that kind of exploration and collaboration. And play is all about curiosity, getting lost in time, doing things for no reason, and not being overly committed to outcomes. But I want to point out that this idea of entering into, a state of play, it can be philosophical, but it can also be physical. So Burning Man is a great example of kind of like a physical as well as philosophical permission space. But in cities and throughout time, there are actual physical places referred to as third spaces or the magic circle. Some people in the gaming industry, they call it the magic circle, where you do allow freedom and connectivity to guide your decision making. So these are places like the Italian Piazza, the coffee house, the saloon, green spaces, places where you kind of create time to step out of your routine and into the unknown.
Do you have a favorite Burning Man law? Because I know there are some sort of 10 principles of Burning Man. Do you have one that sticks out for you that you always live by?
Right, so some of the things I mentioned previously were those principles. So participation, radical self-reliance, communal effort, gifting is a really big, good one too. Decommodification, so nothing is bought or sold there. Immediacy, one of my favorite ones, I think it's participation and gifting are my favorite. I think those are the ones that really do lead to that sense of play and abundance, that mentality of abundance versus scarcity.
And Burning Man HQ itself is in San Francisco, is that?
That's right. Our headquarters is in San Francisco. I'm all over the place, and there's a few of us who kind of bounce around, but for the most part, yeah, that's where all my colleagues are.
I imagine when people think of Burning Man, the last thing they think of office space or offices. Could you give us an idea for those of us who don't get a chance to go to San Francisco? What does it look like at Burning Man HQ?
Right. So our offices are wonderful. It's just one office. It is in the Mission in San Francisco, and it's a large open space environment that really, really encourages that kind of flow and random collisions of people running into each other. And the whole thing is designed actually like a gallery and a storybook. So if you come down, I could give you a tour. And basically, as you go through the building, you can go through the narrative of our journey from 1986 to current time.
Fantastic. And that's pretty much the time we have. So I just want to thank you, Jen Sander from Burning Man. I really appreciate it for talking to us. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think, Jen, have you now given us the honor of your presence at all of our Unbound festivals around the world? I think so.
Personal tour.
I think you've come a full circle. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Arjun. We'll see you back here in about half an hour's time with Yellow Pepper. Now we are on to a panel, so open your Slido and we'll be very pleased to take your questions. AI and machine learning. Is it driving efficiencies for us? Is it something to be scared of? Here to tell us more, we have Jason Perlow, who's Senior Tech Editor of ZDNet, and his panel, Embracing AI and Machine Learning. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody. I'm sure all of you are already thinking about lunch already. Your brains are probably, a little bit low on sugar right now. So we're going to try to cover this ground. We only have 30 minutes. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. I got some great, very, very smart people on this panel. We got Yilan Kazi, Director of Data Science and Machine Learning at the United Health Group. Really cool stuff that they're doing with healthcare and machine learning. We have Anthony De Lima, Chief Technology Officer and Head of Digital Transformation at Neoris, is one of the show's partners. We have Sarah Rushinek, Business Technology Professor at the University of Miami, and Dr. Alex Liu, Chief Data Scientist of International Business Machines, otherwise known as Red Hat. Okay, fantastic. We'll wait. Thank you, Doctor. Okay, so let's get right into this. So, cloud-based machine learning and performing predictive analytics using input from sensors on Internet of Things devices, such as health wearables, is fairly new, and are popular applications of this emerging technology. What other good low-hanging fruit opportunities for early applications are there right now? What do you guys think is the hottest stuff that could be applied to this right now?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, it's an interesting conversation around AI, and I think that when we talk to clients, we typically split the conversation in two areas. First of all, it's the commercial side, it's everything around applying AI in financial services and healthcare, manufacturing, optimizing supply chains. So certainly AI and machine learning have a significant impact in there. But the other side for us, which is interesting, is what the future holds. And if you looked at the evolution of technology probably over the last 100 years, I mean, 100 years ago, the Wright brothers took to the skies. Within 50 years, the processing power of microprocessors grew about 1 billion times. The size of transistors today are basically about 14 nanometers, which, curiosity-wise, is about 14 times the size of a DNA molecule. So if you looked at the speed of processing and the capability around that, the implications for us in the future are significant. And I would venture to say that life as we know it today, 10 to 15 years from now, will be significantly and dramatically different. And I know that that's quite a statement, but the technology is evolving at such a rapid pace, and artificial intelligence is moving away from being self-taught by humanity, but actually teaching its own. I think the game of Go, for instance, where we shifted from teaching machines how to play the game of Go to them actually creating neural networks has become something phenomenal, right? And I think it'll mark the future in terms of artificial intelligence taking the next step. So I think it's moving away from us teaching AI to do what we call narrow AI tasks to being more general purpose, and that will have a significant impact on our lives.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look at the Hubble Space Telescope, which they had a reboot last week. That thing runs on an Intel 48625 megahertz processor that's taking all the, the images of, the cosmos right now, and we rely heavily on that machine. The stuff that we have on your iPhone's about 1,000 times easily more powerful than what runs the entire Hubble right now. And that's just conventional x86 technology that we technically still use. That's not even counting things like, a quantum bit computing and adding that to the equation. So once that starts to evolve, it's really going to be wild. Dr. Liu, what do you think?
Yes, and in terms of you mentioned that the low-hanging fruit and utilize IoT, because someone mentioned before this panel, billions of devices will be connected, which will generate huge amount of data. And I think another important development that we should look at is the satellite data. Right now, over 1,000 satellites and flying over us, and more are coming. And all this are generate a huge amount of data. And I think the next challenge is basically to connect all this data together. And the satellite data, the IoT data, together with the business data we have already, and then connect them, will be easily and generate good insights. For example, we can use the satellite for a business forecast, which has not been utilized yet, and it should be easy to use. And also you can use the satellite data for crime and the control and other things in connect with the IoT data. I think a lot of them are coming.
Elon, you're with United Health Group, and obviously, you guys have a huge interest in keeping, your customers healthy, having, continuing their quality of life. I mean, I myself, had an interesting health issue, with my Apple Watch over the summer. I wrote an article about it. It actually detected, as part of Apple's heart study program, that I had atrial fibrillation. And I obviously had it for years and years, had no idea. And it's not the kind of thing that you can easily detect, right? You need to have specialized sensors. You need to have algorithms to find this kind of thing. Well, now that, I have this, they were able to correct the condition to me. I had a procedure done in August. They did an ablation on me, and now I have normal heart rate. But had I not had this watch, I could have, within 3, 4, 5 years, I could end up with a stroke, So what are the sort of things that you guys are doing in the field is to try to provide a more because typically patients have been in the dark. We don't know what's happening to us until an event happens. How do you predict? How do you add predictive technology to sensors in healthcare to be more proactive about a customer's health and their policies?
I think that's a great question, and your example about your Apple Watch really potentially saving your life, right? I think that's what not only technology companies but also healthcare companies are trying to do currently and into the future. And in terms of sensor technology, pretty much everybody in this room probably has a cell phone on them. That really can act as kind of a main hub, right? Like it can track your movements, it tracks your location. You may be able to add new software to it that is more sensitive. So detecting patterns that could tell you, are you becoming unhealthy? Do you have a disease or multiple chronic conditions that can be remediated by a physician? So I think just starting with the phone in our pocket is probably the lowest hanging fruit. And in terms of healthcare and what United Health Group is doing, it's really trying to make this as seamless as possible and helping out our members. And instead of having it where you go see a physician or you obtain healthcare because you're sick, it's really trying to make it more preventative and thinking about health as a whole human being.
Yeah, I mean, there's some incredible technology that's in play right now. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the company, AliveCore, that makes the EKG sensor that came out even before the Apple Watch had it. The single lead ECG sensor that's used in these little credit card-sized devices to check to see if you have atrial fibrillation, if you have abnormal heartbeats. They're actually coming out with a device that has 3 electrodes, so it gives you 6 leads of data. And they are actually able to detect blood conditions based on heart lead information, such as hyperkalemia, which is high amounts of potassium in the blood that's potentially kills thousands and thousands of children every year. So that's an AI application, that's based in the cloud, also on the watch hardware itself, on the physical hardware itself. We're going to have access to tremendous technology where doctors are going to be able to proactively know when we're experiencing an issue, and that's going to be tremendous.
I think one thing I'd like to add to that, helping doctors be more proactive. There are studies that I read very recently about being able to detect the state of a person's health based on their voice patterns. And I think something like that can be very valuable. If you're calling into your doctor, calling into your nurse, and there's an algorithm that can detect different illnesses based on your voice, that's extremely powerful. And I think it sounds far-fetched, but it's already starting to happen today, which is very exciting.
Professor?
Yes, I'm also in the business school in business technology, but also in health informatics and medicine. And you can see how everything is merging together. I think everyone's role is going to change based on AI. And you can think about in healthcare, you can think about the actual physician, a radiologist, for instance, is going to change completely. First of all, radiology can be done throughout the world now. So if I'm in the midnight shift, you don't want to be in the midnight shift. You can take somebody overseas to be on that midnight shift. But also in radiology, we can then look at the patterns. And what you're going to need is then the radiologist Maybe you won't have them basically reviewing slides, but putting in the knowledge into the knowledge-based systems. So I think that a lot of times we talk about tech. I think every profession is going to be changing from law to marketing. Everyone is going to be using and they're going to have to renegotiate their own roles in the environments that we're in.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the kinds of diseases that require a lot of imaging, right? You take a look at things where at CT, right, where you're looking at for example, brain patterns or structures that form in the brain as a result of things like, if we're looking for Alzheimer's, right? I mean, those are the types of conditions that we need thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of participants,
and
right?
Picking up those little micro, basically, goals and micro symptoms that you would never pick up. So you can think about the wearables.
Yeah, because machines can do it just so much faster than a human with eyeballs.
And then they're learning.
Yeah, every single time that they do it, they're learning. Okay, great. So where should we focus on identifying the use cases for artificial intelligence so that we can create smart interactions with customers, employers, and business partners? What should be the ultimate end goal, do we think?
Well, again, quite an interesting question. I think, there are table stakes right now in terms of how to apply AI in healthcare and financial services, manufacturing, et cetera. And there's a number of companies that have a number of inventions that are out there. For us, the big question is, where does this lead us, right? And if you looked at general purpose AI and where that's heading, basically, it would be naive for us to believe that artificial intelligence at some point will not surpass human intelligence. It's a reality.
That was Dr. Hawkins' main concern.
Yeah, and Dr. Hawkins, I.G. Goods in the mid-1960s coined the sentence that says that the first intelligent machine will be mankind's last invention. And I think that as futuristic as that may sound, it is a reality. If you looked at the processing power that a human brain requires, today it's about 100 quadrillion transactions per second. The Taihen 2, which is the Chinese supercomputer, processes transactions at about 33 quadrillion transactions per second. So it's order of magnitude more capability, more intelligence, processing capability than the human mind has. And you combine that with the future, then the question becomes, what's humanity's position looking forward 10 to 15, maybe 20 years, but not more than 15 years, right? And in that scenario, there's quite some discussions around what we call the merge scenario, which is, will synthetic neurons start to merge with biological neurons? And what does that mean in terms of humanity's evolution? What does it mean in terms of the use cases that brings forward? So I think the question, more than just the table stakes of optimizing logistics and supply chain, driving automated trading and financial services, do 360-degree customer views, it's really where's the end game for humanity. And I think that it would be naive again for us to believe that sometime, but not the next 10 to 15 years, synthetic intelligence will far outstrip humanity's capability for processing. The question is, of course, what's the difference between intelligence and wisdom, and how do we apply that? How do we make sure that things remain in check? But we just don't know at this point in time how far synthetic intelligence will evolve and what the impacts will be for specific use cases.
Cool. So Dr. Liu, IBM obviously has been doing a lot with artificial intelligence over the last 20 years. We all watched, Watson, kick Ken Jennings' ass in 2011, in every way possible. But there's a lot has come, a lot has happened since 2011, especially since we saw Watson. What is IBM doing now, to identify use cases for artificial intelligence, with its customers and its partners, and its own employees? I mean, IBM is a huge company. What are you guys looking at as sort of like, what are you guys really focusing on, and what verticals, and the overall use case for artificial intelligence?
Thank you. Very good question. And in terms of technology, as you know, like IBM has been investing a lot in AI. Like 20 years ago, IBM's Big Blue beat the human chess champion. That's where it started. Then, as you mentioned, 2011, the Japanese show, and IBM has a machine. And recently in March, and IBM released human debate and the machine debate, right? Debate machine that debating against the human champion, and the judges actually gave the machine a higher score than human. So there's a lot of the development. And
so our
right
politicians will be robots?
Robot, I think right now is that robot, like
would
you
be an
mentioned,
improvement.
And the robot.
I'm for that.
Yeah. Robot, I think, will become smarter and smart, especially for specific tasks, and like the chess, Go, and all those things. But overall, the IBM strategy is to create not only AI and also mostly IA, means like individual intelligent assistant to help human, right? Because like basically we need to empower human to serve human, not to serve machine, right? And so there's a lot of work around that area. I think, and in the future, perhaps, then technology will enable every one of us to hire intelligent assistant for very different kind of tasks, for cooking, education, and even maybe someday each one of us can send one and intelligent assistant to the space to explore, right? And to meet our curiosity and other demands. And on the other hand, I think for the specific, the business, for the customer service, and there's a lot of room for change and for AI and projects. For example, if I go to some big company, and they usually will direct me to some place, say, okay, frequent asked question is here. Then you type a question, they will direct me to some kind of Wikipedia, some stuff. Most people will say, bye, I don't want to go there, right? I want to be a customer, not a student. And so this area, there will be a lot of work needed to create really intelligent assistant to help and the customer, and also will bring some very huge impact and for the corporations and also for the customers. So there's a lot of work to come in and to help us as intelligent assistant, in my opinion.
I think in terms of value, it's really, any AI solution that can save time and save money, that's really where we can start prioritizing what's going to be created. I think from a healthcare lens, who really likes to go into a doctor's office and sit there for 25 minutes? Raise your hand, right? Nobody likes to do that. And I think there are ways where you can predict how long the previous appointment is going to take. Like that's something that is super low-hanging fruit that would just create this seamless experience for the patient. I think another point was brought up about human intelligence and machine intelligence, and I think we're just really starting to define both of these areas and really trying to determine what are machines just exponentially better at versus what are humans better at. And I don't think it's necessarily a threat to humanity or a threat to our intelligence, but I think we're still trying to figure out ways to use technology efficiently, while at the same time also figuring out what is it that humanity is really, really good at that can't really be outsourced to technology yet.
That's really cool. So let's think about, moving forward, what we need to sort of make the next major, quantum leap. What are the critical tech components that will accelerate the evolution of AI? I know we talked about qubits and things like that before. What is the overall impact of the evolution of artificial intelligence on companies, communities, and humanity as a whole? I mean, it's kind of an existential question, right? But it's a very big question.
I would say that, even before you start with technology or data or whatever, it really has to start with educating the populace on what machine learning is, what artificial intelligence is. I think people have this image that it's going to turn out to be this very evil thing, and it's going to take over the world, and it's going to make us all extinct. But at the end of the day, there has to be a better message around what can it do that's very positive to humanity. How can it save lives? How can it improve our lives overall? So I think it starts with communication, and then I think with technology, you know, we see this exponential growth curve in terms of efficiency, systems, simplification. I really see it in the next, you know, probably 10 years, it's going to be at least $1 trillion industry, if not more, the way that it's moving.
Let's flip this on its head a little bit, because we talk about teaching machines how to do things, right? Because that's kind of like what we're trying to do. So, Professor, what can we learn from machines, right? Can they teach us anything to be better people, or more educated, more intelligent people, for that matter?
I think so. I think when you were talking about education, first of all, when you said that we need to teach people AI and what AI, machine learning, can do, I think most people are using technology and they're not even aware that it's in the background. So I don't know if we need to teach, per se, AI and machine learning, but we need to be able to relate. And what I see is there has to be a combination. For instance, when you think about our world, think about the shootings. I mean, it's like every week. And then everyone says, oh, besides the guns, they say, we need mental health, right? We need mental health services.
Correlation and causation, right? I mean,
right, but the whole idea is, how are you going to get any of these mental health services? A lot of times you can think about machine learning as being chat boxes, and I need to reach out. Many times we can even think about our regular stress that many times our machines can help us. A lot of times you can think about meditation. Now there are a number of meditation apps. And what I wanted to also think about is just how we're educating. That whole idea of education, the traditional education has been what now? It's been online or traditional classroom, and that needs to be flipped over the head, because there's still something on being here. Isn't it? Why are we here versus just seeing this online and we can all be in different locations? There is something that I meet you person to person, and sometimes I'm telling my students when they think, you know, what drove the internet was what? Anyone know? What really drove the internet up when it first came out? Porn, right? Pornography was the first thing, right, that really drove it. And then everybody was not afraid, wow, we're not going to have sex anymore because I see you. How many people are parents, right? How many people have parents, right? So that sex didn't go away, but basically maybe it can solve some issues. It's the same thing with education, that we can just flip it around and bring in, for instance, people into a live classroom. Basically, you don't have to stay for an entire, let's say, MBA. You have so much experience. If you want to get an MBA, you can take almost micro credits for that MBA and come in remotely throughout the world. So the whole area, same thing with medicine, right? It's not how long do I need to wait in the waiting room, but really, do I need to see a physician now? Is there a way that I have a mole on my hand? And I'm always worried, oh, is this cancer? Have it basically sent through the processors of computers and say, you know what, 99.9% that isn't, or this looks like melanoma. And then at that case, we can get some changes done there, and then we can bring in the physician, either remotely or for surgically. We're using AI even in the surgeon's operations.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, just to strip down your question a little bit, because I think it's a phenomenal question about, you know, how technology will drive change. And I encourage everyone to take the time and really dive into the game of AlphaGo that was developed by Google's deep learning group. And I think AlphaGo, and I mentioned it before, but AlphaGo truly was an interesting milestone in the evolution of artificial intelligence. And the reason I say that is that most often when we look at artificial intelligence, we talk about teaching machines, right? And AlphaGo was the first instance in our existence where rather than teaching a computer to play the game of Go, it started on the notion of tabula rasa, which basically means that, you know, all things being equal, our experience and perception is what drives our evolution as a being, right? And if you looked at AlphaGo, basically it was the first time that we found a way to create algorithms and neural networks that in turn created their own neural networks and continued to evolve, right? So it was not teaching AlphaGo how to play the game of Go, it taught itself, right? And in the third iteration of AlphaGo, which basically beat its opponents 100% of the time, was all self-taught, self-evolving, and basically played the game like no one else before. So I think that we do have to start moving away from the notion of us teaching artificial intelligence. I think the reality is that we're moving away from narrow AI. Yes, Siri and Alexa understand us better over time. Google Translate gets better at translating. Amazon is great at suggestive selling and buying, but quite honestly, we're moving past that scenario, and I think, again, 10, 15 years from now, the technology will have evolved to such pace that it'll probably outstrip our capability to do computational capabilities. So.
Wow. So we have a couple of minutes left, so let's go into the closer before they throw us out of here. So what really lies ahead for artificial intelligence? How far are we from significant breakthrough advancements? Where will the biggest impact occur? And what vertical industries will it happen in?
I think the healthcare to me is healthcare and education to me are the most fascinating ones. I think education by far, to me is the most exciting one, because now we're able to fine-tune education in ways never done before. We're able to understand, the principles of teaching for the individual, and consequently are able to fine-tune how we teach. In the area of healthcare, other than the table stakes that we've kind of mentioned in this panel, we are getting into the era of neurolinking and connecting to our neural cortex. By the way, we already connect computers to the human mind. Patients that have Parkinson's disease are already being connected up to computers to be able to control their behavior. So that will continue to evolve. So, we see great opportunities around healthcare and also education. The rest, obviously, financial services, manufacturing, all will continue to evolve and leverage AI. But typically, it's around becoming more competitive, stripping out costs, et cetera.
Yeah. I think another area to look at is probably the space exploration. Next year is the 5th anniversary of man and stepped on the moon, and we know it's very expensive there, but relatively it's easier to send a machine to the space, which will perhaps someday will help us to find a new place if we cannot save the Earth, right? So there's other things to look into.
I have to say that the two that really come to mind, obviously healthcare, but also from a government standpoint. So healthcare-wise, just actually having personalized medicine. So having this phone that becomes, kind of like our pocket doctor, at least before we have to go and see a real doctor. I think that could be very, very exciting for all of us. From a government standpoint, I think finding ways to very ethically use AI to make the government more efficient, right? Wouldn't it be nice to have an AI DMV and not have to worry about all that stuff? That would be great. But imagine what it can also do for helping democracy to succeed not only in the U.S. but throughout the world. I think there's probably a huge opportunity for that, and we're just kind of discovering where it is.
I think also in finance, I know even at our institution we're doing the fintech and a number of, again, I'm thinking our roles as human beings are going to need to be flipped. The idea to see of the wealth management, to be able to do the automated trading systems. Now you can think about it, 80, 90% of even the stock market is done by machines already. So much is done there, but where are we going to refine? And I think it's going to be a team effort. I think what we're going to need to learn is to be collaborative in a number of different ways to work on teams where I have my physicist, I have my mathematician, I have my finance person, I have my physician, I have a number of people, and around the world. Think about it even in healthcare, where Chinese medicine, it can be attributed to Western medicine, and you can do a much more testing. You can already see that I'm able to then prognosticate and also forecast what's going to be, and predictive analytics, I think, is going to be further into it.
Everybody, I wish we had another hour or so to really dive into this stuff, but everybody, thank you for coming, and I think it was a great panel. I'd love to be able to do it again. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
I wish we did. Yeah. Thank you very much. Professor, great. Thank you. Doctor.
Thank you very much, guys. Some really powerful stories there. Thank you very much. We have a couple more sessions before lunch. We do have food trucks outside. Do make sure that you stick around this evening for the urban experience, where Coty, one of our platinum sponsors, will be giving away goodie bags, which I'm very excited about. Next up, we have another in an elevator session with Serge Elkiner of Yellow Pepper. Please welcome back to the stage our interviewer, Arjun of the Bogota Post. And Serge, please put your hands together. Thank you very much, guys.
Hello again. Oop, that's very loud. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me at the back this time? Fantastic. My name is Arjun Harindranath. I'm here again from LATAM.tech, publication that focuses on Latin American ecosystems and startups. And we're here with Serge Elkiner from Yellow Pepper.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I wanted to start off with just a little bit of introduction into Yellow Pepper and what contributions they're making to digital banking.
Yes, so we're a fruit and vegetable distribution company. No, we don't do that. We work with banks and retailers, helping them to execute on their digital strategies. So that's at 30,000 feet, 30-second elevator speech. But basically what it means is most banks and retailers have a lot of legacy technologies that they've been running for many, many years, and that is hindering their ability to execute fast on this digital economy that's moving very fast around us, and to integrate and offer their consumer new experience that are much more seamless than going to the bank branch or the experience in retail that you can have these days. So our platform sits on their legacy platforms and enables them to build new experience for the consumers.
I know a lot of our readers at LATAM.tech are very interested in your presence coming into Latin America. Could you tell us a little bit about what experiences you've had in the last little while? I know you're pushing very sort of dominantly forward on the continent.
Yes, definitely. So it's a very interesting story on globalization, because I was born and raised in Brussels, Belgium, so that has nothing to do with Latin America. If you start with there, I studied at Boston University in Boston, and then I had the opportunity about 15 years ago to go for the first time in Latin America and realized that there was quite an unbelievable opportunity to develop new ecosystem based on the mobile. So when I arrived there, mobile penetration was very high, about 80%. Today it's of course above 100% in most of the country. And internet penetration was lower than 20%. In some countries like Bolivia, it was lower than 10%. So we decided, okay, there is a huge opportunity to bridge the gap, but also to leapfrog some of the technologies that the US or Europe has been going through as their normal evolution cycle. So we started in Ecuador. which is a beautiful small country in South America. We grew out of Ecuador into the Andean region. So first clients were in Colombia, then in Peru and Bolivia. And today we're present in 9 countries and just announced last week that we're entering Brazil. So we're in Mexico, we're in Guatemala, in Costa Rica, Trinidad, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Colombia, Bolivia, and now entering Brazil. So huge believer of the digital revolution in Latin America, fastest growing market in terms of smartphones in general. People are very receptive of new technology and want a lot more instant gratification in their life and seamless processes. If you've lived in Latin America or if you're from Latin America, of course, you know that some of the processes, specifically in banking, are very tedious. And so we're very happy to help some of these banks challenge that, specifically the status quo, and help create new experiences that make the life of the consumer much easier.
Yeah, I wanted to just pick up on that point. I talked to a cloud computing startup last night, and they talked a lot about the challenges of digital banking, of traditional banking, sorry, and within Colombia, one of the biggest problems being the ability to transfer money from outside Latin America or outside of Colombia into Colombian banks. Is this one of the challenges that you're hoping to fix?
Yeah, definitely. So there is new roads that are being built by the giant financial institution of this world. So the Visa, the MasterCard. For full disclosure, Visa is an investor in our company. And we're very proud of that. But they're creating, Visa and MasterCard, Amex and others are creating new roads for you to be able to move money instantly, what they call fast fund, anywhere in the world, card to card. So I have a card here in the US, I can move the money anywhere in the world to another card. There is challenges in implementing that we're helping them solve. And the challenges are on the old infrastructure not being ready. That's one challenge that we just spoke about a few minutes ago. Regulation, and in Colombia there is a lot of regulation around anti-money laundering, KYC, counter-financial terrorism, all of these things that are very necessary in most of the economies where we work to make sure that you're not laundering money through all of these new schemes and new technology. But I think that the regulators are also forward-looking and very proactive in trying to enable new technology as fast as a regulator can move. So it's not easy to move regulation, but there is new regulation both in Mexico, in Colombia, in Peru, in Ecuador. There were new regulation, older regulation now, but they're changing that. Dominican Republic just launched like a couple of years back, brand new ACH. So we're helping them to try to execute and also to educate them on the fact that technology can enable these type of things. Technology is more secure than some of the things that they're using today, and that processes can be done through technology in a much better fashion than what's being done today.
I think that's kind of characteristic as well of a lot of these Latin American economies, that so much of it is dependent on this informal economy or this cash economy where people earn, people spend in cash. How do you see that transition taking place between this informal cash economy to digital banking? Do you think it'll be sort of seamless, or do you think it'll take a very long time?
So I think there's a couple of things that you need to put in context. I think first you need value in what you bring, right? So the consumer today, cash is very valuable. Why? Because I get paid in cash. I can buy anything in cash, right? As soon as I move my cash into electronic form, now I cannot buy everything and anything, because I go to a lot of merchants in those economies and I can't buy electronically speaking, right? Whether it's with my mobile phone or something like that. So already this is a problem, right? So infrastructure needs to change. Second is education, right? You had in a lot of these countries economical crisis, banking crisis, bank actually went bankrupt, people lost all of their money, so you have the mattress economy, right, where you save your money under your mattress. I think as the next generation comes into play, they're less affected by these, let's say, historical impact on their finance, and also they have, all millennials in a sense, have this need of instant gratification. right? So you need to be able to do things much faster than what you can do with cash. So if you bring this value of fast, if you bring the value of safety and security, and if you bring the ability to use that electronic money everywhere, then it's going to accelerate the conversion of cash to electronic. But it's a big ecosystem to build, and so there is a lot of moving pieces, and it's moving. Maybe it's not as fast as we all want, but you saw a couple of years back, I think 2 years ago, you know, India, one day to another, half of the notes were not valuable anymore. That boosted, right, the digital economy. So you need like interventions still to make like this thing moving faster.
Do you imagine something like an intervention with the demonetization in India would work in Latin America?
So from what I've heard from regulators that I've been with, they don't like that specifically. So I don't see this type of very strong intervention happening soon. It would be probably the best, right? But I'm not sure it's going to happen. But they're very open. I mean, regulators that we've spoken to and banking association that we've spoken to, retailers association, they all want to move forward. They all see the power of technology. They're also afraid of newcomers coming in, whether it's the Chinese company, whether it's the Amazons, whether it's, you know, threats that were not present in those markets. So they want to move. There is a sense of urgency that was not there 5 years ago.
You've just moved into Brazil. There's some very big news in Brazil. I'm wondering what your thoughts are going into a marketplace like Brazil. What are the big challenges?
So if there is any Brazilian here, they will tell you that Brazil is very different than anything else in Latin America, right? And it is different, right? It's a different country. It's the size of all of the other countries we have put together. It's also a different language, different mentality. But I also think that it's one of the fastest evolving country in Latin America, specifically in fintech and in the financial sector. They want to move fast. They're big. There's major volumes. There is new initiatives that are happening on e-commerce. Brazil is half of Latin America e-commerce by itself, if not more. So there is good challenges and there is tremendous opportunity, right? So for us, it was also a perfect time to come in. When we announced, we already have been working on that for a couple of months. It was pre-election. We didn't know yet who was going to win. Now, at least, I would say that, good or bad, somebody won. And so the political climate is a little bit more stable in the sense of, like, there is no more uncertainty. But I think the opportunity ahead in Brazil is phenomenal and just shows how you can lead the way in other countries in Latin America.
And when people think of Brazil and digital banking, the big name that people know of is Nubank. Do you get a sense of how Yellow Pepper will interact in the space that the Nubank is in right now?
So funny enough, Nubank, which is a newer bank, of course, just got, of course, an investment from Tencent, which is one of the two Chinese giants in our fintech space. But what's interesting is that Nubank was created already 4 or 5 years back on new technology. And even though they were created on new technology, they do have challenges. That technology may already be old in some aspects. So we are definitely hoping that we can help them accelerate faster some of their new developments.
Fantastic. And just one final question. You just had some good news from Visa recently. I wondered if you wanted to share it with the group.
A couple of things, but we've certified our platform to be a card-on-file tokenizer. What it means is that we are now able to secure the transaction online much better than what's done today. So if you look at it in Latin America, 65% of frauds happen online. So on the offline sector, you have chip and PIN or chip and signature in most of the countries. Therefore, there is a lot less fraud in the presential store type of transaction, and everything moved online. So what does card-on-file tokenization enables us to do is both on a Visa card or MasterCard card, we can take that card information, and what we present to the merchant is not the real card number. It's a token that changes constantly. That enables a transaction to be very secure, because if somebody hacks into the transaction, takes that number, they can't do anything with it. So for a consumer perspective, it really gives them ease of mind and peace of mind that their transaction is not going to be hacked. my card was just hacked like 2 weeks ago. I had to replace it. It's always a pain when you have to go through that.
Actually, I'll just have one follow-up question before we finish up, and I'm interested in whether this is the big challenge of getting into Latin America, is to convince people of the safety and security of digital banking, and maybe this is a generational change that might occur.
So we ran a lot of focus group on that, and it's really a divided opinion. 50% of people believe that digital transactions are less safe than physical transaction, and 50% of people believe they're more safe than a physical transaction. There is definitely an education point here. It is 100% safer when you tokenize a transaction than any other transaction, physical or digital, if it's not tokenized. So security is a huge aspect of anything new. But if you look at the ecosystem as it evolves, if you look at what you're doing constantly today in your life, you're paying approximately 12 times with your credit card in a store, but you're probably paying 30 to 40 times with your credit card, either on e-commerce or in an app. Uber, Grubhub, like all of these things that are, they keep your card into the app, right? So there is nearly 3-to-1 opportunity to defraud you when so many apps keep your information. So really this tokenization aspect of the transaction and the security aspect has become critical, and we're working very hard, we're the bank and the networks to integrate that into the infrastructure and give the peace of mind to consumers.
Fantastic. Serge Erkner of Yellow Pepper, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, Serge and Arjun. We'll see you again later this afternoon, Serge. Arjun, sorry. Okay, so there is a growing wave of Latin companies who are becoming multinational, here to discuss the various opportunities and challenges of the multi-Latino wave. Please welcome to the stage Nathan Crooks of Bloomberg and his panel. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Nathan Crooks. I'm a breaking news reporter at Bloomberg, based here in Miami, out of our bureau here after many years in Chile and Venezuela. So I always appreciate the chance to get to talk about Latin America and then the Hispanic market here in the US. I think we have a great panel who will be able to talk about both what's going on in Latin America right now and then into the US market. Just to go around, we have Claudia Colleferro, who is the president of America's Multicultural at Dentsu Aegis Network. We have Jorge Rincon, who is the VP of North America for Deezer. We have Claudia Romo Edelman, who is a special advisor for the We Are Human Foundation, and then Tiago Pinto, the senior marketing director for Gatorade. When you look at Latin America, I think it's such an interesting region because it shares language, but it's also very big and diverse. So, before we get into any problems, I wanted to go around the group and just talk about what are you most excited about. We're seeing such changes in the economy, such demand for e-commerce, so many underbanked people with the new digital revolution going on. We'll start over with you, Tiago. What are you most excited about?
Well, Latin America is always an exciting place, right? Every day there's news, good and bad, right? As a Brazilian, I just follow up what happened in the last few days and really looking forward to what's going to happen next. So I think as Latin Americans, we are raised in this environment, right? That nothing is certain, nothing is given easily, right? And you have to adapt, you have to be creative, and you have to figure it out. Right, and I think this is a way of living, right? You have to figure it out. I think the people from Latin America ended up developing these skills of, I have to figure out, I have to come out of this struggle in a better way. Sometimes it's just for survival. And I think this mindset when at the right moment and given the right resources, can be a huge transformational force. So I'm always looking forward for Latin America because there's always going to be a surprise. Well, in certain aspects of life, it's not always great, but the people will always come up with something, and innovative ideas, innovative concepts, innovative ways of interpreting things. Sometimes we get invaded by new concepts, but we reinterpret in our own way. And I think it's such an exciting region. It goes through its ups and downs, and we're not here to discuss economy, right? But I think given the right circumstances, like what we've seen in my native Brazil a few years ago, and those circumstances were right, we're in the the best economy in the world, the fastest growth, and then sometimes we go through our down cycles. But I'm always excited about Latin America.
I think that what I want to focus on Hispanics that live in America, not Latin America, just for a second, because I'm truly excited that our time is now. And I don't know how many people live in Miami or live in America. So there's a bunch of us that would actually say we're Hispanics, right? Or at least that's what I hope. So what I'm excited about and what I see as innovation and is that this is the time in which we're going to change our history. This is the first time in which all the ingredients have been put together, like in Mexico we would say, este arroz ya se coció, because we've never been in America. So we're 55 million. We all know that. We're 18% of the population. We have the biggest, largest wallet, the biggest, largest opportunity of young people that pay taxes, that are actually creating jobs. Latinas create 6 times faster, more than any other group in America, small businesses. And we're not only young and powerful, we consume more media than any other group, and we consume it on mobile, and we have actually more opportunity. We're the muscle that constitutes the middle class of America, and the reason why I'm excited is because we are going to see a transformation happen in front of our eyes. You guys that are here are going to see the change that we're going to see between being not perceived. Actually, let me put it this way. In America, there's more tortillas sold than bread, and there's more salsa sold than ketchup, just to be clear. And we're going to be 30 million voters in 2020. There's no politician that will be able to go on elections without knocking our doors. And yet, we're not there yet presented in the media, in politics, or in tech. But the transformation will start now. So I'm excited because I just released the Hispanic Sentiment Study a week ago. And I just found out what I didn't know, which is I've been trying to show leg to non-Hispanics about the Hispanic beauty. And it's not about the non-Hispanics. It's about the Hispanics. More than 77% of Hispanics had no idea of our own power. But 90% of everyone that we surveyed felt Hispanic. We're not united, and yet we feel Hispanics. So between not knowing that you're beautiful, but being beautiful, it's easy, right? You can just show a mirror and say, like, hi, guys, have you seen the size of our wallet? Have you seen the size of our population? We're that. With that population. And then the second part is that between feeling Hispanic and not acting as a Hispanic community, the gap is not that bad. So I think that you will see that probably not in this election, the amount of people voting and showing their strength, but you will see that in a couple of years, the transformation that the LGBT community has done between, like that, I didn't know that that's going to be something that it could advance my career. Being Hispanic is going to be not only great for this country, but also great for the people that are here and that will constitute the biggest community of America.
Okay. I'll just add music to that, right? So I'm very excited about the opportunities ahead. As you were saying, Tiago, right? The spirit of the Latin American finding its way and looking for ways to succeed. All of that energy that we have from Claudia on the U.S. Hispanic, which I second that. There are very intrinsic cultural nuances around music, right? And music brings Latinos together. And who disagrees right now can raise his hand. Nobody, right? So on that front, we need to add one thing, that is the digital transformation. So industries like music has been hit by huge digital transformation, and many other industries will as well. And the the timing is right. The ecosystem, the digital ecosystem is right, with all of us with the smartphones in our pockets, with experiences, digital experiences that are easy to use, and a couple of clicks away you get to start enjoying what you want and how you want it. I think the entire Latin American landscape is ripe for a huge transformation, and the United States with the Latin community is going to make no exception to that. Actually, I think it will be one of the leading forces to embrace new technologies like never before.
The one thing that I want to add about Latin America, I just arrived in Miami 4 weeks ago, so don't be tough with me. I'm just arriving, but coming from the region, what I see is it's our time to grow, right? If you see the rest of the world, they're stuck. Their economy is not growing. And we are America, so we still have so much to do. And we do have a lot of creativity in our region. We are very early adopter for technology and mobile heavy user. So we do have something in our hand to create, a new way of doing lots of things. And we are also use it to, going ups and downs in economy. So we know how to recreate, how die and survive again. So I think we, as a culture, have everybody, empowered in the digital transformational world that we are living in. So this is our time for startups, this is our time for talents, this is our time for consumption. So I think it's a very good place to be nowadays.
Claudia, I wanted to ask, how would you describe the current state of innovation in Latin America? Do you think some of the large multi-Latina companies, are they getting it right, or what could they or should be doing better?
Well, actually, for me, multi-Latinas, they're the ones that are raised in the region. What they do better is really to survive into these differences that are the economy and difference of consumption that they are, right? I think, again, we do have some examples like ABI to transform this big and huge company in the world. And why they are doing this? Because they do right in Brazil to survive, and then they learn how to grow in the rest of the world. They do have a lot of people, and there are a lot of talents that they're coming to study in US, for example, coming back to Brazil, survive on the economy, and then they're exporting these talents in the rest of the world. This is one of the formula that I think they are doing right in terms of talents, people that they are putting inside their company. What they can do better, I think learn faster when they land, for example, in the US. I know that for sure they have a lot of challenges in the US. So they need to really embrace the country when they start in a new one. That's my point of view.
And getting back to this, Jorge, I know you kind of have the perspective of a company entering Latin America to do business. And it's so interesting because there is kind of this shared culture, but then you get very distinct countries and regulations. What kind of, and also ingrained companies, very large, a lot of monopolies sometimes. So, what would you advise a company not in Latin America that wants to start doing business there? What have you learned as the company has entered the region?
Yeah, sure. We're a French company that entered Latin America about 12 years ago. In one of the more complex environments, which is music streaming, the music space. And there are a lot of learnings from operating in Latin America, even though we want to see it as one big region. It has very unique nuances as you go country per country. And music being one of these passion points for consumers, I think it was key to keep the consumer at the center of that transformation, right? At the end of the day, consumers want to open an app and get access to the music with a very easy touch, right? Understanding that the consumer from Colombia is very different than the consumer from Brazil. Many of these companies that are our competitors in this space have a way to cookie cut the customer experiences. In our case, it's all about being local, right? So when you're in Colombia and you ask what is the largest followers of Vallenato, Deezer will come aboard. When you look at Brazil and you look at sertanejo and gospel music the same way. And we translated that into the US Hispanic market, understanding that here in the US is not only one Latino, there are many Latinos across the border, and what somebody in Southern California might be a musical taste might be very different to the one that in the East Coast or more Caribbean origin. So we, at the end of the day, I would say that the key to that success will be embracing the customer at the center of this. And when you're Latino and you open a music app, you don't want to be categorized under one category, Latin music. You want to be able to differentiate from rancheras to salsa to merengue and be able to feel it your own. Make sure that that's what you need and it understands your needs. So putting the consumer at the center in the digital economy is key. Anybody has taken an Uber or a Lyft, or you have interacted buying a ticket on the mobile phone, you only give it 2 chances. 2 clicks and a 1 what I needed. If you don't get it there, then you start being impatient, like, what is this? This is not what I need, right? So the bar has been set extremely high in satisfying a digital consumer. And when it comes to Latinos, we should adapt to that particular segment as well.
Thanks. And Tiago, I know, representing a large international brand in Latin America, I was interested in how do you take a brand that's international and kind of localize it or regionalize it, where you're competing with, well-known, maybe national brands. What have you learned from operating in Latin America?
Well, in our case, I would separate the conversation in 2 ways, right? Since Gatorade is a functional beverage, that the primary reason a person buys a bottle of Gatorade is to help their performance in sport, you can find that unifying thought that it's true in Latin America, in the U.S., in Japan, or whatever, that that's the reason that person is going after that. But the way you market is very interesting, because Jorge was just saying, right, there's no one Latin America, there's many Latin Americas. So going to the different places of Latin America and how to talk and get to that ultimate benefit that we're putting in that bottle is the challenge, right? What is the tone of voice? And I remember having, when I was, before doing the global job, I was doing the Latin America job, coming from Brazil, kind of a broken Spanish, getting to the different offices and coming with this speech that, hey, we have a unifying thought. This is about playing better sports, right? People would look at me like, who's this Brazilian want to tell me what should I say in Ecuador or Mexico or Guatemala, right? But then you start digging into it, and you get that our young consumer, and we really focus on the teenager, has several local nuances, but those nuances, because we live in sport, you can find those unifying traits. Last weekend here in Miami, there was the El Clásico from Spain, Barcelona and Real Madrid. There was close to 5,000 people in the Bayside Park just to watch it. Everybody from somewhere. That game is the most popular game throughout Latin America. Of course, in Brazil, they're the most popular games. In Argentina, they're more popular games and throughout. But the one that you can find that unifying thought is Barcelona, Real Madrid. So you have to, when working with Latin America, okay, you get it that it's all different, right? You get it. But for multi-Latinas or for international companies, if you dive into that and you become so specific, it's you're not authentic. The authentic, true connection to Peru is of a Peruvian company. But those consumers, they are local, but at least in our case, teenagers that play a lot of football, they have this world view of the topic that we are covering. And then if you tap into that, I think it helps you drive scale. And I think that is equal to an international company that, by the way, has been in Latin America for more than 100 years. We're a very Latin company in our Latin American arm. But also the multi-Latinas, right? If you stick as a multi-Latina, Claudia just used the example of ABI. ABI, and they figured out with Brahma, right? Trying to make Brahma popular around the region. Maybe not the best case, but what is the unifying thought? And their go-to-market is unrivaled. And you find that unifying thought throughout the region while you respect the local guys. If you try to be local, then it's without being authentic, because we were just saying Latin America are proud people of who they are and their origins. If you try to fake it, you're doomed.
And Claudia, moving back up to the U.S. a little bit, I read through your report. I thought it was fascinating, and I was curious, especially in a city like Miami, where with people from all different countries. What's different between being Hispanic or you know, are you Venezuelan or Colombian, or do you view more of, is it a group, or do you still see a lot of differences?
So look, I'm Mexican. I haven't lived in Mexico for 29 years, and I was 25 in Europe. I moved to America 4 years ago, and I just couldn't square the circle. I was like, I do not understand. The numbers that I read are big, and then the actions and the reality of Hispanics are small. I see power, and yet I feel, you know, like I see the numbers are one side, powerful and big, and the reality is small and weak. I just don't understand. And it all, like at the end of the day, through the surveys, through just digging into my understanding is the only explanation that I have for that is one, we haven't realized our power. And number two, we're focused on our differences. Here in America, that 55 million potential group that we have is focused on, I am Cuban from Miami, which, by the way, is different than Cuban from Chicago, and I'm Mexican, and I'm Venezuelan, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, you continue focus on your differences, and we will continue being the most invisible community in this country. You continue focus on your differences, and we will continue being paid the least of all the other communities in America. So it's time to actually get our act together and unify as one. And these are the examples that I love about music and sports, because at the end of the day, when I did this Hispanic sentiment study, we all felt, 66% of the people that we surveyed felt that we were not speaking with one voice. Okay. More than half said, I'm not sure we're acting as a community, but again, 90% of the people felt Hispanic because they understand music, they feel the sports, they have the passion for their mother and their family, and they care about hard work, and we're optimistic, so we identify as Hispanics. So it's just a matter of thinking look at the other communities, examples that we have around, and look how, you know, like the Asians. Do you really think that the Chinese and the Japanese get along? Historically, they've been killing themselves since the year one, right? They've been historically enemies. And yet, when they come to actually this country, they say, we will lobby together for scholarships. We will lobby together for higher jobs in tech. We will actually act together when we need to act together. But we have by far more identifiers than them. So it's time to actually start thinking bigger than our differences and start using music and sport and our love for family and our languages and our food to think Hispanic, love being Hispanic and being proud of it, because that's the only way that we can do it. And that applies as well to marketing and brands. 52% of the people that we surveyed felt that we were not that we were just passed on, that brands are coming towards our wallets because we have purchasing power. But what about 82% of the people said, if you're a brand and you demonstrate that you care about my community and my future and my education and my training, I will be inclined to buy you. And 81% of the people said, we need more differentiated love. So for all of you that are not Hispanic and that care about growing in America, I recommend that you start showing more Hispanic targeted marketing. Multicultural marketing matters and will continue matter the more that we get conscious of our power with that $1.5 trillion economic power that we have, the more that we have to demand companies to show us their love for real.
And Claudia, going back to that, what can companies and brands do to really focus on one, Latin America, and then the Hispanic market? How do you reach that market? Is it versus other demographics? Are there any unifying
Well,
themes?
I think, as I told you, I think Latin America is a little bit different from Hispanics here, because I think the brands are really still putting all of us in the same pot in US. They're not addressing, in music they are, I understand it here, but the markets and brands, they are really treating us as one. And we do have our differences. We do have our different culinary. We have our differences in many, many things, and the habits from the countries we've been coming from. So I think there's a lot of room for us to understand better consumers and put the consumer in the center and try to have a dialogue, because once you are really talking to consumers in the digital world, you don't have to stop. And you can't stop because the conversation will continue with or without you. So if you're going to go there, take a stand and move on and learn from this conversation. But in different channels with different in culture and everything. I think it's still the companies I've been seeing and really learning these 4 weeks that I'm here are still treating everybody as an average of different cultures, which we are not. So I think it's too simplistic. We are not having a voice. I completely agree with you. We are being transparent to companies, and the companies that are doing something, they are treating us as one, and we are not. So I think we do have a lot to do. Either if you're startups, because we do have to create, you have to create more different services to address these differences. There's a lot of room for that. And also for brands that are already established in the US, we are leaving money on the table. So pay attention, learn more, be humble, you know, because there's a lot that we can do for it.
Just to add to that conversation, I think you mentioned something very important. I see a lot of ads or campaigns. Okay, let's do the Spanish version, right? And I think you're mentioning about caring about the community. If you see a lot of brands in the area where I am, you know, we talk about grassroots, you being out there providing sporting experiences, and you know other brands the same way. I think what I see missing is really caring about the Latinos. Is not putting an ad in Spanish or signing the Mexico national team because the U.S. has failed to qualify for the World Cup. That was really not meaning to care about the Latinos. People have different needs, right? Usually, if you're in a well-heeled neighborhood in the U.S., you have access to sports. There's after-school programs. There's all these things. That's for different reasons. Maybe because you just mentioned the women of the Latino consumer group are more focused on micro entrepreneurship, right? 2, 3 women get together, and maybe they don't have the soccer mom to chauffeur the kids back and forth from soccer training. That kid becomes without a sports practice. So maybe that's what sports brands should be doing instead of just assigning the Mexico national team. By the way, it's the national team with the most sponsors around the world and haven't won a single World Cup. No detriment to the Mexican team. It's just it shows the economical impact of that national team, because people are thinking, okay, I signed the Mexican national team, I talked to Latinos in the U.S. in football. And that's wrong. There's a World Cup coming here, and the access to sport, the underrepresentation of Latinos in sport is very impressive here in the U.S.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to add to that thought and what you were mentioning regarding the how to address the Latinos. I think there's a huge opportunity for partnership. And one of the previous panels that were asking whether buy versus make and how companies may invest in developing their own solutions and techniques. One thing that we learn at Deezer is through partnerships, there's great ways to enhance and improve experiences to consumers, right? For instance, we have partnered up with all of the voice services, right? So nowadays, voice assistants, Google, Alexa, and so on, you can talk to them and drive music. Particularly, Google recently announced that their Google Assistants are bilingual. I tell you from my own experience, I talk to Google in Spanglish, and it gets me and understands what I'm saying and plays the music I like. Internally with Deezer, what we try to develop, it was a way to understand the bicultural Latino living in the United States, right? John Garcia or any others that were brought up here in the U.S. have a similar taste for hip-hop than he does for reggaeton, or he likes as much pop music as he likes salsa, right? So we built up a feature that, using artificial intelligence, collects the likes of your music and creates a musical fingerprint. So with one click, Deezer knows what I like, right? It knows that I like as much Latin music as I like other genres of music, and can generate these things. So there are many areas of technology that we can leverage in partnership and finding a more tailored solution to a Latino consumer that wants to be catered to, that wants to expect certain level of knowing who I am, as opposed to just sponsoring the national Mexican team. Nothing wrong against it, but it's very generic. There are many ways you can tailor that offer to feel unique, to feel like they're talking to you specifically.
Nathan, if I may, look, I think that The reason why I took a plane and arrived last night at midnight to come and leave just after this panel to go to Tokyo tomorrow and so on is just because you have so much power. And someone like me, I just started a sabbatical from the United Nations to dedicate a year of my life to actually enhance the Hispanic community because I just can't stand it. And we should not stand it. And the reason why people like me need people, such a powerful audience like you, is because you have the power to put Hispanics in your role models. When you're doing ads, when you're doing television, don't show Hispanics only. Don't go for the Hispanic wallet only. Go for the Hispanic role model them. 72% of all Hispanics cannot identify a single role model. Now, if you don't see it, you don't believe it. And we're not the pizza delivers, and we're not the criminals, and we're not the waiters. We're the creators of jobs. We're the entrepreneurs. We're the academics. We're the digital people. So let's show that. And let's show actually how we have the power to demand brands to say, invest on us. Invest in that, like kid that cannot go to the soccer field. Invest on my training so that I can get education to be coder. Invest on us because we, ladies and gentlemen, all the Hispanics, we have the power to bark and we have to start, we have the power to bite and we have to start knowing that we can bark as well. So please use your platforms to showcase Hispanics and start demanding that we're perceived with the dignity and the respect that we deserve.
Jorge, I wanted to just touch on the theme of volatility just a little bit. We see elections and political upheavals and things in certain countries can, from one day, kind of swing to the completely other end. How does a company, especially one that might not be familiar with Latin America, how do you plan for that?
You don't, unfortunately, and having been born and raised in Venezuela, I can tell you a lot about that. Look at one thing. I mean, you can always spin the right, the positive out of the negative. And yeah, Latin America has been unstable economically and political for hundreds of years, and I think I don't see when that will end. But for companies that operate across the region, in a way, the more complicated Latin American to operate, the better we are, in a way that we can manage, we can offer multinationals and multi-Latina the security that we know how to navigate to those waters, that we can establish, and at the valuation of 30% from day to night, it's a standard, it's expected. We could work through those hoops and make things happen. Unfortunately, there is not a recipe for success as to how to prepare for that, only to embrace the change as it happens, and it will continue to pave the way. And some economies drastic than others, but in a nutshell, I guess it's a rule of doing business in Latin America is facing that adversity and overcoming those difficulties on day in and day out.
Tiago, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, in here in a technology conference, and I think startups have such a great role to play in that transformation, because the way most of our economies are built is all of these official and unofficial tides between the establishment, monopolies, virtually or official, and it's very hard to cut through. We're one of the regions with the least social mobility in the world. So if you look at the power of technology to subvert that, we're just talking here about Nubank, right? And MasterCard here was earlier today. I'm sure what would happen on access to internet, that we completely leapfrog the table computer, the desktop. We went straight to mobile phones with huge penetration now. It will probably happen with payment methods. I would even call payment methods. People probably are gonna skip the plastic, right? They're gonna go to something that people in this audience are creating. And I think this is the biggest opportunity for Latin America. If you try to do more of the same, there's someone that has been there in bed with the establishment for 200 years, and they have the monopoly, the ways of doing it. Sometimes, there's a lot of criticism how business is done in Latin America. So I think this is the generation here, the technology and of the digital connectivity that will shortcut that, right? And find ways. Well, this is how it's always been done. There's a cartel here, a cartel there. If you benefit from this chaos that is Latin America, and everything is so complicated, if you're able to find that shortcut, I think that the rewards are immense because things are meant to be, the way it's always been. Our election last week is kind of in Brazil, good or bad. I'm not going to do any political judgments, but the order is almost, let's make Brazil great again, right? Something in that order. But is okay. Let's get back to what it was. And this audience, I'm sure, is looking at, let's disrupt that. And I think the means are there, right? There's never been so much funding for startups. There's never been so much technology available. And I think the opportunity is immense. It was just great to see the previous speaker here mention about going to Brazil and doing business there. I think this is the only way forward for Latin America, is to transform things. And I think we're living in the right time with the right environment.
Just saying that, again, Latin America is not one country. So there's always a country that is going well and another one that is not going well. So as a startup, as a really provider of services or product, either you surf, this short way of growth, that's a way of addressing Latin America, or, as I learned with the Japanese, I'm coming from Dentsu Inc., so Japanese, they're more persistent. And they do know that this is a more long journey, long-term thinking, and they are investing in the region thinking about that. And the way they do it is really to partner with local people that really understand, and they know, Japanese know, they don't. So they trust the person that is in charge in each of the countries to collaborate within itself. And, having this 6 years in Latin America, what I learned was, we as a region, we are very small compared to the other blocks of economy in the world, but we together, we are not. If we put together all the effort, we're going to have, more probability of doing right. So my recommendation is either you're a startup surfing the wave, or if you're a long-term, viewer, go for it. Either or, you're going to have a chance to do your business.
Well, thank you, everyone. We are out of time, but that was a great discussion, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Buenas tardes a todos. Please don't go anywhere because this is the most exciting part of the day, in my opinion. This is the Pitch to Investors session, where, as you'll see, there's a long line of brave startups queuing up here to get the chance to pitch their ideas to you guys and to a panel of investors, seasoned investors and founders. So please do stay and enjoy this. It's quick fire. The rules are pretty simple. They get 3 minutes each to do their pitch. There's a countdown clock here, which you can't see, but the minute it gets to 0, I will jump up and interrupt them. We have a number of investors sitting at the front here, who I'm going to introduce in a minute. They will then get 2 minutes to pose questions, I guess, in the style of Shark Tank to the brave startups. And we've got some great startups from all around the region here today, so please give them a quick round of applause. Bueno. So to introduce our investors here, I'm just going to get them quickly to stand up one by one. We've got Eric Ramos, who's from Florida Founders. Round of applause, please. Come on. We've got Rebecca Danta, who is from Miami Angels. Woo! We've got Mark Volchek, who's from Las Olas VC. Well done. Melissa Krinsman from Carillion Ventures. Thanks, Melissa. We've got Patrick Schmidt from Level 7. And last but not least, we've got Rhys Williams, a good Welsh name there, from FAU Tech Runway. And by the way, I'm Mark from Unbound, Mark Hudson, in case you were wondering. So who Do all of you guys know the rules? Yeah, you've got 3 minutes. There's a clock here. We're going to start with a startup called Virtual Emily, and Jose da Silva is presenting. Round of applause for Jose.
I'm Joe, and they call me the virtual CEO because I run my company from my smartphone. During a business meeting at Douglas Elliman, a client of mine asked me if I could create the perfect assistant like Emily from The Devil Wears Prada. Entrepreneurship is hard. We're wasting our time on mechanical tasks. We don't have a quality of life. So what we did is we created Virtual Emily as an experience where we combine humans, tech, and automatization of workflows to free our C-level talent of all mechanical tasks. Admin Emily can do your QuickBooks, paperwork, invoices. Marketing Emily can do community management, web design, videos. Data Emily can create leads for you, and Sales Emily can book meetings for you. You can set up virtual CEO teams. It's $750 for a half-time model, $1,500 for a full-time model. All talent is specifically recruited for your needs. We're targeting small companies under $250 million, entrepreneurs, and high-level executives. We're 4 times cheaper than the average competition. All of our talent is native and has undergrad students. We are creating enterprise Emilys for HubSpot, Salesforce, QuickBooks, Office 365. We consider ourselves to be disruptors because we combine humans and tech to create an AI-like experience where you can replace the talent at any given moment. In 2018, we've had 400% growth since last year at Unbound, and we're about to hit shy of $1 million. We're looking for smart money, partners, and definitely clients that can help us on our journey. So come by our booth for a free trial and let us know what you think. Thank you so much.
That was very quick. Well done. Right. Judges, who'd like to ask a question?
I can kick it off. How do you make your business defensible and different? What's sort of the secret sauce compared to many of the other sort of virtual assistant companies out there? What makes yours different?
I think the fact that we're nearshore and most of our Emilys are very close to the culture in the US is a difference maker. But Emily is a service. So it comes with an account manager, training teams, and recruiting. So basically, if you have to recruit or change the Emily at any given moment, it won't affect the client experience because we control as a team everything you need.
How do you project your business to be affected by, upcoming AI technologies like, say, a Siri, if they were, able to automate, tasks for users?
Yeah, so we're basically looking for investment to add an AI layer between the Emily and the client so we can standardize the experience even more. And we also want to add a big data backend so we can collect information from HubSpot, Salesforce, QuickBooks, which is going to give us a lot of information on our clients as well.
Hi. Within the companies that you sell to, what's the decision-making process? How many layers of decision makers typically do you encounter?
It's usually really fast. It's a 30-day sales cycle. Most of our buyers are business owners, which are, in a way, the only ones that care about saving the money. And we're growing super fast because our own sales process, where we create our own data and book meetings, is super successful. Good?
One more, yeah. If you had to say what the greatest value proposition for the busy exec would be, what might that be?
I think the human connection plays a very strong role because we really care about our clients and we really focus on recruiting somebody that we believe is going to be a good match. That, supported by my back-end team of Emilys in Colombia, definitely creates an unparalleled experience.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Check Round of applause for Jose da Silva. Thank you, Jose. If anyone wants to speak to Jose, he'll be down here. Next up, it's number 2. It's Etienne Guillard, who is representing Walleteros.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Etienne Guillard, owner and CEO of Walleteros. In the US, the banking system is not adapted to the needs of the low-income consumers. They have to maintain a minimum balance, pay overdraft fees, pay inactivity fees or hidden fees. They cannot cash checks in minutes. They cannot send money to unbanked people and cannot apply for payday loans. So, and the money transmitters are quite adapted, but they are expensive and time-consuming. We solve all those issues with Walleteros. There is no minimum balance, no overdraft fees, there is no hidden fees. You can deposit checks in minutes, you can send cash to Latin America and access small loans. How do you do that? You download the app, register in 3 minutes with your social or your ID and a selfie. You get right away a virtual card on your phone and a physical card 10 days later. You can load funds very easily with cash, cards, checks, direct deposit, or loans. You can also use it in any store with Google Pay, Android Pay, or PayPal, and withdraw cash from any ATM. You can send cash to Latin America up to $1,000 for less than $1. In the US, a third of the population is underbanked or underserved, and 20 million of them are Hispanics. We have quite a lot of competitors. We are as good as Chime, GoBank, and Varo for the Latinos, plus we are better than Xoom, Remitly, or WebRemit. We make money thanks to each time you use our card. We get an interchange commission from Visa. We have a few fees on the prepaid card. We make money on the money transfer, and each time we give a loan to someone, we get a commission. Our users are mobile first, like all the Latinos are, hard worker, legal people, and they are between 25 and 45 years old. We have a clear go-to-market strategy. We know how to acquire users, to activate them, and to retain them. We have a great team. Most of them are Latinos. And we are live. You can download the app, register right now, and get the card right away. I don't know how many Latinos we have in the room, but we can do that. And we are now in a 1 million seed round at a 2 million pre-money valuation. We have already secured 600,000. And the good thing is that the main investor in this round is Catalina Card Services, and they are the owner of Univision MasterCard program. Sorry about that, just because I lost my screen here. And they know us for 2 years. They decided to invest in Walleteros because they truly believe that we are able to change the life of millions of people, offering them a better solution than a bank, than a checking account. It's easier, it's faster. They get all the solution they need. It's a one-stop shop solution for Latinos, and we plan to open Walleteros Mexico next year. And in the next month, we will be able to be the Venmo for between the US and Mexico too, sending money from Walleteros to any Visa card in Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Etienne. Round of applause. Judges.
What does Walleteros offer that makes it specifically appealing for the Latino audience? It's
a one-stop shop, so you get everything you need right away on your phone. It's instant issuing. You don't need to have a social if you don't have one. The customer service we have is very different to any other one because we have real people behind, and it's all about relationship. They have all the services they need. If they need to apply for a loan, we can give them a loan. If they need to cash a check in minutes, we can give them. So it has been designed exactly for them, for their needs. Not for like Chime, which is done for millennials, US millennials. We are done for Latinos in the US.
So you are moving funds around the world with that. So how is it regulatory? So you need a banking license, or you have an e-money license, or a partner?
We partner with institutions that have their own license. So behind the card, there is Metropolitan Commercial Bank. Behind the check cashing solution, there is First Century Bank. Behind the remittance solution, Intercambio Express. What else? The lending solution, we partner with Insict. So there is always a financial partner behind, of course, because we don't have our own licenses. The customer is ours, but the services are from others.
Okay.
Two quick questions. Do you compete with Venmo, or do you mirror what they're doing? And the second one is, you mentioned a number of different channels, but I didn't see, your marketing campaign, I didn't see any mention of like a channel partnership.
Yeah, so Venmo, no, we are not Venmo in the sense that we open an account. So if you don't have a bank account or you don't want to keep working with your bank account, you can switch to Walleteros. So we don't compete with Venmo, and in fact, if you have a Walleteros card, you can send money with Venmo and your Walleteros card. So it's not the same. And until now, we have been working on digital marketing. We are
really sorry, Etienne. We have to be ruthless. Please come and talk to Etienne afterwards and give him a round of applause. Well done, Etienne from Walleteros. Bueno, next up is Santiago Perez from In Motion Group, with a bicycle, no less. Go for it, Santiago.
Hi, everyone. My name is Santiago Perez. I'm the CEO of InMotion Group, and I'm here to present our latest development, Borana. Well, that's not a presentation.
That's not your presentation. No. Okay, that's not the presentation. Eddie?
Shall we maybe change for the other one and lady?
Go to the next one and yeah. Why don't you bring the bike down?
Yeah, sure.
Right, so we're going to skip to the fourth one, which is Esteban Ochoa. While we sort out the presentation, can we go to the next one, please? From Esteban Ochoa from Eventia. Give us a round of applause, please. Go for it.
Hi, my name is Esteban Ochoa. I am CTO and co-founder of Eventia. And we strongly believe in the transformational power events have on our society. That's the main reason we help event organizers all across the world to create more successful events. We do that by providing them with a very powerful, flexible, and easy-to-use event management platform. Thing is, events are really hard, and they're a big deal. Based on Forbes magazine, it's the fourth most stressful job on the planet. And one of the main reasons is that an event organizer usually needs to rely on about 7 different platforms that do not talk into each other, so they need to do that by hand. That adds a lot of stress, frustration, extra costs, and sleepless nights to their job. At Eventia, we solve that problem by providing them with all of the tools they need into a beautiful and easy-to-use event management platform on the cloud. The market is huge, but today it is very fragmented. There are around 50 million events with more than 500 million attendees every single year. Just the event management software industry, which is where we are, it's valued at $5 million. Based on the locations that we are, which are mostly the US and Europe, we estimate that at $2 billion. The market has its competence, and what makes us apart from them is that we have a strong and a wide spectrum of features. We do have a very powerful B2B matchmaking functionality, and it has a very low cost of ownership in the market. We use a pay-per-use model. The events start at $500 with us, and that they can go up to $30,000 per year based on the amount of events that you do with us. Brands like Bioderma, Pierre Fabre, the commercial service here in the US, Select USA, ProColombia, Repsol, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, choose to rely on us for their events. Today, Eventia is a bootstrap company. We are self-bootstrapped. And we have customers in around 32 countries today. And we are already cash flow positive. We've been doubling our sales since 2016. And this year, we should be closing with a little bit less than $1 million in sales. We're looking to raise $1 million to help us accelerate our sales in the next 12 months and take us to 5,000 events supported by us, 500 paid accounts, and $2 million in annual recurring revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esteban. And I would like to personally thank you for pointing out that events planning is the fourth most stressful job on the planet.
It is. It really is.
Over to you guys.
Hi. Looks like you started in 2016, and you had a lot of logos up there. What were you replacing for them, if any type of tech platform that they were using?
Okay. There are a couple of legacy platforms out there that are really difficult to use, and that's one of the main reasons event organizers are looking for something else. Also, since the industry, I'm not saying it's new, but it's not very, I will say, mature. A lot of event organizers uses still pen and paper and email and spreadsheets just to organize their events.
Of your current customers, how many have purchased more than one event with you?
Usually they purchase the first event to try us, because events, it's all about trust, all about relations. And after they see that we live by our value proposition, which is we help you get your event right, we help you get your, to make your event a success, they usually go for bigger packages. So the average we have is around 6, 7 events per year per customer, which bring us to an average ticket per customer of around $2,000 per year.
Do you have a percentage, though, that move over to more than just one after the trial?
We do. And I don't have that number here, but I'll definitely get back to you with that.
Any more questions? I've got a question. Are you interested in doing a contra deal with us?
Definitely
Next
yes.
year's Unbound Miami.
Definitely yes.
Okay. Talk to me later.
I will. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right. Thank you, Esteban. Okay, we're trying again with the bicycle. It's Santiago Perez from InMotion Group. Another round of applause for Santiago.
Okay, so my name is Santiago Perez. I'm the CEO of InMotion Group, and I'm here to present Borana. This is our latest development, and it's the first industrially manufactured electric bicycle in Colombia. Looking about the problems we have with mobility, Borana is a high-performance, IoT-enabled, smart city-integrated vehicle. And at the same time, it serves as a platform for showcasing our vision. With it, we are transforming urban environments from within. We move around for work, to meet friends, to pick up people or kids. We move to travel or to go to the doctor. Mobility is at the end what you call is at the core of human experiences. So it is so relevant today that it consumes up to 30% of the energy produced worldwide. We are InMotion Group, a mobility think lab. We are aimed to transform the transportation of citizens, cities, and companies with high-tech solutions. We founded the company 7 years ago. 4 co-founders. We were scientists and researchers. We spent our first 4 years working in research and development. And our last 3 years, we've been doing market trials and taking our products and ideas to market. We recently reached our first $1 million in revenue. We've been granted 3 industrial designs. We have 2 patents pending, and we've been receiving at least our last 10 awards in entrepreneurial ecosystems. We have already closed a seed investor from a very strategic Canadian investor already. And these are the products we make. We have been doing scooters, cargo platforms, automated stations, bike sharing systems, and a lot of different solutions for the mobility market. And to cover the whole spectrum of mobility, we've been working on these new 4 business units. These units are, one is the bike corporate sharing systems. The other one is we are optimizing mobility for corporations too with data science and analytics. We are doing another unit, which is a hardware and software incubator. And we lastly are working with a citywide deployment of a network of charging stations for bike, motorcycles, and cars. Our technology has been gathering information in the cities, so this is very important for us since we are understanding what's happening in the cities. So for example, these bikes here, they measure the air quality and the traffic around the bike. The green dots are good air quality, the red dots are bad air quality, so pollution. And the smaller the dots, the more difficult it is to flow with the traffic. We're looking for a $1.5 million investment for 20% of the company. The money will go to research and development and to a network to deploy our next products to global markets.
Thank you, Santiago.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the investors?
Very interesting what you guys have built, Santiago.
Thank you.
Can you tell us about sales traction to date?
Yeah, we have a couple of units working. The first is we have corporate bike sharing systems, which is consistent of like 50% of our sales. So basically what we do is we install corporate stations with bikes, and we charge corporations a monthly fee for the usage of the employees of the bikes. Basically a bike sharing but private. So we connect all the companies around. We also have our other 50% comes from B2C sales of bikes like this and consulting services with the data and the software we make.
Can you tell us about your intellectual property estate and patent protection?
Yeah, we've been working several years as researchers, so we have received training in a lot of IP. We have patents which are sponsored by our government and by our research institutes. We operate within a university, so we know very well the IP structure we need to follow. We have IP, proprietary IP registered in our company. We have software, industrial secrets, patents, and industrial designs already registered.
How do you handle the manufacturing? Do you do that yourself? Do you use contract manufacturers?
That's very interesting. We at some time, 4 years ago, decided we didn't want to install a factory by ourselves. So we went all over the world to learn how we should do it. We gathered a network of 40 suppliers and vendors from all over the world who are our main suppliers right now. And specifically in manufacturing, for example, one of these frames, as you see, these are manufactured in our own country, but we create them in a factory which is our partner now. So we are transforming their product lines.
Thank you very much.
Okay?
Sorry to cut you off, Santiago.
Thank you.
Come and talk to Santiago afterwards. I've seen it. Have you got more than one of these out there?
We have a booth.
We can all
there.
go for a ride.
We have a booth there. You can go and ride.
Thanks, everyone. Round of applause. Okay. Next up is Alan Merkin from Cloud Task. Sorry? Sorry, and Amir Ryder. Go for it, guys.
Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a pleasure to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about our company, CloudTask. Here at CloudTask, we grow businesses with outsourced sales and customer success teams. I just want to give you a quick snapshot about where we're at since inception. We're set to grow 100% in 2000 year on year, close the year with over $1.5 million in revenues. We've gone from 0 to 100 employees since inception, and we're now cash flow positive without any investment or debt. Most importantly, we have some amazing case studies from leading US software and SaaS companies.
Talk about some of the problems that we fix currently today at CloudTask. A lot of businesses, especially in the SaaS world, are spending millions and millions of dollars attracting website visitors, but they're still using old forms to convert leads into marketing qualified leads. They're also spending a lot of money on closing those leads into customers, and they're facing a lot of high churn, and customer success has now become a priority. So to dive deep into the actual managed customer sales teams and customer success teams, how we fix those problems here at CloudTask is we use sales development reps that use sales chat technology to speak to actual website visitors in real time, much like you would be greeted by a store clerk at a sneaker store. We then actually have account executives that are managed that close those MQLs into customers, and then we reduce churn by managing customer success teams. To take a little deeper look into the actual value proposition, if you actually look at the cost of hiring a business development rep, an account manager, a sales trainer, quality assurance analysis, and a content writer, you're talking close to $312,000. With CloudTask, a business development rep costs $60,000, and it includes all the management. To talk a little bit about some of our success stories, we'll take a company called Ipswich, for example. They do about $500 million in sales, and they're a company out of Boston. They had about 40,000 unique visitors a month on their website, but nobody was greeting them there. With CloudTask, we managed 6 sales development reps, and we were able to generate $3.5 million in marketing qualified leads and about $650,000 in deals closed within 7 months for a 5.5 ROI. It's probably closer to 7 today.
Great. So not only do we have proof of concept here, not only do we have a sticky product, but we're also in a market space, the growth of software and service and cloud services that's set to double 100% by 2021. So far you have half of the management team in attendance here, myself alone and Amir. We also have Michael Hansen, our VP of Marketing, and Ashley Golding, our Head of Digital Strategy, which hopefully you'll have the opportunity to speak with as they're in attendance. Lastly, I'd like to ask, who would like to be the next member of the CloudTask family? We're looking to raise $1 million today.
Thank you very much. I mean, sorry to interrupt, but sounds good. I'm actually looking for a job. So, yes.
You're hired. You're hired.
I need a green card though, right?
We'll sponsor you.
Okay, cool. Right, over to the judges.
Sure, I'll kick it off. So talk about sort of revenue per employee. You have 100 employees, 1.5 million of revenue. How do you see that growing? And are you worried about sort of too much of your business being a service rather than really a technology or software rather than outsourced people?
Great question. So the strategy that we've been working on in Q3 and Q4 has been entirely dedicated to quadrupling our current account size. So the economy of scale is our profit margins are gonna double once we do that. So the economy of scale per employee is also gonna be much more profitable.
So you're looking for 1 million as a convertible note that should be converted later on in shares of the company or equity?
Yeah.
And if so, how many? So right now you have any shareholders, or it's still the funder team?
It's just Amir and myself currently. We're debt-free. We haven't raised any money yet. You know, either an equity deal now or a convertible note structure would be ideal.
Okay, thank you.
We had the opportunity to speak last evening. Could you shed some light on the fact this is an outsourced play in a significant way in terms of being offshoring? You're offshoring a good part of the service provision, correct?
Yeah, we both actually live in Medellin, and we're all on site with everybody.
And how many of your employees? How many of your employees are in Medellin?
95%.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thanks, guys. So you're based in Medellin?
Yes, we are.
Do I need a green card for Medellin?
We'll sponsor you.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank
Round
you.
of applause
Thank you.
for Cloud Task. Okay, next up, we've got Diego Paramo Atalaya? Joel.
Yeah.
Joel.
It's one slide before. Okay.
We've got Epica, and it's Joel.
Thank you. Yeah,
okay, round of applause for Joel.
Hi, how are you? My name is Joel, and I'm from Epica. So Epica is democratizing the access for retailers to own a prediction engine. So the same power that Netflix and Spotify has to know who will watch a movie or a song, it's what we're giving to, it's the prediction engine capability that we're giving to retailers. Why retailers? Because they have massive amount of data, and they are chosen in the AI era to be the first one to benefit and capitalize on these capabilities. So we have created a prediction engine capability that basically over the last 2 years we have enabled over 20 clients to see an average of 60% lift in the conversion when retailers use Epica. So what we do is that we consolidate data, we predict over that data, and we activate actions. So we are not an analytics company, but the next step in terms of predictive analytics. So actions will be like hyper-personalizing websites, email marketing, and programmatic media buying. So what do we predict? We predict sales, demand, content readability by using machine learning and natural language processing technologies. We have a huge market, which we estimate only in the US that 100,000 retailers will be willing to pay $100,000 in predictions per year with a technology like ours. And we compare differently with others as we are the only ones that do not require you to have a data scientist team in your team. And we are fully focused on integrating first, second, and third-party solutions to the retail ecosystem specifically. So we have a very deep and narrow focus. Our pricing model is based on monthly data sets processed, so as much data as the client wants to process for us to predict, the higher the pricing tier. We have a huge traction where the first year in 2017, we accomplished 1.3 million. This year, we're closing at 3.4, and we ending next year, hopefully, with up to $10 million. So we are in 5 markets today. and we are ready to hit big in the US market. Today, only 10% of our clients are in USA, and we're planning that for by the end of next year, 1 out of every 2 customers will be in the US. So we are planning up to 2021 to have $37 million by 2021. Some are clients, some of our partners, and our team. Hernan, our CEO, a serial entrepreneur with successful exits in the past. Diego, our sales director, he comes and was one of the first employees of Google in Latin America.
Thank you, Joel. Over to you guys. Round of applause over to the judges.
So retail's a broad category. It looks like you have some strong customers to start. Can you shed some light on your sales and marketing strategy and what you're going to dive into and how that works?
Yeah, so we started by using a cost-efficient strategy to launch in other countries than in USA, hitting big names like Unilever and MasterCard and Coca-Cola and all of those names. And basically, our go-to-market strategy was to build up a senior sales development team to go out and approach those markets. But we have launched recently, 1 month ago, an SDR team, sales development representative team, where we're using to call all the merchants that we're hitting in different ecosystems like Shopify in order to achieve the sales that we're planning for next year. So finally, before you find any question,
any more questions?
We're raising $1 million to accomplish the traction that we want to hit for next year, and hopefully by the end of next year achieve the Series A round.
With 90% of your revenue outside the US, what are you going to do differently, or what must you do differently to penetrate this market?
So 2 strategies. 1, in the enterprise level, SaaS enterprise level, we are mimicking the traction. So we had amazing success with Coca-Cola, for example, in Mexico, and now we are in conversation with Atlanta. And in terms of this new product, that it's a lightweight version of our platform where it's involves no human touch, frictionless and seamless integration with all of these merchants. We're planning to launch all that new strategy now in the US market because it makes sense for this particular market.
What role within your client's organization, who's the user?
The user will be if they have data scientists.
I'm really sorry. I feel terribly rude, but time's up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Joel, everybody. Thank you. Come and speak to Joel afterwards to finish off that question. Okay, so next up is Lamar Medina, and that's Marie and Dario. Dario? Dario.
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 Okay, round of applause. Marie and Dario. Look at this. Amazing.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maria Escobar from Lamar Media, and he's Dario Silva from Area Visual. We are 2 venture partners in creating unique and diverse content for kids. We understood that the content that most of the kids consume all over the world is not created based on their environment, their culture, and their surroundings. So what we want to create is non-stereotype heroes, such as princesses or superheroes. We want kids to understand that heroes come in every shape and every size, and the magic is inside them.
We will establish a company that will produce 65 episodes of TV series under digital developments with very well-known co-producing channels and studios in the USA and Canada. We will distribute them through those channels and also platforms as YouTube Kids and Netflix. Maria and me, we have been directing, creating, and producing content for 20 years. We have produced over 600 hours of entertainment content in live action, animation, and live shows. And we have sold over $3 million in Colombia, which is a very small market.
We have created by our own 4 series, and some of them have been aired in channels as Discover Kids and platforms as Netflix Latin America. We think we are ready to co-produce with bigger companies in the US and Canada to reach more kids to understand that the magic is inside them.
We are looking for $2.7 million. That money will be used to establish the company, and it represents the 50% of the overall budget for co-produce with other partners. The other 50% come from those other partners in the USA and Canada, and we have started negotiating with them already. We are offering an MPV of 1.6 million in 5 years and 27% IRR in the same 5 years. All the income comes from licensing and merchandising agreements, as well as sales in digital platforms. We are offering 3 options for exits. In the small term, we have equity in the company. For the medium term, we will have stocks in the company, and the long term would be stocks in the intellectual property. We are inviting you to team with us to start building the concept of self-confidence in kids from the very first years and grow less judgmental individuals through entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria and Dario. Right, over to the investors.
Any question?
Here we go.
So, are there any products out yet, or no? The company's just being established. Have you guys launched any videos yet?
Yes, we have our own companies, and we have been working with with our companies in Colombia. And now what we want to do is establish a company in Canada or the US and start working with our properties outside our countries. What happened in Colombia is that the market is so small that we didn't get any more the budgets we need to make the properties as they are right now.
And we want to make the properties bilingual, so that's what we have to do to partners in Latin America and US and Canada.
Excuse me?
We have 4 shows. In one of them, we have 39 episodes, 3 seasons. We have this one that is named Ana Pirata, and we just had 5 episodes, but it was broadcasted in 88 countries in Latin America by Discovery Kids.
How many people on your creative team? Is it just the 2 of you, or who are creating the episodes?
Yeah, we are the creative team. We create all the stories, and we start the stories, but we have a team in illustration and graphics and design to make the Bibles. And after that, we keep developing with the companies that are interested in our properties.
But sometimes we partner with other studios, like for them to produce the animation or the audio, but the creative side always comes from us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. A round of applause for Maria and Dario and Ana Pirata. Right, next up, we've got Luis Fernando Rico Navas from Invest Latam.
Good afternoon. Hi, everybody. So I'm Luis Rico. I'm a marketing director at Invest Latam. It's a platform that brings together lenders, in this case people, and on the other side we have borrowers. In this case we are working with the companies. Why Latin America? Basically it represents only 0.1% of the fintech market around the world. It's the third largest market in the world after India and China. So it's a huge population that we would like to cover. From the GDP perspective, we have 5 times more than India per capita, and we have the same GDP as, per capita as China. And basically, we have high interest rates in the Latin American countries. I just want to ask you a question. What do you think is the average for Latin American countries in the interest rate? What do you estimate? Just to give you an idea, we have, for example, for Colombia, we have 36% interest rate for the companies that want to get a loan, small companies and medium companies. We have around 40% in Paraguay. We have 80% in Argentina, around 32% in Brazil. So the interest rates are very high, and that's why in the McKinsey report in 2018, they said that after 3 years, 62% of the companies break down because they didn't get access to the loans. They were very expensive, and that's one of the solutions we are providing with this platform. Basically, what we do is we connect people that want to invest or want to lend money to companies. And they can get more interest rate as a savers, as an investors, and the companies are going to get better rates. In average, we are estimating in our platform, the companies are going to have 13%, or between 13 and 18% compared to the 30% that they are getting now. And on the other side, the investors or the lenders, that they can get only 2 or 3% in the bank, they are going to have around 13% as well. Why invest LATAM? Because we have a unique model. We create a model that we don't need to be regulated. And the reason we don't have to be regulated is that we basically connect the people and we don't receive any money from any one of them. We are a broker. So in this side, we have the companies, and the other side, we have the investors or we lenders, and basically we create a system that brings them together and they negotiate themselves. So it allows us to get a rapid expansion within the Latin American countries. It gives us lower investment required. So to get regulated in Colombia, for example, we need to invest $2 million and 1 year after that. And basically, we are 3 partners. Vanessa.
Thank you very much, Luis. That's brilliant. Thanks.
Okay, sorry.
Round of applause, and then over to you, the investors.
So you explained that the business model is your brokerage between the 2 entities.
Yes.
Does that mean there's no screening for either side? Anyone can join and sign up on the platform?
Yeah, definitely anyone can join, and we have a very strict process to verify the identity of the people that is investing, plus the companies. And we offer also guarantees from the companies to the investors. Please go ahead.
Do you have functionality for American investors to translate their earnings into American dollars from, say, Colombian pesos? Is there a way to either hedge risk or to do translation?
Yeah, at the moment, very good question. At the moment, we are located in Bogota, in Colombia. And one of the expansions we want to do is to buy cryptocurrencies that we can do that from different parts of the world. And that's what we are aiming for. Thank you for the question.
So you said you don't need a regulation because you are not receiving any money, right, from the parties. How you generate your revenues? How you make
That's
money?
a very good question. Basically, we don't get we don't receive any money, but we get a commission in the end of the transaction. So when the lender is giving the money to the borrower, we get 3.5% of the commission. But it's not, what I want to say, we don't receive money is that the money doesn't come through our accounts, and then we provide it. We put together in the end of the transaction.
Okay.
And what's your current traction? What's live, and what's your current revenue?
We are in a very early stage. Basically, we start this month, and we have 300 people willing to get loans, about 5 companies, and we really started the marketing this month. We have been working in this platform for 2 years. My partners are very, one of them has been working for Barclays for 10 years, doing all of these things. And Vanessa, who is the CEO, she has been working for Lloyds.
Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Great idea. Good luck, Luis. Thank you. If you want to talk to Luis, he'll be around here. Thanks, everybody. Right, we've got a few more to get through, but we're nearly there. The next up is Gio Punzo, who's wearing a pretty cool T-shirt.
Super Streen.
Super Streen. Here he is.
Thank you. How are you? My name is Gio, CEO of Streen Media. We build the most disruptive OTT end-to-end solution in the market. Some of our customers like Radio Disney, Cariflix, ESPN, EXA, and TCS use our technology to do 3 major things: distribute their content, engage with end users, and monetize. And how do they do that? They use our technology like InsideCast. With InsideCast, you can take a live stream and send it to Facebook, YouTube, web, Twitch, iOS, Android, all at the same time. You can also build your own app, iOS, Android, Roku, Apple TV app, all live inside of our platform. Other things that you can do. How many of you love to chat and watch content at the same time with different friends? Well, we built that technology for our content providers that are loving it, are using it, and they're increasing 100% engagement on their content platform. We also give them other tools like Inside News, integrated with Google News or WordPress. And we're giving them tools to monetize, so they can actually make 10 times more their digital ads revenue using our patent-pending technology, Inside Ad. People love to take selfies, so they use selfie ads. Take a selfies and get paid. How cool is that? So we're giving our content providers different tools for them to really engage and monetize with the audience, and then they get to see all the analytics using the Inside Analytics with machine learning. All of this, thinking ahead, thinking of the future with Inside AR, VR, new technology for them to really make a big splash in the market. We are Stream Media, and our record traction is absolutely impressive. Record annual revenue growth, record subscribers, a record number of customers, patent-pending technology, stream the FIFA World Cup. Any soccer friends here? Yeah, good. And massive market opportunity, over 175 billion market opportunity, but you cannot do it without an amazing team. And Antonio's in the back, our CTO, that has built some fantastic products for the last 10 years. So we continue to grow. We are raising 2 million, 1.5 million is already been committed, and we're looking for an extra 500K for this round. Stream Media, empowering new content experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gio. So, questions from the investors?
Sure, you mentioned the patents. Can you talk a little bit more about what your secret sauce is and what parts of your technology are sort of really the defensibility?
Sure. So the secret sauce is definitely our patent pending technology. We store, time, display, and mutate advertisement within a player. That's been so powerful that when we've gone head against the competition, people have chosen us simply because they know they can monetize even more.
What's the ad effectiveness of doing the dual ad next to the video versus just having the ad beforehand?
Yeah, it's a great question. So 100% real impressions guaranteed. So when our customers go back to the brands and they say, how many people have actually seen the ad? 100%. That's pretty cool. And then the other comparison with Facebook and Instagram ads, it's a 90% click-through rate compared to Facebook and Instagram ads, which is pretty impressive.
Could you put your paying customers into, like, group them into categories? Which percent might be individual artists, which might be commercial content creators?
Beautiful. So the majority of our customers are radio stations and TV stations. And they're small to mid-size, or sometimes the top 5 radio stations, TV stations in their own countries. We're very, very strong in South America. 80% of our revenue comes from South America, and 20% from the rest of the world.
Also, your gross margins, what would you say they are on average?
85%.
85?
85%. Beautiful thing.
How are you guys optimizing for such a high click-through rate?
How we, what?
The 90% click-through rate, how do you optimize for that?
How do we optimize it? We build a very, very strong backend that I can actually see and analyze per user data.
Okay, I think time's up. Round of applause, everyone, for Gio from SuperStream. Right, next up, we've got Stephen Fleischer. Stephen
Fleischer.
Stephen Fleischer from 2 Degrees, Inc.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Unbound, Edward, Albert, Jose, and everyone that brought this event together. 2 Degrees, the best way to meet people and redeem deals. 10 years ago, my claim to fame, I created the #1 most downloaded app in 2009, and now I'm here to do it again with 2 Degrees. Recently hired a CFO, an executive from IBM. This week, he starts at my company, which is a big milestone for us. Here's how 2 Degrees works. We create relationships for people through mutual friends. This is Clay. Clay has 1 Degree relationships with people through his phone contacts and social networks. All right, that didn't work. There's a video here. So Clay and Meg are connected. They're 1 Degree friends. Meg and Alice are also 1 degree friends. Clay and Alice can connect on 2 degrees and become 2 degree friends. We connect people that may or may not be able to make these connections without 2 degrees. It sounds a little bit like other social networks, LinkedIn, Facebook, but they cannot do what we do. We use geolocation and phone contacts to connect people through their mutual connections. So here's how we make money. This is our marketplace. It creates socially driven behaviors. Businesses use this 2 degree platform as a completely new way to advertise. It's a new paradigm for marketers to connect with their users' friends, with their patients' friends, with their clients' friends, customers' friends. We allow businesses to connect through their current users or customers directly to their friends, which creates socially driven behaviors, driving new people to their business. It's a SaaS model. Here's how we charge our companies, our customers. This is an example of what our kiosks look like in stores. We've had tremendous growth in Florida. We're at about 325,000 users, and we're bringing new customers to businesses. We turn our users into customers. The last year's been huge for us. We've raised $1.25 million to date, and I graduated from the wonderful FAU Tech Runway Incubator up in Boca Raton, Florida. They helped me grow my company over the year that I was there, and they continue to do so. I got my patent issued on using phone contacts to network between people's phones based on geolocation. And I recently won the Red Herring Top 100 Startups globally. That was last week in California, a big achievement for us. We're currently we were raising $2 million. We've exceeded it. We've moved it up to $3 million. It's a convertible note with a 5% interest and 20% discount. And these 3 little bubbles explain how we're going to spend the money to grow and scale across the country.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Stephen Fleischer. And over to you, judges.
Going back to the business model slide, who are you charging? The restaurants? It's a monthly fee?
Yeah, we have 3 plans. $39 a month. They can run 1 deal, similar to how Groupon deal works. They can spend $99 a month. It's a subscription. And they can run up to 4 deals a month, different kinds of deal. It could be for an hour. It could be for a week. And then the $399 plan, we help them market their advertisement or deal to bring new customers. Thank you. Any other questions?
So talk a little bit about your current traction and where's your revenue and what metrics do you follow for the business?
So we have 5 metrics that we track for the businesses, similar to how a Facebook ad tells you how many people have consumed the ad, clicked on the ad, or converted. So the metrics that we offer to the businesses are how many of the 2 Degrees users have seen the deal, clicked on the deal, how many of their friends have received the deal, clicked on the deal, and redeemed the deal. So we also track point of sale, so we can let our customers, the restaurants, or whoever else know how many of our users were interested in shopping there, as well as walked in and made a purchase.
You've already disclosed that I know the answer to this, but have you explored creating a new category or crossing categories?
We have defined a new category that doesn't exist already. It sounds like it does, but it doesn't. It's called social deals. There's daily deals, there's local deals, but Groupon lacks the social dimension, and that's why we came up with social deals. It's familiar, and it makes a lot of sense for us.
So what was the #1 most downloaded app in 2009?
Pocket Devil. Who's heard of it? We had over 10 million downloads. It was a paid app. Not all of them were paid. We also had a free version.
Thank you, Stephen. Round of applause.
Thank you.
For Stephen. Right. Well done. Next one, we've got Antonio Ardilla from Scouted.
Hello, hello. Test, test. Hello, I am the founder of Scouted, and we make it easier to discover young athletes. The reason I say we make it easier is because it's already pretty easy nowadays. If I'm an athlete, I can post and share all my clips on social media. If I'm a scout, I can send a generic letter to hundreds of athletes. I usually get a couple of responses back every year. Or I can just call some of the athletes. I just have to make sure I do it in June of the year they turn 17. And I think it works the same for international athletes. I'll have to check later. If I'm either a scout or an athlete, I can join an elite network of players and recruiters with special connections that will definitely plug me in. With all these channels, it's a great time to get discovered. In the last 10 years, the student-athlete population has grown 19%. Over 3,000 new programs have been added, and girls now make up 44% of the entire student-athlete population. It's also a great time for scouts. With international participation, there's a bigger pool than ever. 29% of NBA players are born outside of the United States, compared to 7.6 in 1998. Cristiano Ronaldo is the most popular athlete on social media. Maybe that has something to do with all the new female athletes. But if the opportunity is so ripe, then why do 92% of athletes go unrecruited and $100 million go unawarded every single year? We found out why. The information in social media is impersonal. Scouts are looking for character, discipline, grades, and size, in that order. Pay-to-play programs are very expensive, costing up to $800 a season and $5,000 a year for international athletes, meaning that it requires means, commitment, and risk from the parents. For both parties, the process is very time-consuming. Editing videos is annoying, and scouts receive hundreds of 5-minute YouTube links every year that go unviewed. That's where we come in. We centered the information on a free platform in a queryable database, and we considered the growing market. Think LinkedIn meets Instagram meets any young boy or girl with a dream of playing on the big stage. Scouted has a native video editor that limits all vids to just the highlight. Clips are ranked on their media performance, and you can even see who is loading nearby. Not to mention, we have partnered with performance gyms in order to build our IP feature. Our journey started in 2017. We launched our alpha in April of this year and our beta just last month. The entire platform has cost about $34,000, $22,000 in technology, $9,000 in operations, and $2,000 in marketing, including the hats for this event, plus $45 in testing some digital ads. That has yielded 702 total users and 31 daily active users. We built this app to contain less than 100 text words, and in January it will be translated into Spanish and French, and next year we'll be the first in the world to release technology that captures a 40-yard dash using only the phone's camera. We're willing to bet on it. As an investor, I know you may still be shocked by how fast and cheap this app was built. I could speak for days on all 6 members of the team, but for now, I am at the center. Behind me is my mentor who comes with over 100 rad products under his belt.
Very sorry to stop you there.
Yeah.
Time's up, but round of applause for Antonio, and now some questions.
Sure.
Sorry.
Can you click through, Christian? Click through.
Questions?
Thank you.
Any questions? No? No questions? No? Oh. I think you covered it all. That must be it.
That was my goal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So love the hat.
How much are you raising and on what terms?
Pardon?
How much money are you raising and on what terms?
So we're looking for a 1-hour meeting with an investor who has a technology background and preferably a sports network. We're waiting for our IP feature to launch in Q1 of next year to determine the actual amount. We're also open to listening to guidance and advisors into how much is actually required. We run very lean. If you see $34,000 is extremely cheap to build this kind of platform. So we are looking for advice and guidance.
Why are you the right person to build this company successfully?
Because I'm a failed athlete myself, and also I don't think that you can find any team that can build such a platform that can support concurrency and technology and AI technology at such a low cost. I don't think anyone can do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Antonio. Scouted. Right, guys, nearly there. We've got 8 arrows presented now by Daniel Gurema.
That's right.
That's right.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Daniel.
Hello, everybody. I'm from 8 Arrows. I'm the CMO of 8 Arrows. We're located in West Palm Beach. 8 Arrows is a mobile strategy company. It's a complete platform, including a mobile app and a back end for any kind of business or enterprise that has a front-end retail or any kind of store. So one of the things that's behind 8 Arrows is what we call AI-powered personalization. Effectively, this is basically an ability for a store, a restaurant, or bar, or spa to be able to really improve their customer interaction. So why haven't stores adopted AI? and have a mobile app that's effective. Most don't have one. There are many reasons, but one of the things is thinking that they'll reduce their staff. The platform that's been developed, AI, actually helps improve the relationship. A bunch of technologies have been developed since 2013. This company's only been formed recently, but this is the 5th year of the development of this technology, with specialties like QR codes that take you to special parts of their table, and also integrations with Postmates. But it's really all about data, this company, and getting data and using that for AI. That's what it's really about. As far as the overall 8 arrows, it's basically taking a bunch of what you'd usually hire a consulting company for and turning it into a real product. It's an enormous marketplace. In fact, every time you go into a retail store, you think about, have they served you last time? Do they have your information? It's a complete, wide open, blue ocean field, actually, if you think about it. It's not really been tackled. How do we get to our customers? Really, 2 ways. B2B, direct, selling to customers direct. We've had a tremendous amount of acceptance in the market for people we talk to, B2B, but also really through reseller model. These are the people involved in 8 Arrows. We have a lot of interesting people, a lot of interesting experience in our company. This platform, like I said, was developed over the last 5 years. It's now going to market. It's already done thousands of orders. It's now something that we're going to take originally from the restaurant business into a variety of other businesses like spas and anywhere there's a multi-location company.
Thank you, Daniel. The time is up.
Yep.
Round of applause for Daniel, and let's have some questions from the investors.
Any questions?
So talk a little bit more about the use cases. So what do people, how does it work? Give me like a story from your actual customer, what they buy you for, and what do they do with your product?
I would say the #1 thing right now is loyalty. And having the ability for the customer and having the customer come back again for repeat customers. Most restaurants and salons and spas want to have a higher level of interpersonalization. So for instance, the ability to order while sitting at, one of the customers orders while they let the customers order while they're sitting outside of the pool. They can come in with their own phone, they can order on their own and have it delivered to that table with a QR code in that case. So the use cases are more about helping those businesses get the personalization and use of technology that's not in the market today, really.
And how does it create loyalty? Can the restaurant then continue to market to that user?
Well, think about it. It's a mobile app, so you have push notification and segmentation. But really, we say AI is the real core behind this technology, where one of the people was testing it and telling me that they had ordered a certain beer last time, and it actually knew a different kind of beer that was similar to the kind of beer they like. That's really the kinds of things that are built into the platform. Okay, any other questions?
So you're going the mobile app route. From a strategy perspective, did you decide not to pursue, say, integrating with either menu automation or payment processing or inventory management or some other major software platform?
And this is one of the interesting things. Right now, it's more a test case with many different companies, right?
Sorry to stop you there, Daniel. Time's up. I know. I'm very sorry. Round of applause for Daniel. If you want to speak to him, he'll be available over here.
Booth 75, if you want to talk more.
Well done. Right, we've got 2 more startups in the session, just 2 more. So do give a great round of applause now for Geicheng Jia from CoFlowJet.
Hello, everyone. My name is Geicheng Jia. I'm the CEO of CoFlowJet LLC. I'm also a full professor at the University of Miami. So the business and technology I will present today is a vertical takeoff aircraft, a cargo aircraft, powered complete by electric battery using CoFlowJet. So well, the purpose is to accommodate the e-commerce growth, and which will transport a large amount of goods from large hub to small cities and warehouse. Our solution is a vertical takeoff and landing, completely powered by battery without using airport, so can land any place in your the parking lot or roof of top. You probably noticed that there's a big movement for urban transportation, but our aircraft is actually larger than that. The key technology we are developing is that we might embed a micro compressor inside the airfoil and suck in small amount of air from near trailing edge and eject near leading edge. This tremendously changed the performance. This is one example how did we do that. And we are funded by DARPA and NASA. This is a recent wind tunnel testing. You can see this comparison, lift versus drag. On the right is the conventional airfoil, and our co-flow jet airfoil is on the left, which has much higher lift and also generate thrust. So, and we can go 70 degrees without being stalled. It's like owl when they're praying. So also very quiet. And the lift coefficient is more than theoretical limit. We got a 10.6 lift coefficient. So our product, first one is an electric VTOL, and with a payload of 1.5 ton and range of 300 miles. This is the largest payload and the longest range in the world using power by battery. The operating cost is about 30% lower. We already got 2 patents approved, and we have more than 10 pending. We are looking for money to make the phase 1 prototype flight test. So by year 3, we'll have unmanned prototype. Year 5, we'll have a manned prototype. So this is our team, and on the left is myself, and we have a full team member, and Daro is a retired Boeing technical fellow. Renee is actually also in the audience. So now is a movie. I want to show the concept, please. You can see that we do not like conventional. We don't rotate the vertical propeller completely vertical. We use the wing generate majority of the lift. So it's much more efficient than all the VTOL technology now. So we definitely don't need an airport. We can land any place. And this is just our start. Our goal is to transform whole aviation industry from small aircraft, from subsonic to transonic. So we already
Thank you very
received,
much.
Okay.
The time's up there. I didn't want to interrupt that animation. Dr. Jha, that's brilliant. Questions for Dr. Jha?
Hello. So assuming you can raise the money to get the prototype built, is the business model that you want to license the technology to other companies?
Yes, that's our major way to make profit.
Have you already been in touch with any companies that you might have in mind, or is this kind of been undercover?
We already start talking with the companies, and the customer could be very big, from commercial to military.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I was going to ask a question in the same line, is given that you seem to have some proprietary developments around the wing technology and better lift, why even build the prototype and try to build a new airplane rather than just license the technology to existing aviation companies to use it and just get a licensing fee back?
We already proved the technology in wind tunnel testing, but we still want to build the whole system to demonstrate, including the control system. So the wing is like CPU of a computer, which we showed it works, but we need to build the whole computer. So in our case, it's the whole airplane to demonstrate.
Have you applied for an SBIR Phase 1 grant yet?
Not yet. We are still mostly from university. So, and the DARPA grant is also from university. We just licensed, I'm the inventor, but I got the license from the university for exclusive license.
That would be a very promising program to get it financed through that program.
We definitely want to, but SBIR, the amount is still a little too small. We are looking for a bigger one.
Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for Dr. Jha from CoFlowJet. Brilliant. Well, look, there's one final startup in this session, so please give a warm round of applause for Hakeem Mohammed from Loud House.
Today is a special honor for me because honestly, my presence on this stage is highly unlikely. For that I remember when I wanted to end my life in sophomore year college. You see, I was constantly picked on by my peers and professors so bad that I wanted to end it all. Every morning, my peers used to read group poetry and rap cipher every single morning. When I pushed to input my words, they ostracized me. Where's his spirit? He don't have no rhythm. So I sat alone in that cafeteria every other morning. So I created a platform so that anyone at any time would never have to sing alone again. My name is Hakeem Muhammad, and the problem today is that over 45 million Americans have these brilliant musical chimes and rhymes that pop into their heads or written on paper that are often forgotten. Musical ideas that could be that one-hit song of their lifetime. I believe that we can solve this when we face the music with Loud House. See, Loud House is an application that puts the power of a studio in the palm of your hands, where users are able to record their spontaneous ideas directly onto the device for their followers and fans to create a musical masterpiece.
Man, I can't think of anything.
Don't worry about that, just Loud House it.
What's supposed to be a musical Snapchat?
Watch this. Never stop, never, never, never stop.
Wait. I got something, Hold on.
Go ahead and add on your idea.
AOT, let's get it. Don't you see I'll never stop till I reach the top, combustible creativity. Nod your head if you're feeling me, spearhead in market, game change competition. Oh, that's the mission, whoa, that's the mission,
Now, our target audience is 14 million Americans between the ages of 18 to 29. But of course, understanding the market also means understanding competition. And we understand that SoundCloud is our top competitor. However, SoundCloud.com only lets users upload completed songs. Loud House's core innovation is that our listeners become creators, to now contributing their talents, to now enjoy music that we've all created together. Because music is much more than just listening. It is about creating, sharing, and bringing people together from all over the world. And with a special way to combine musical ideas, Loud House will put a new perspective on how music is created in American culture and beyond. This is Loud House. Be prepared to face the music. Time.
I think you can agree we saved the best for last.
Oh, yes. You're hired.
Thank you, Hakeem.
You are hired. I want you to come coach some of our portfolio companies.
I want you to come and work for me.
I get them first. So where are you in the process here? Maybe just tell us a little bit about where you are in the life cycle of your company.
Yes, even though we are still in the startup phase, but in the startup phase, we believe in being very, very bootstrapped, where I went to over 50 different pitch competitions just for the feedback, and if there's any prize money with it, we put it directly towards the company. So far, we did a beta test in Pennsylvania State University. The whole graduating class loved it, but it crashed. So we're just pretty much in that stick it to the wall and see what, throw it to the wall and see what sticks phase.
And what would you want as a outcome for this conference?
The outcome of this conference is that I'm always looking for feedback. I hope there was some feedback sheets that they gave the judges. That helps me improve my pitch. But most importantly, I'm looking to sit down and have coffee with one of you guys to show me how to get to the very next level. Mentorship is the best thing for it.
I quickly saw a slide with a lot of universities. So are you testing at various ones right now? Is that the go-to-market strategy?
Absolutely. I'm glad you caught that. See, that's actually my regional rollout strategy, where we introduce Loud House to musical schools and academies to introduce the concept to them to see how it would stick according to our target market. All right. Oh, we got one.
So just quickly, what's your revenue model and how do you plan to monetize it?
I'm glad you asked. My revenue model that we're currently looking for is that we're startup right now, but right now we're looking to do a yearly subscription, $42.95 a year. That's practically about, I think, $5 or $6 a month. by doing that subscription, you get to sign up for Loud House Premiere. The next one is also competing with, collaborating with small to medium companies to do a marketing strategy with creative talents on our platform.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Hakeem.
Face the music, everyone. Thank you.
Who's having coffee with Hakeem? Round of applause for the investor judges as well. Thanks very much, guys. Thank you all.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I said to you this morning that we had our wonderful chairman, Yossi Vardi, was flying to get to us, and he's arrived now. So good morning. This is now the morning introduction, so good morning, everybody. Welcome, Yossi.
Actually, it's 8:30 at night, my time. Very nice to be here. Thank you for coming to Unbound #2 in Miami and number 15 in the world.
Can you give Yossi a big round of applause for traveling for us all to get here? Thank you.
Now, from which states and which countries are you?
North Carolina.
Dominican Republic.
Israel.
Israel. It's too far. Miami. Who else is from Miami?
Can you cheer if you're from Miami? That's not bad.
I think they're sleeping. You know, it's after lunch. What is the time
after
now?
lunch.
After lunch. You know, 3 weeks ago I gave a talk after lunch, which is a very bad slot. And the guy in the first row was sleeping, you know, facing me. So I asked the guy next to him, can you wake him up? He looked at me and he said, you made him sleep, you wake him up. At least they are laughing off the jokes. That's good.
That's right.
How do you like the conference until now?
Oh, yes. Can we get a bit of a louder applause? That's propaganda for you.
Okay, right. What else do you want to say?
Say, welcome everyone.
Welcome everyone.
And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
We should do like ventriloquism.
What are the other conferences we are going to make in the next 12 months?
We're going to do more in Latin America. We'll watch out. London.
Who is from Latin America? Scream. Nice.
It's very good. Anyone want to come to London? Singapore? Do you know where Singapore is? Asia? And the Gulf, Bahrain. Any of you know where Bahrain is? Very good. This guy, you're coming everywhere. You're our best cheerer. Stand up.
Okay,
Give this guy a round of applause.
Anybody who want to get invitation to London, Singapore, or Bahrain, send email to
Yossi Vardi. Daniel.seal@unbound.com.
Daniel.seal@unbound.com. You will get your invitation to Singapore, London, or
Bahrain.
Or
Miami next year.
Or Miami next year.
This is wonderful.
Okay, I think we already overdid it. Enjoy the conference, and don't spend all the time in the auditoriums. Make a special offer to meet friends, to make new friends, to say hello to old friends. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Over to our next panel. Naomi, over to you. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Yossi and Danny. So without further ado, we will plow into our afternoon session. South Florida and its various trade agencies have been clubbing together in recent months in an effort to attract that rather large company that's named after a pretty long river. It's uncovered a number of strengths and weaknesses of the region, and here to discuss the lessons that they've learned and how to move forward, please welcome to the stage Mary Dorset of Tropicult and her panel, Tri-County Collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naomi. Hello, everybody. It's lovely to see your faces out here today. We are excited to welcome the Fab Four. There were many people that collaborated, but this group, they're the leaders here, and they're going to share with us some stories. Please send in your questions through the slido.com Unbound Miami, and we'll make sure to ask those as well. So I do want to welcome to the stage what I call the Fab Four, David Coddington, all right, Vice President, Greater Florida Alliance, Manny Mencia, Senior Vice President of International Trade and Development from Enterprise Florida, Mike Finney, President of the Beacon Council, and Sharina Coleman from Palm Beach County. Come sit by me. I don't want to be alone over here. Okay, so we've got about 33 minutes here to discuss. So please do send in your questions. I want to start off with Sharina. You first, if we can. If you can bring us up to speed with what role your organization played thus far in the efforts to bring Amazon to South Florida, and highlight any collaborations that you guys did with each other, pivotal moments.
Sure thing. So we were so fortunate for this opportunity to not only entertain the thought of such a large company coming to our region, but more importantly, it was an opportunity for the 3 counties to work together, which had never really been done before. Not only were we able to work collaboratively enough to pull off the large response to the proposal, but more importantly, it allowed us to really, within our own communities, heighten that collaboration. So one example I could share is that Palm Beach County has an Academic Leaders Council, which comprised of the presidents of each of the colleges, as well as the superintendent of schools. And as we were reviewing the proposal, we saw that the majority of questions were tied to talent development, how our education partners are working together. So this was really an opportunity for us to quickly assemble these partners to really gather around this incredible mission to help project South Florida as the best premier location for a proposal of this magnitude. So it really allowed us to have the college presidents not even blink with their request to help us out, and we produced a letter that showed the support of all of these education partners from Jupiter all the way down to Miami, and that was the highlight, I would say, of the entire experience.
Thank you. And that document was something that was unprecedented, never been created before.
You're absolutely right. This one document has the logo of every college and university in South Florida and the signature of their president. So that was great.
All right. Mike, can you touch on a little bit of the collaborations that you had, or I know you have OCOG, maybe how they were involved in this process?
Yeah, sure. We affectionately call our One Community, One Goal initiative OCOG. And basically, it's a strategy around how we will, in fact, improve the economic prosperity of the entire region with a very strong focus, obviously, on Miami-Dade County. It requires us to partner with other organizations. We have a very close working relationship with Miami-Dade County, with the schools, with our universities, and then, of course, with our partners in Broward and Palm Beach. So it's a way for us to really represent this community in a unified way. We are able to tell the story and look at all the assets that we have. Instead of a population of 2.7 million here in Miami-Dade, we have a population of 6.1 million when we combine the counties. Instead of a workforce of roughly 1.5 million, we have a workforce of 3.1 million. When we look at our colleges and universities, we have nearly 600,000 students at our colleges and universities. That's impressive to any company, especially a company looking to find 50,000 people over the next 10 to 15 years.
Right, and I looked at the RFP. It's about 8 pages long. If you guys haven't seen it, you can still go and see what they were asking for. A lot of those jobs are going to be higher level developer jobs, executives, which I thought was very, very cool.
Yeah, for anybody who hasn't seen the Amazon RFP, it was a public document, so you can Google it and go online and get the original RFP. They're looking for 50,000 people. About 30% of those or so will likely be technical talent. The folks with experience in computer science, the STEM-related disciplines, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, computer science, software engineering, et cetera. But that other 70% or so are in every other profession. So if you're a lawyer, if you're a doctor, I mean, you name it, there are opportunities for virtually every single profession within this organization, assuming we're successful in bringing them here to Miami.
I want to get to you, my guys on the right, but I have one more question, Mike. If you could take us back to that time that this came, because it was 3 months into your role as president, and there were some other environmental things going on. Can you share with us?
Yeah, I'm a relative newcomer to Miami. I arrived in June of last year. And we all know that in September of last year, we had this little incident called Irma that showed up. And that certainly created some challenges for us as an organization. And then shortly after Irma, Amazon released this RFP. And it required a unique set of challenges for us, or it created a unique set of challenges for us across the 3 communities to begin pulling together an RFP with about a 1-month timeline to respond. So we lost the first week. And I have to say, it was quite the welcome for me to the community to have a hurricane and the most significant proposal that I've ever seen in my 20 years in the economic development business. And I think my colleagues would say the same thing. This is a major proposal that of an order of magnitude that we haven't seen before. And the fact that we were able to pull it off in about 30 days with all that was going on. And by the way, I don't want to fail to mention our partner with Enterprise Florida, who helped coordinate the effort across the entire state, because there were 3 other communities involved in addition to Miami.
Thank you. David, I want to go to you to, hurricane hits, now we've got to hit the ground running with the proposal. What are we doing to prepare for if this proposal gets accepted? How are we going to prepare ourselves to be ready to hit the ground running then?
Well, I think that part of that is, as you heard, that collaboration across the whole region, right? So as Mike mentioned, as Serena mentioned, that collaboration with the universities to make sure that you're going to be able to develop that pipeline to show the support from the community to Amazon that if they do come here, that talent will be produced. Because again, it's not overnight, it's in the next 10 to 15 years. So I think that that's part of that collaboration, as well as all the other different organizations that when those sites got put up, as far as the consideration which sites were on there, is to work with all the cities. There's 31 cities in Broward County. I'm not sure how many cities are in. Yeah, so you got all those different cities, and then Palm Beach as well. So the fact that all 3 organizations will work together as a region, along with the state, to make sure that we gave the most comprehensive proposal to them, to make sure that it's not just a great proposal, but then after, if that opportunity does come to us, that we are able to fulfill those initiatives that we put in there. So,
absolutely, thank you. And can you talk about some of the challenges that we had?
Sure. So I'll say that one of the challenges for us, I think, and overall in business, is that we have this. You go outside and we have our first nice cold snap. Cold snap to southern Florida is like 70 degrees, right? Not -5 where Mike might have come from. But it's that beautiful weather, and it's wonderful that we have it. But people then tend to focus on that and think of it still as a tourism destination or a sun and fun destination. The fact that we have world-class technology companies here. And so that was one of the challenges, at least in this piece too, was to say, how do we communicate to that? And it's been something we've been trying to address as a region for a while. So I'm not sure how many of you have heard of that. It's a gateway to Latin America, right? South Florida is a gateway to Latin America. It's a gateway from the Europe into the US or so forth. But it's also a technology gateway. And that was just on the cover page for the South Florida Business Journal, and talking about David Beckham's initiative for soccer, that they also want to focus on technology. So I don't know how many of you heard of the thing, a tech gateway map, but it's an asset map, and it's got about 110 logos on it of technology companies. Companies like CareCloud, Miami, Intel, Citrix in Fort Lauderdale, or Ultimate in Weston, or Hotel Planner up in Palm Beach, or IBM. So you've got some of the historic nameplates, but you also have some of the newer companies. And so when Amazon, on that proposal, we put that asset map in there, and it was very impactful in the fact that they could see right away, wow, there is technology companies. It's not just a couple of the big ones that we know of. It's just not the Microsoft Latin American headquarters. It's all these other things that are here too. So that piece, we utilized that again and again and again, and that was in part of the proposal to communicate immediately that we have world-class technology companies here in South Florida.
Thank you. If we get this deal, if it comes through, Manny, I want to go to you for this one. Can you talk a little bit about how this will impact businesses in South Florida and in Florida as a whole?
Well, I think that, as Mike mentioned, it's not just technologists. It's all these different things that are going to be needed. And to absorb that, and 8 million square feet of office space, up to 50,000 employees and so forth, that capital investment, I mean, that is just that's a regional effort. I mean, that's not one city. And I think that, as Mike was saying too, when you look at the amount of population across the region and the fact that we have Brightline that connects us, that was one of those things to say, look, that is going to be a great opportunity to tap into this whole region and to be able to provide Amazon what they need, and those, you know, the other challenges come along with that. But I think it's absolutely a regional approach in all the different avenues that you come into, because it would be tough for any one city to be able to handle that.
Absolutely. Manny, can you talk a little bit about what challenges or how this will impact businesses in South Florida?
Well, I think you know, winning a project like this would be a game changer for not only for this community, but for the entire state. But quite frankly, I think that in many ways, South Florida has already won. We have already won because making this cut, being in the final cities, regions under consideration for this project itself, is a tremendous message. It's a message that we've always wanted to send out to the world, which is that Florida is a lot more than just tourism or agriculture or what have you. That the fact is, the state of Florida is the third state in our country in terms of high technology establishments, high technology employment. We've already won because the collaboration between these three counties is a showcase for the rest of the state and for everyone in terms of how effectively you can showcase a region by working together. And that's extremely important, and I'll tell you why. Because I work for the agency that, you know, that's a state economic development agency. So we work with all the counties. And I always tell the joke that trade and tourism lend itself to collaboration, but business recruitment is a contact sport. These communities, each of them with their own agendas, governments, etc., were able to see the greater good, the vision, come together and put a proposal that I believe if we would have tried to stand individually, this region would not be in the game today. So I congratulate my three colleagues around the table for being an example to this state and to the nation too.
Absolutely, definitely. It was really exciting to hear about it, and the buzz was going around. I think, how many of you guys out there know about the Amazon deal? And yeah, I mean, the short list came out, and then actually, I heard that we were out of the running for a minute. I don't know if anyone else heard that. And then this panel came along, and I was like, well, we're back in. This is exciting. We've got some questions here. For Manny, okay, did you identify any potential drawbacks of Amazon arriving in Miami to the local tech and startup scene? And if so, what were they, and how would you say you mitigated those?
Well, I think in reality, a project of this magnitude would provide a tremendous anchor that would allow smaller companies to benefit, to participate. It would provide, you know, a base where when you recruit a manufacturing company, one of the great benefits is you always get a benefit from the supply chain. The smaller companies in the state would receive a tremendous benefit by having this anchor project in our state, and would allow many companies, including people around this room, to essentially do business with the anchor company. So I don't truly see a drawback for the communities. I don't know if my colleagues would like to comment on that. But
yeah, I would agree with Manny. I don't see a downside for tech companies that already exist in the community. In fact, you know, Miami has recently started to, and South Florida has recently started to be identified as a tech hub. I don't know if you're following some of the news, and it always seems to be centered around what's going on with Amazon. So we're being identified, along with Denver, Colorado, Austin, Texas, and of course Silicon Valley, as the tech hubs. And we're an up-and-coming tech hub. If Amazon decides to locate here, you know, game over. We will clearly be a tech hub, and any companies that are actively engaged in this community will have opportunities that they haven't seen before. You're going to see investors showing up. You're going to see serial entrepreneurs showing up. The whole group of companies that you saw on stage just before this panel, you're going to see that in many multiples just because of the opportunity that's represented by a company of this magnitude. I mean, there's nothing bigger. It's the largest project of this type that I've seen in my 20-plus years doing economic development. And I think it would drive our community, all of South Florida, in a direction that frankly, we can only imagine. But we're looking forward to it, and we are still under consideration. They have not announced any changes yet, so there's still 20 communities. We are still one of them, and we're excited to be a part of it.
And I'd like to draw a parallel to one of the booming industries that we have in Palm Beach County. 30, 40 years ago, no one had ever even heard of the company Pratt & Whitney, which is one of the largest employers in Palm Beach County. And ultimately, them deciding to locate in Palm Beach County allowed for an immense number of supply chain vendors within their industry, along with competitors, people that left Pratt & Whitney now starting their own larger companies. And it just allowed us to put South Florida, Palm Beach County on the map for this one industry. And I see Amazon doing the same exact thing for technology as well.
All right, we've got some other questions coming in. Thank you guys for participating in the conversation. So this one, how government organizations in the cities of South Florida are addressing the technology revolution that's happening. So how are the government organizations in the cities here addressing the technological revolution that is happening? I'm going to go to you for this, Mike. I don't know. I feel like you're the closest to the government, I think.
Well, you know, government plays an important role. They become an enabler of these kind of things to happen. So I'll speak to my experience working with Mayor Jimenez and the other mayors throughout Miami-Dade County, and I certainly invite my colleagues to do the same with respect to their communities. From day one, when this proposal was announced, Mayor Jimenez and the other mayors throughout Miami-Dade County that wanted to offer up sites, they engaged with us, and they engaged with us in a very collaborative way. They became sources of information. In fact, you asked a question a little bit earlier, Mary, about this collaboration that exists between the four of us who are sitting here. Interestingly enough, we signed, I think at last count, 54 non-disclosure agreements, not just between governmental entities, but between various organizations in this community that we needed help from in order to develop the proposal that was ultimately submitted. And in many cases, the governmental entities went out of their way to provide us with detailed data, to provide us with creative concepts around how to get permitting done on a fast-track basis, et cetera. They were very engaged, and we were very excited to have them as partners, and we truly consider our government partners to be enablers of these kinds of opportunities.
That's great. Manny, do you want to touch on that one?
Well, I think in the case of the state of Florida, one of the key things that the state has done that I think is going to pay enormous dividends for Florida moving forward is the state government has moved to invest a significant amount of resources in our universities, but dedicated to STEM-type education. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the state of Florida actually inaugurated a STEM-dedicated university, which is established in Lakeland. But throughout the state, the state government, the state legislature, or the governor has been rewarding those universities that are investing in additional programs having to do with technology, science, math, etc. In other words, funneling the money towards those those schools that will be graduating the students that we want to have the tech jobs here in the state of Florida. So that's one way that state can affect this process, by simply putting the money into supporting tech education.
Thank you. We've got another question coming in. What other opportunities are the three counties looking to pursue together now that we have this foundation that's been established from this Amazon HQ2 project? I'm going to go to you for this one, Sharina, just because you have already talked a little bit about some things that are coming up for you guys that are exciting.
Absolutely. So I think that this lends us an opportunity to focus on the industries that are really coming on, like technology, of course. And I don't want to steal David's thunder. However, the Tech Gateway is a great example of a collaboration with the 3 counties that are really rallying behind nurturing the talent that's necessary for these companies like Amazon and others that we would be pursuing. And we have an opportunity to work together to rally behind opportunities that weren't really present before. At this point, we've all completed an analysis of our workforce in our communities, and now we have the ability to compare our notes and compare the assets that our region has when it comes to talent through initiatives like Tech Gateway, as well as others that we would love to continue to push within our targeted industries, if that makes sense. So
No, I'll jump in on that. So one of the things on the Tech Gateway, if you go to techgateway.org, you'll see 4 digital maps and a PDF that you can download. The download basically is an artistic map. Like I mentioned, it's got the logos on it. But if you go in the digital maps, you can click into each one of those logos for the technology companies, find out the local information about the company, and then click into their main website. And so we talk about building the brand here, about technology, building the brand here, but we also want to build it outside the area. So we want to make an impact with the brain drain, that there's opportunities for those students coming out of college, that there are great opportunities here for technology companies, but we also want to make sure that we build that brand outside of the area. And so one of the things that we're doing together as a collaboration is working in a couple different markets. And that same map with some copy and some information on the other side of it is going to be inserted in the Boston market, Business Journal, as well as the Washington, D.C. market. DC and Boston are both academic dense markets. In other words, they produce more degrees than those companies can absorb. Boston market produced 40,000 more degrees in technology than they can absorb. Washington, D.C. market produced 50,000 jobs in the last 4 years, 50,000 technology graduates that they can't absorb. We're going to put that Tech Gateway map in both of those markets and let them know, look, if it's -5 up in Boston and you're freezing, it's 70 degrees here in South Florida, you can have a job in technology and work in the cloud and live in the sun. Why not? So,
you know, I'd like to add one additional thought. So if we can work together and convince businesses that South Florida is the best place for them to be, then the 3 of us can fight like cats and dogs, like any other family would, to win. Right? Because at the end of the day, we all want more businesses to locate in our community. But collectively, when we convince businesses that this is the best place to be, we guarantee that South Florida is going to win. Again, so think about Amazon. If they decide to locate in South Florida, all 3 of us win. We have infrastructure that connects the 3 of us. David mentioned Brightline. If Brightline creates easy and seamless connectivity for anyone living in any one of the 3 communities, to have an opportunity at a business like Amazon. But you know what? You don't have to wait for Amazon. That opportunity is available to you today with all the businesses that we have between the 3 communities. One other thing, one small thing that we're doing, our executive committees of the 3 organizations that provide us with our governance, they've agreed to have a joint meeting this coming February. It'll be the first time that these 3 organizations, where the leadership has come together to talk about strategic opportunities for us to work together. Imagine us doing joint marketing where we go out and tell the world. Well, hell, for that matter, we go to Tallahassee and tell Tallahassee that South Florida really is an important place for this state to continue to invest in education and in other places where we so desperately need it. But clearly, telling our story and telling it in a unified way is one of the things that we view as being most important for us. And the 3 of us are looking forward to doing that together. And the leadership, the governance group of the 3 organizations will be coming together in February to kick that off.
I'll just jump in one other note. So we also have companies that are already here that have locations in all 3 counties or 2 of the 3 counties. I just left Royal Caribbean before this. I was with their chief technical officer. A couple days a week, she works up in Broward. A couple days a week, she's down in Miami. And I think that collaboration for the Amazon, and not just the Amazon, but the other things that we're doing together, that speaks volumes to these companies. It says this community has it together, and they're pro-business, and they are not squabbling. Like Mike said, we just want you to look at South Florida. Wherever you land is going to be the most appropriate place for you by your priorities, not ours. So we just want to present that best opportunity. But it's amazing what the companies are here and how they see that work together.
Absolutely. That Tech Gateway map is quite eye-opening to anyone that's wondering what's going on, who is here, and if you're not on it, you can be at it, sure. Correct? Great. Just see him after the panel to see David. So I want to go back to you, David. and if you could talk to us a little bit about something, of course, that would benefit any business, and how businesses that come and they invest here in South Florida, that is a win, of course, if Amazon comes, but for any business, how can they expect for us to give back to them? What kind of support do we provide them economically, developmentally?
I think you meant Mike.
I'm sorry, yeah, I do mean Mike. I'm looking at you, sorry.
Yeah, so companies that are here in South Florida, opportunities for them we think already exists. We are working to ensure access to capital. We're working to ensure access to talent. We're working to ensure that the infrastructure is right to support those businesses that choose to locate and expand here. And we're working collaboratively to make that happen. And that's something that you just don't find in other places. All three of us have very similar business models. We're here, if the company should just view us as an extension of their own resources. But we're an extension that helps them open up resources that, in many cases, can be challenging to access. Working with our governmental partners, whether it's permitting or any other type of support that they may need. Access to incentives and other programs that are available. So they should view us and work with us as a resource. And we are a partner. We're there to help businesses access talent, infrastructure, governmental resources, whatever may be needed in order to seamlessly allow them to grow and prosper here in South Florida.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about the future. If Amazon, they continue to disrupt business as usual. They make innovative moves, and they're cool. They deliver packages with drones. They're revolutionizing healthcare. They've got smart shopping. So could you talk a little bit, David, about the South Florida Alliance and highlight some of the past and things that have come out of here and how South Florida is ready to embrace this?
Sure. So I think you were talking about like the South Florida Technology Alliance is a group that is a nonprofit group to support technology and has monthly events and so forth, just like Refresh or some of the other ones, Palm Beach Tech. But I think that going back to your comment about innovation, so we have a legacy of innovation. So that thing that you can't put down if you don't have your hand on it, like in 10 minutes you start to kind of break out in hives and all that stuff. The fact that the smartphone, Simon, was invented here 33 years ago, most people don't have any idea. The first IBM PC invented in Boca Raton. BlackBerry, when they ruled the world before iPhone came along, all research, engineered, and designed in South Florida. We now have the biggest startup in the world in Magic Leap. I mean, we're not just all of a sudden becoming a tech hub. We've been a tech hub in a unique and individual way. And I think that we have a legacy of innovation, and having Amazon to be part of that, if they choose this location, that's just another piece in the puzzle that as it moves forward. I mean, I can go on and on about different things of companies that have, you had eBuilder in Sunrise, Florida, or Plantation, excuse me. They made a great exit for $500 million. I thought $500 million was good until I heard about Chewy at $2.3 billion making an exit. So we have a history of companies in South Florida that are innovative and are pushing the needle. Magic Leap created technology that didn't exist. Think about that. Rony Abovitz actually brought in astronauts, former astronauts, and said to speak to his folks because they had the goal, whatever, years ago, whatever it is, to go to the moon or whatever the things are, the space shuttle. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to do it. And we're going to figure out a way to do it. You just have to have your eye on that prize. What is that? Now we just need to figure out how to get there. That's the type of companies that we have in South Florida. And Magic Leap One launched a few months ago. We have it in our office. We were one of the first organizations in the world to get one. If you haven't seen what Magic Leap is doing, you got to go on and do a YouTube. It is amazing. It's amazing. So here's my thought on innovation.
Okay. So closing up, what have you all learned from this experience?
Well, personally, if I were speaking on behalf of the state, I would say that through collaboration, you can achieve results that you can't achieve individually. And I think, by the way, that's a tremendous message also to our respective governments, because at the end of the day, we all report and are funded by by government. In my case, the states by in their cases, by county governments. And I think it's going to be much easier going forward in the future for these communities to come together and go to their local county commissions and say, hey, we need help so that we can come together again and win another big project, because the potential of this region goes so far beyond the local. We've talked through years as South Florida being the gateway to the Western Hemisphere. I think this part of Florida has the potential to be much more than that. This region has the potential to truly be the Hong Kong of the Western Hemisphere, the place where everybody, east, west, north, south, comes to do business, to come together, to innovate. And I think this is a great first step for that type of collaboration moving forward.
I have to agree with Manny 100%, and I'm Manny's biggest fan on this panel, so. But I used to work for Enterprise Florida along with Manny, and site selection does not typically happen like this. It's not usually publicized. It's not something that's typically public knowledge. So to have this occur in such a public forum for a large company like Amazon looking for a site wherever in the country, or even in the world for that matter, was a huge shift in what we do every day. And I think that this demonstrated to us that economic development in itself, what we do, is evolving. And we have to be able to collaborate in this new landscape of economic development, because otherwise, we can't do it on our own. And I echo Manny's words in that collaboration is going to be the key to allow us to usher into this new era of how economic development is managed, as well as how communities work together to land large projects like Amazon. And even if we don't land it, it would prevail an opportunity for any other large company, even half the size, for us to win and make a big impact on South Florida.
I'll jump in and then I'll let Mike finish. When I first started doing this a while ago, an effort like this would not have happened because the leadership was more siloed. And I got to give Mike a tremendous amount of credit, because coming in here, like he said, fairly new, the leadership of Kelly Smallridge up in Palm Beach and my boss, Bob Swindell, when that phone call came in or we got the notice that the Amazon piece was out there, there was no hesitation in working together. And that's the type of leadership, that collaboration of just looking at how do we do this as a region instead of competing in silos. That's a new that's really, really powerful for us, and it wouldn't have happened a long time ago. And then kudos to all the CEOs, Mike and Kelly and Bob, for bringing that together, and along with the state.
Here.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So I guess I would close out with a message to our friends at Amazon, right? We're all here. And so I'd like to close with a message to Amazon. There is no better place for them to establish our next headquarters than here in South Florida in Miami-Dade. And I think that's a compelling message, right? They'll have access to roughly 1 billion people. So how do we go from 6 million to 1 billion? Well, clearly they'll have access to the entire United States. That's 350 million. What we really haven't talked about is their access to Latin America, which represents another 650 million people. And there is no better gateway than right here. And so this represents an incredible opportunity for them to make a difference. They can make a difference here in Miami, that's clear. They can make a difference here in the United States, but they can also make a tremendous difference in all of Latin America, and that's a 1 billion-person opportunity. What better message to a company like Amazon than to say that we really are a gateway, we really are an access point to an incredible population and an incredible business opportunity for them. So we're looking forward to it. We want you here. We want you to know that. So hopefully you all will be live on social media, making sure that the message gets out to Amazon that we want them here.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you, each of you. Thank you to your teams who worked on the proposal. I'm sure they did a lot of hard work, late nights. And thank you, audience, for engaging with us, and Unbound for putting together this fantastic panel. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be waiting with bated breath for a decision. So next up, we have another panel. So if you'd like to engage with them, please visit sli.do and enter the hashtag Unbound Miami. So, are you embracing blockchain or are you burying your head in the sand? I'd like to welcome to the stage Sam Abbasi of Bushido Labs and his panel, Beyond Cryptopia. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Where we're sitting? I think that makes perfect sense. Go in order? I think order is in order. Order. Get down there. Panel, dude. This is right there.
Hello? Oh, sorry. That was loud. Hello. So this panel is Beyond Cryptopia. My name is Sam Abbasi. I'm president of Bushido Lab. We're a cryptocurrency blockchain development company. We're an industry service provider. We build core protocol infrastructure for different blockchain products. We were the development team behind Anon, fork of Bitcoin, and ZCL. We're also working now with a local company called Level Blocks on an Oracle audit and compliance solution. So typically when I moderate panels, I let it kind of go a little bit free-flowing, kind of pick up and go. So I'll have the panelists actually introduce themselves. Dan, do you want to start off?
Sure. My name is Dan Eisner. I'm the CEO of Digital Reserve Technologies. We're a developer of commodity tokens and are working currently on OilCoin, which is intended to be an oil-backed stable coin. And we're in the process of putting a beta together for that OilCoin. Ultimately, it will be a global money token, so usable as currency.
I'm Corey Johnson. I'm the chief market strategist for a company called Ripple, based out of San Francisco. We're probably, I'd argue, I don't know, you guys might have an opinion, this is probably the largest company in blockchain that's actually doing anything with crypto. And we've rolled out software with over 100 banks and financial institutions to allow for quicker, cheaper, accurate movement of value across borders, sometimes using cryptocurrency.
My name is Katia Fisher. I'm a partner in the law firm of Fisher Cataliotti. We're a New York-based law firm that focuses on new technologies, including blockchain and cryptocurrencies. I represent a number of projects in the space, including several blockchain protocols, startups, as well as media companies and tech companies that are ancillary to this industry as well.
Good afternoon. Good day. I'm Patrick Harding. I'm head of product at a company called Hedera Hashgraph. We're a new emerging sort of distributed ledger tech sort of company that's focused on payments, specifically micropayments, smart contracts, file storage, lots of interesting things like that.
Okay, awesome. So I think you guys have already been told, but there are screens up here. Submit questions, and then we'll kind of take them as they go if they flow into the conversation. So the panel is called Beyond Cryptopia, and from experience, I teach cryptocurrency and blockchain development at Miami-Dade College, and some of my students are here. And kind of a good way to start with this is actually being in Cryptopia, so starting with Bitcoin. So to kind of lay the groundwork, blockchains come from Bitcoin in a sense. So basically, what Bitcoin is that it's a protocol, it's an environment for transaction validation. You basically pay a fee to miners to validate your transactions, which introduces the idea of censorship resistance and decentralized consensus, basically. So it's a trustless environment. So what I wanted to get into now is kind of the enterprise application of all of this. So what we see now are Hedera Hashgraph and Ripple kind of applying the underlying technology and infrastructure of blockchain to different businesses, to corporate, basically. So Patrick, the first question is for you. What are the most easily accessible applications that you can build on Hedera Hashgraph, and what's Hedera trying to do in the blockchain space?
Sure. So there's a lot of noise in the blockchain space, I've noticed, over the last 6 months to a year I've been involved. A lot of things have been tried, a lot of things haven't worked. I suppose what we've been looking for really is the killer app for this technology. One of the areas we're excited about, because we think we can enable this, is, as I mentioned, the notion of micropayments, which is the idea of allowing, on an ad hoc basis, individuals to pay for essentially digital content where it might only cost you, 5-10 cents. It might be a song, it might be a video stream, it might be a newspaper article, but you can pay a few pennies for it, and the fees associated with that are 100th or 1,000th of a penny. And you can do that in real time on a ad hoc basis. What it, I think, enables is artists to be paid directly as opposed to having to deal with services like Spotify. It shifts us away from advertising-based models where you've become the product as opposed to buying product. Nothing's free. There's no free lunch. A number of things like that. So I think micropayments can be a game changer in many ways.
And so, Corey, is Ripple basically trying to attack the same pain points or trying to solve the same problems that Hedera's hitting?
No, although there's an interesting company called Coil, which is using XRP to do that. So when we use cryptocurrency, and all of our software doesn't use cryptocurrency to be clear, we use something called XRP, which we look at as kind of Bitcoin 2.0. It's Bitcoin without mining. It's Bitcoin with a faster transaction speed. It has a lot of it's Bitcoin without the power consumption that has become the bane of the mining world. But I think more importantly, I think we're thus far we might be one of the biggest companies in blockchain, but it's early. We just see this very obvious problem of moving money across borders. It's very certainly present here in Miami, which is the international hub that this city is and this region is, which you just heard in the last panel. But I think it is ridiculous that in 2018 I can send a text message with an emoji and a GIF file to a friend in Rome, or I can send an email to a friend in Sao Paulo with an attachment of an Excel spreadsheet and all kinds of useful information. But the fastest way for me to get money from here to Mexico City is to put $10,000 in a briefcase and fly it there. That's pathetic, and yet that's the state of the art right now when it comes to the way banks and remittance companies and financial institutions move money. Big corporations park money. Companies like Amazon, much discussed here, Amazon has $1 billion laying around in Nostro accounts for the potential use to make a payroll or to pay a customer or to pay a vendor. It is crazy that in this era of digitization, this era of container ships that have a standardized methodology for moving cargo around the world, we don't have a truly global financial system. We don't have global messaging and instant data messaging in the world of finance. We don't have instant settlement. That's now possible using XRP and using Ripple's software. And so we're trying to attack that multi-trillion-dollar problem of moving money across borders. It's a problem that's lying there waiting to be solved, and we think we've solved it with the software we've already got in the marketplace. So we've got 100 customers out there that are paying us, remittance companies, banks, other financial institutions. These aren't pilot programs. These are actually software that's deployed in the marketplace and customers paying us for it. And it's very early days, but we're very excited to take the cost. The costs are ridiculous right now. I mean, you can send 50 euros somewhere across a border, but it doesn't really make sense because it's going to cost you 10 or 15 euro to do it. But you can't send 50 cents. We're changing that with our software, and we're doing it now, and it's pretty exciting to see what that's going to look like.
Dan, so with respect to settlement, you're kind of actually doing something very relevant in that respect as well. I mean, so for those of you who don't know, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies in large part aren't backed by anything tangible, right? It's backed by the trust, much like the US dollar is backed by the trust in the US government. But now we're seeing tokens in different cryptocurrencies that are actually backed by commodities. So oil coin is one. How does that relate to settlement?
When we looked at cryptocurrencies, probably beginning about 2 years ago, we saw that, in fact, the crypto wasn't backed by anything other than a belief that the person who you were trading it to would somehow pay you something for it, often another cryptocurrency. And so what we saw was a system where you had essentially vapor moving from pocket to pocket to pocket with a price associated with it. And we thought that the future was going to be something different, that what we looked at with the technology to create a cryptocurrency created the opportunity for the first time in human history to allow global capital to be aggregated in a fungible instrument. And so the basic idea that we had was that if you take a cryptocurrency and pair it with a valuable asset and have a trust system to demonstrate that that asset is owned and in fact backs the cryptocurrency itself, you wind up having the ability to create an alternative money supply. And so when we looked at the problems that were facing citizens in emerging markets, we saw that the currencies they had were essentially fiat currencies by somewhat unstable governments, by governments that had currencies that had inflation built into them. And so by developing oil coin, we're ultimately taking what we know to be the world's most liquid and factually stable asset in terms of its importance to the global economy. It's a familiar asset used in the global economy, and then turning that into a usable cryptocurrency. Unlike Ripple, this is a project that is in development. We're in beta testing now. But the basic idea that we're trying to push forward is that in order for people to adopt digital assets, those digital assets need to be based on something that you in fact can touch and feel. And then the other very important point about this is that the asset itself is something that on a global basis is understood by governments and can be accepted as a regulatory compliant product. And so we've spent, as I know many of the folks on the panel with me, lots of time with government agencies in the United States and elsewhere, putting together a structure that treats our currency as a security and ultimately take advantage of the relative clarity in the securities laws to move the project forward.
So we'll dive deeper into all the other panelists' projects, but I wanted to first hear from everyone. So Katya, this may be where the planning might have come into play, but can you talk a bit about kind of the most obvious legal considerations that need to be taken into account if you're doing a commodity-backed play? What the pros and cons might be.
Wow. So I think that there are a lot of regulatory concerns that need to be taken into consideration with respect to commodity-backed plays and with respect to working in this industry in general. I don't know with respect to the audience, the level of familiarity with blockchain, with cryptocurrencies, and what the regulatory environment has been, in particular over the past couple of years. But one of the biggest issues has been with respect to the classification of cryptocurrency, with respect to the classification of these offerings, and the fact that we have different regulatory bodies across the federal government that have taken a look at these and looked at them in different ways. So with respect to commodities versus securities offerings versus the IRS, which has chosen to tax cryptocurrency as property instead of looking at it as a true currency, and so on and so forth, we've had a lot of confusion on the federal level with respect to how to take a look at these different structures. And I think that as we've been moving forward within the industry and taking a look at different ways of using this technology, using cryptocurrencies, there have certainly been a lot of issues, which I'm sure all of you have faced, with respect to figuring out how to mold and shape what it is that you want to do and how to realize your dream within the current construct that we have. The other issue that we have is beyond the United States, countries around the world have been tasked with trying to go ahead and classify tokens, token offerings, cryptocurrency, and the like. So for example, in Switzerland, you have FINMA, which is sort of like the Swiss version of the SEC, which has come up with 3 different ways to go ahead and classify cryptocurrency. It can be classified as a utility offering. It's as if you're selling a service or a product. It can be classified as a payment token, meaning that it truly is a cryptocurrency, or it can be classified as a securities offering. And you can actually have a hybrid. In the United States, we don't have that level of clarity. And that's something that's become quite difficult. It's become a lot of fun for people like me. And I'd certainly be very interested to hear more about the struggles that everybody else has gone through here in figuring out how to move through that regulatory framework.
So to kind of piggyback off that, I recently read an article about cryptocurrencies and government, right? And their interplay together. The conferences that I go to more tech-focused conference, and it's a weird mix of people in suits and like full anarchists, right? So now, however, we're seeing more, corporate involvement, more government involvement within these different projects. And the article was basically explaining the surprise that governments aren't exactly as hostile as we expected them to be to cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, all the way to cryptocurrencies like Ripple. So Patrick, what has been your experience with government? Have they been nice, or has it been kind of a hurdle? Your experience with government, with Hedera?
So I think you captured it well. We're in active discussion with government right now across a number of different regulatory bodies. We're educating We're trying to make sure that we're doing, everything possible to be as transparent as possible with them. But they're not going to, sort of give us any really strong guidance here. They don't have it yet. I think they're still formulating it. So, we're doing everything possible to just keep them abreast, let them know what's happening, and make sure that we're not doing anything untoward that might have a negative effect on us at some point.
I mean, I think you see with governments that with all the regulatory agencies that Katya's referring to, the IRS, the CFTC, the SEC, to a hammer, everything's a nail. So they're seeing, blockchain and cryptocurrencies, we use the phrase digital asset to sort of try to capture many of the notions that go beyond, cryptocurrency, but whatever you want to call it, and because it's not a currency, and it's not a security, and that these things are not property. They're something different, and we're trying to use the constructs of the past for this technology of the future. But what I've found, in the 9 months so I've been at Ripple, I'm really surprised actually how thoughtful U.S. regulators are. I mean, when I turn on Fox News or MSNBC or something, and I see the insanity that comes out of Washington. The meetings with regulators have actually been really sane, and my meetings with people in Congress have been very thoughtful, and they ask really good questions, and they're trying to get their head around it. But I suspect that's different than it was even a couple of years ago. That there really is an understanding here that this is a legitimate technology and a way to solve big problems in the world right now. It's not just the problems of hitmen and drug runners and money launderers, that there's real technology and real technological need for this technology. But what I'll also say, and it's important here, is that other countries are ahead of the U.S. when it comes to regulation. And you have countries that might not be on your radar, in Malta, in Singapore, in Switzerland, in Luxembourg, that are very actively making a decision to create a regulatory framework to allow entrepreneurs to come to those countries and say, start your business here. Silicon Valley might have had semiconductors and might have had software. Our country is going to have blockchain. And they're very, I've spent some time in Singapore lately, and they're very actively courting companies that want to develop there with some clarity in the law, because they recognize that in a global economy, entrepreneurs can pick up and go with or without $10,000 in a suitcase and start a business. And I think that that's what we're seeing globally, is that the U.S. I think it's unclear where the greatest development of blockchain is going to be in the future, and it might not be this country if the regulators don't get a clearer rules of the road. There are a set of rules for the road, I should say.
Dan, there's actually a pretty good question on the screen for you. So oil prices, unlike other commodities, can be controlled by a small number of countries / entities. Why not use a more stable commodities such as gold? I guess the question is, how do you avoid OPEC?
Sure. So when we thought about what ought to be the backing for cryptocurrency, we asked ourselves the question, is there a need to create that asset as a cryptocurrency? Can you do something different with blockchain technology that you can't do without it? And if I wanted to take gold, I could buy it now, I could hold it physically, and I don't really change the value proposition. So to us, the question was, is there something that we could do to change the value of the oil commodity by turning it into a currency? And what we found as we worked with this problem is that right now it's basically impossible to own oil unless you're an oil trader or a sophisticated investor and then located in the United States or a developed market. It wasn't until earlier this year that China first introduced their oil futures exchanges, and there are probably nobody in here who has a retail investment holds an interest in oil. And so we set out to create a digital currency backed by oil that you could actually hold. And the way we do that, in a sense, is by creating a pool of assets and then tokenizing interests in that pool. And so what was challenging to us was the ability to create something that wasn't existing previously. And right now, as you go around the world, it's basically impossible for individuals to hold oil, and in particular to hold oil in its spot value, which has material trading needs for a variety of uses, both in and out of the oil industry. If I can, on the regulatory piece, so I spent 25 years of my career as a lawyer before moving into the digital asset space, and ran the private equity practices at two large major law firms, and we've spent a lot of time thinking about, you know, are these things securities? Are we dealing with movements of money? And is there something